The last thing I heard before I died was my own knee snapping. I was running. I was good at running. It was the only thing my body had figured out how to do in 10 years of the apocalypse, and it had gotten very, very good at it. My legs had changed. My thighs were thicker than most men's waists, and I could clear 100 meters in 8 seconds flat while carrying a bag of rice. I had outrun corpse tides. I had outrun raiders. I had outrun a burning building once, which sounds impressive until you remember I was the idiot who set it on fire. That night I was outrunning nothing at all, because the thing behind me wasn't running, it was jumping. I remember the sound, not footsteps, impacts, like someone was dropping a refrigerator down the street behind me over, and each drop was closer than the last. I remember turning my head, which was the stupidest thing I have ever done, and seeing it come off a rooftop into the middle of the road, and the asphalt just gave up. Cracks went out from its feet like a spider web. It was 2.5 meters tall. One arm had shriveled down to a stick of skin and bone hanging off its shoulder like a coat sleeve. The other one was bigger than the rest of its entire body, wrapped in a layer of gray horn, and it dragged along the ground when it walked. We had a name for those, rammers. You didn't fight a rammer. You didn't shoot a rammer because bullets stuck in that arm like nails in a tree. You ran, and you prayed it lost interest, and it never lost interest. I made it maybe 40 meters. Then that arm came around in a flat arc, and my leg went out from under me, and I heard the snap before I felt anything at all. My whole world became sky, then pavement, then sky again. I ended up on my back in the middle of an intersection I had walked through 100 times, staring up at a traffic light that hadn't been green in a decade, and I could not move my legs, and I could hear it coming. 10 years. 10 years of eating things I do not want to describe, of sleeping in ceiling crawl spaces, of counting bullets like they were teeth, of watching every single person who was ever nice to me get taken apart by something. 10 years of surviving, and the whole thing was ending in a crosswalk because I turned my head. The last thing I saw was that arm coming down. And then I opened my eyes and I was in my apartment in Guangyuan City, and it was 6 months before the world ended. I want to be very clear about what happened next, because I think people imagine there was a moment of wonder. There was not. I sat straight up in bed and threw up on my own floor. Then I looked at my phone. April. It said April. It said a year that had not existed in a long time. There was a notification from a delivery app about a milk tea promotion. There was a text from my mother asking if I was eating properly. My hands were soft. My hands were so soft it made me sick. 10 years of calluses just gone, and in their place were the hands of a 27-year-old man who had never once had to pry a door open with his fingers. I checked the news. Nothing. I checked the date again. Same date. I got up, walked to the window, and looked down at a street full of people, and cars, and a delivery scooter jumping the curb, and an old woman yelling at the delivery scooter, and I put my forehead against the glass and stood there for a very long time. Then I did the math. 6 months. October 10th, 6 in the evening, purple mist comes up out of the ground, and 90% of everyone you have ever met turns into something with an appetite. I had 6 months, and I had exactly one advantage in the entire world, which was that I knew. Here's the thing about knowing the future. Everybody thinks step 1 is warning people. I want you to picture me walking into a police station and explaining calmly that in 6 months the dead will get up. Best case, they laugh. Second best case, they put me somewhere with soft walls, which means on October 10th, I will be locked in a building full of people who are about to become extremely interested in me. There was no version of that where I helped anybody, so I didn't warn anyone. I'm not going to pretend that was noble. It wasn't. It was arithmetic. Step 1 was money, and money was the easy part, because I had spent 10 years in a world with no internet remembering things that used to be on the internet. I remembered a number. Crude oil that year did something spectacular and stupid, and I remembered roughly when it started doing it, and roughly when it stopped. I had 956,000 yuan, all of it. My savings, my mother's savings that she had been keeping for a house I was never going to buy, and a loan I took out against an apartment I did not technically own outright yet. I put every single fen of it into crude oil futures. My mother cried. My father did not speak to me for 11 days. Then he called me and said one sentence, which was, "If you lose your mother's money, I will not come to your funeral," and hung up. Which, fair. 2 months later, I closed the position at 8,923,000. I did not celebrate. I did not buy a car. I went straight to a county land office in a town called Mentang, which is the kind of place where the most exciting thing that happens all year is a wedding. And I bought 40,000 square meters of industrial land at the very edge of it. Nothing around it. One road in, a dry riverbed to the north and a hill to the east, and absolutely nobody who cared. The agent was so happy he almost cried. He kept saying, "You are a visionary, boss. This whole district is going to develop. And I kept nodding because there was no way to tell him that the reason I wanted it was that in 4 months, there would be very few living people within 20 kilometers of it, and I wanted to keep it that way. I registered a company, I called it Green Origin. It made industrial cleaning products, which is a real business that requires real tanks and real chemicals and real permits, and which absolutely nobody investigates, and which is a beautiful excuse to buy 1,000 tons of things. And then I started building a wall. Now you can't just build a 20-meter wall around a factory. That's not a factory, that's a fort, and someone will come ask you about it. So my wall was 5 meters, which is what you build when you have expensive machinery and you're worried about theft, and it was 1 meter thick, which is what you build when you are insane about theft. The contractor asked me twice if I was sure. I said the equipment inside was worth more than the land. He wrote that down like it explained everything. What he didn't write down was the rebar density, which was closer to a bridge pylon than a fence, or the fact that I had the foundation trenched 2.5 meters down, or that the gate opened only from the inside, and the outside face of it was one smooth, unbroken plate with no handle, no hinge, no seam. He asked about that too. I said I'd had a problem with people at a previous site. He nodded. Everyone nods, if you say it flatly enough. Underground was where the real money went. 2 levels. The first one I sold to the county as climate-controlled chemical storage, which it genuinely was, and the second one I did not sell to anybody because I did not put it on the drawings. Water. Water is the thing that kills people, not zombies. Everyone stockpiles rice, and nobody stockpiles the 8 tons of water it takes to cook the rice. I had 2 ponds dug. The big one held 100,000 cubic meters. The small one held 27,000, and the small one was clean water only, and it was covered. Filtration, UV, backup filtration, and a stack of replacement membranes tall enough to sit on. On paper, this was a cooling water system for the production line. In reality, it was the reason my base would still be drinking. In year 3, then I filled the place up, 5,000 tons of unhulled rice, not milled. Unhulled, because milled rice goes bad, and unhulled rice sits in a sealed bin for years and sulks. 100,000 cases of instant noodles. 50,000 cases of compressed biscuit, salt by the pallet, because everybody forgets salt and then everybody gets very sick. Cooking oil, sugar, powdered milk, vitamin tablets in industrial drums. Medicine was harder because you cannot walk into a pharmacy and buy 11,000 boxes of amoxicillin without a very interesting conversation. So I bought expired stock, or near expired. There is an entire ugly little market in near-expiry pharmaceuticals, and the men who run it will sell you a truckload of antibiotics that have 4 months left on the label and ask you exactly 0 questions, because the only people who buy that are people doing something they shouldn't. I suppose, one of those people. I bought antibiotics, saline, sutures, tetanus vaccine, insulin, painkillers, and about 900 kilograms of disinfectant. Weapons were the fun part, in the sense that a root canal is the fun part. China does not let you have guns. I want to be extremely clear about that because otherwise the next few hours of this story make no sense. You cannot buy a gun. You cannot buy a gun with money, with charm, or with a very good reason. What you can buy is a crossbow if you write down that it's for a sport shooting club, and I wrote that down 50 times. 50 industrial crossbows, 100,000 bolts, steel-tipped, in sealed crates, 3 million yuan, and the salesman shook my hand with both of his and asked if I was starting a franchise. I also bought 1,000 drones, cheap ones. The kind that a hobbyist flies into a tree and then buys another one, and 500 sound-emitting balls which are marketed as a bird deterrent for orchards and which are, in fact, a speaker in a rubber shell that will scream at 120 decibels for 4 hours. If you can't figure out yet why I bought those, don't worry, I'm going to show you. 300 long-range walkie-talkies, 200 handhelds, 30 military-grade base units with a repeater kit, night vision goggles by the crate, thermal cameras. Body armor, which I imported as industrial impact protection, which is technically what it is if you're being extremely charitable. I bought the trucks. I bought the fuel to run the trucks. I bought 2,700 tons of diesel across 4 months from 12 different suppliers, because if you buy that much from one supplier, a man in a nice shirt comes to visit you. I bought generators, solar panels, the whole south face of the compound, coal, machine tools, 2 small-scale production lines that a normal cleaning products company has no earthly use for. And then, about a month out, I did the only genuinely stupid thing in the whole 6 months, and I'm still not sure it was stupid. I found the Doomsday forums. You have to understand, I was going crazy. 6 months of knowing, and not one person to say it out loud to. So I got on a preppers group, one of the big ones. Thousands of people who spend all day arguing about water filters, and I made an account, and I called myself Vanguard. I didn't tell them anything. Not really. I posted the way a paranoid man posts. Get out of large cities. If you can't get out, get to the edge. Buy unhulled grain, not white rice. Your door is the whole plan, so reinforce your door. And then, in early October, one post. Something is going to happen this month. I can't tell you how I know. And if you're near Guangyuan City, there's a gas station at the Mentang exit, and I'll be there on the 11th and the 12th. Do you know what happened? Nothing happened. 12 people said I needed help. 4 people asked if it was a marketing campaign. 1 admin threatened to ban me. 2 of them believed me. 1 was a man calling himself Cloud Drifter, who I would later learn was named Yang Ming, and who is now the reason my base doesn't get overrun, and I'll get to him. The other was an account called Xiao Fox. Xiao Fox asked good questions. Xiao Fox asked what to do if you can't leave because someone in your family won't leave. I told her to prepare in place and gave her the gas station and the dates. She said, "Thank you. I want you to remember Xiao Fox, not because anything happens right now, because of what it cost me, and because I never once knew it was happening while it was happening, which is the part that actually keeps me up." October 9th, everything was done. The wall was up. The ponds were full. The warehouses were stacked to the ceiling and the underground levels were sealed, and the 92 people I'd hired were all quietly on payroll and all quietly living within 40 minutes of the gate, because that was the last piece. You can build the greatest fort in the world, and it does you no good if on the night it matters, you're inside it alone with 5,000 tons of rice and nobody to help you carry it. So I threw a party. Green Origins grand opening, October 10th, 6 p.m. at the factory, catered, open bar. I invited everyone I employed and told them to bring their families, and I meant that so aggressively that I hired 11 buses to go collect them. I invited my parents, my uncle, my cousin. I invited an agricultural professor named Xu Lei, who had no reason at all to come to a cleaning products factory, and when he declined, I sent a card to his university, and he came out of politeness and never went home again. Some of them didn't want to come. My father's brother said he had a thing. I told him the thing could wait. Liu Haoran, who ran fruit stands with his parents, said his mom and dad wouldn't want to come to a company party. I sat in his living room for an hour until they agreed. Shulei still tells people I basically kidnapped him. 92 employees, their families, a little over 230 people on the grounds when the sun started going down. And now the part I don't feel good about. There was medication in the drinks, all of them. Broad-spectrum antibiotics, at a dose a doctor would call aggressive and a lawyer would call a felony. Every bottle of water, every soft drink, every beer at that party, for 4 hours. I'd watched it happen once already. In the first month of the old world, more people died from what got into them than from what got them. A scratch on a door frame, a cut on a can lid, and 8 days later, you're gone with a fever in a room that smells like copper. I couldn't hand out pills. If I handed out pills, someone asks why. So I put it in the drinks and I told nobody, and for 6 months, I have been the only person on this base who knows that, and now you know it too. At 5:40, my mother found me standing by the pond staring at the water. She said, "Ah Wei, come eat something." I said, "In a minute." She said, "You've been strange for months." I said, "I know." She patted my arm the way she'd been patting my arm since I was 6 and went back inside, and I looked at my watch, and it was 5:42. At 5:58, I walked to the main gate. Old Wu, the guard, was on duty. He looked at me, and I looked at the road, and I said, "Wu, close it." He said, "Boss, there are people still coming from the second bus." I said, "Are they on the grounds?" He counted. They were. I said, "Then close the gate." He closed the gate. 6 p.m. Nothing. 6:01. Nothing. At 6:03, I started to have the single worst thought of my entire life, which was, what if I'm just insane? What if I dreamed 10 years? What if I liquidated my mother's savings and bought a fortress in the middle of nowhere and drugged 200 people's drinks because I had a very bad dream, and tomorrow I am going to have to explain all of this to a doctor? At 6:04, the ground started to smoke. It came up out of the dirt, not from the sky, not from a lab, not from anywhere you could point a gun at. Out of the ground, everywhere, all at once, a thin purple haze rising off the soil like heat off a road, except it was in the pond, and the gravel, and the seams of the concrete, and between the tiles of the parking lot. It didn't smell like anything. That's what people always get wrong. It didn't smell like anything at all. Somebody near the buffet said, "Is that fog?" Somebody else took a photo of it. I got on the PA and said, in the most boring voice I have ever produced, that there was a chemical leak from the tank farm, and that everyone needed to move into building 3 immediately, and that this was a drill we practiced quarterly, which we had never once practiced. 230 people looked at the pretty purple fog, and then at each other, and then, thank every god there is, they walked. Not fast, annoyed, carrying their plates, but they walked. I stood at the door of Building 3 and counted them in, and at the very back of the crowd, there was a man from the logistics office, a nice man, 40-ish, who had been drinking since 3 and had gone out to the far end of the lot to make a phone call. He was on his knees in the parking lot, with the purple haze coming up around him. I called his name. He looked up at me. His eyes were already wrong. Not red, not white, just wrong. In a way I'd spent 10 years learning to recognize from 100 meters away and had spent 6 months hoping I'd never see again. I closed the door. I want to be honest about that too. I could have gotten to him. I was faster than him. I could have made it out and back and hauled him inside, and we would have had a man in the room with 200 people who was 11 minutes from waking up hungry. I closed the door and I threw the bolt and I stood with my back against it while behind me 230 people ate cold catering and complained about the drill, and outside, all over the planet, the human race was ending. That's the mutation night. You want the numbers? I'll give you the numbers, but I want you to understand that nobody knew them for months. We pieced them together later, from radio, from people who came in, from arithmetic. 95%. 95 out of every 100 people alive on Earth that evening turned, not bitten, not infected by anyone. The mist came up and it went into everyone, and out of every 100, 5 stayed people. Some of those 5 got locked in with the other 95, so call it 2% still breathing by morning. 10 billion people on that planet. You do that multiplication and then try to sleep. Inside building 3, at 11 minutes past 6, 3 of them turned. A woman from the packing floor, a boy of about 19 who did deliveries, and a man I had personally interviewed, whose name I'm not going to say, because his wife still works for me, and she has never asked me how he died, and I have never told her. 200 people found out what the world was in the space of about 90 seconds, in a room with no exits, and there was screaming, and I have never in my life heard a sound like that, and I have heard some sounds. And what I remember most from that night is not the fighting, it's that my father, who is 61 years old and who had not spoken to me for 11 days about the futures, picked up a folding chair and put himself between a thing that used to be a packer and a room full of children and swung. We held the room. We lost 6 people, 6 out of 231, on a night when the planet lost 95 out of every 100. At about 4 in the morning, it was quiet enough that I could hear the fluorescent lights buzzing, and my mother sat down on the floor next to me and didn't say anything for a while. And then she said, "You knew?" I said, "Yes." She said, "How long?" I said, 6 months. She looked at the door for a long time. Then she said, "Is there more?" And I said, "Mom, there is so much more." And that is the first completely honest sentence I said to anybody in half a year. The first morning, nobody wanted to open the door. I did it anyway, because the alternative was 200 people in one room with one bathroom, and I'll take The Walking Dead over that. The purple mist was gone. The parking lot looked completely normal, which was somehow the worst part. Catering tables still set up, a tray of spring rolls sitting in the sun, somebody's shoe, and out past the gate, on the road, the man from the logistics office was standing very still with his back to us, facing nothing, the way they do when there's no sound and no smell to point them anywhere. That's the first thing you learn. They don't wander, they wait. A room with a zombie in it and no noise is a room with a statue in it, and the statue will stand there for a month. We spent that day counting. 225 people, 92 employees, their husbands and wives and parents and kids, my family, and one agricultural professor who kept asking when the buses were coming back. 6 dead, which we buried in a trench past the north wall, which took 4 hours because nobody had ever dug a grave and everybody kept stopping. 5,000 tons of rice, enough water for years. Enough diesel to run a small town, 50 crossbows, 100,000 bolts, 1,000 drones, and not one single firearm. That last one was going to be a problem. Day 2, I did the only speech I have ever given that I actually rehearsed. I got everyone in the yard and I told them the truth, which was, the government is not coming. Not because they don't care, but because whatever happened to us happened to them, in every police station and every barracks and every hospital, at exactly the same second. There is no help, there is no outside. The line at the gate is the line, and everything on this side of it is what we have. Then I told them the rules. Everyone works, not everyone contributes, not we all pitch in. Everyone works every day at a job I assign, and the ones who work get fed. There is no democracy here. If you want democracy, the gate opens from the inside and I will personally hold it for you. I expected a fight. I got a woman in accounting raising her hand and asking what time breakfast was. That's the thing nobody tells you about the end of the world. People don't want freedom. In a burning building, people want somebody to point at a door. The first real job was the wall. 5 meters is a joke. 5 meters is enough to stop a man and not nearly enough to stop the thing a man turns into. And I knew exactly how not enough it was because I had spent 10 years watching walls fail. So on day 3, I stood in front of 90 adults with shovels and said we were taking it to 12 meters. Somebody laughed. Not meanly. The way you laugh when a man says he's going to swim to Japan. We went to 12. Then we kept going. It's at 20 now, and 2 meters thick at the base, and I'll tell you exactly why later, and when I tell you, you're going to wish it was 30. The second job was the ponds, the greenhouses, the generators, and 100 other unglamorous things that don't make a good story. So here's the one that does. About a week in, I noticed I could carry more, not a lot more. I was moving sandbags and I realized I'd been taking 2 at a time for an hour and hadn't stopped. I went and found the gym scale, which we'd hauled out of the office building, and I tested my grip. 50 kilograms. Normal. Boring. Slightly embarrassing, honestly, for a man who used to be a soldier. 8 days later, it was 70. 6 days after that, it was 80, and I stopped telling myself it was the exercise because you do not add 30 kilos of grip strength in 2 weeks by carrying sandbags. You add it by being something that is no longer entirely what it was. I'd seen this before. In the old life, maybe 1 in 1,000 people started changing after the mist. Some got faster, some got stronger. Almost all of them got exactly one thing and got it in one place, which is why my legs, last time, ended up looking like a racehorse had been grafted onto a bank teller. We called them evolvers, which is not a great name, but the people naming things had other priorities. Here's what was different this time, and I noticed it slowly, the way you notice a room getting warmer. It wasn't just my hands, it was my hands and my back and my hearing and the fact that I woke up one morning and could read the serial number off a crate across the warehouse. It was that I stopped needing to look before I stepped. My legs, my arms, my eyes, my ears, my reflexes, all at once, all of them climbing. Last time I got legs. This time I was getting everything. I have never told a single person that. Not my father, not my mother, certainly not the woman I'll get to in a while who has spent an unreasonable amount of time smelling my laundry. Because a base full of people who think their boss is strong is a base that works. A base full of people who know their boss is not entirely human is a base that starts having meetings without him. Anyway, 2 weeks in, we ran out of the one thing I couldn't buy. We had food for years and water for years and not a single gun, and there were dozens of them standing outside my wall every night getting bolder, and my entire arsenal was crossbows and enthusiasm. So on day 16, I took 11 people and 3 trucks, and we went to get some. You want to know how you clear a police station with no weapons? You use a drone and a song. I sent one of the cheap little quadcopters over the compound with a sound ball zip-tied to its landing gear, dropped it to about 4 meters over the front steps, and turned it on. What came out of it was a pop song. Not even a good one. The one that plays in every supermarket in the country. The one about apples. The one you cannot escape. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, and the front doors of that police station came off their hinges. They poured out. 40 of them. 50. More. All sprinting at a plastic toy playing a song about apples at 90 decibels. And Xiao Shu, who was 19 and had been playing games on his phone 8 hours a day for a decade and was therefore the single most valuable pilot in Guangyuan City, walked that drone backwards down the street at 4 kilometers an hour with the whole station following it like ducks. He led them 600 meters, took them around a corner, and parked them in a dead-end alley behind a hot pot restaurant. Then he raised the drone to 8 meters and left it there, screaming about apples, and they climbed. I need you to understand this because everything about the next 2 months turns on it. They cannot jump. They cannot climb a wall. What they can do is stand on each other. The ones in front get walked over by the ones behind, and those get walked over too. And in about 90 seconds, there was a pile of them in that alley 3 meters high and building, all of them clawing at a 200 yuan drone. They don't feel weight. They don't get crushed. They just stack. I stood on a fire escape watching a tower of corpses assemble itself under a toy, and I remember thinking, very calmly, my wall is 5 meters. That was the last day anybody argued with me about the wall. The station itself was empty in 11 minutes, 12 pistols, 3 carbines from the armed response locker, a little over 1,000 rounds, most of it in sealed boxes, and I want you to sit with that number, because 1,000 rounds sounds like a lot until you have 90 people and you realize that's 11 bullets each and then everybody's holding a club. We also found Sun Jian, holding cell, 3rd door down. He'd been in there since the 9th for a bar fight, which he told me about immediately and at length, and which involved a chair, and which he insisted was not his fault. He had been locked in a cage for 16 days while the world ended around him, drinking out of a cistern and eating nothing, and when we cut the lock, he stood up, looked at 11 armed strangers, and said, "Do you have any food?" I said we did. He said, "Then I'll do whatever you want." He's my chief interrogator now. That's a whole thing. We'll get there. The trip back was quiet until we passed the second intersection, and Wu Bo, who I have known since we were 7, said from the driver's seat, "Ah Wei." I said, "What?" He said, "You knew where the guns were kept." I said, "Everybody knows where the guns are kept." He said, "You knew which locker." And I looked out the window and said nothing, and he let it go. And he has let it go about 400 times since, and one day I'm going to have to answer him. We got back to the gate at 4 in the afternoon, and Zhu Longfei was standing in the middle of the yard with about 30 people behind him. Zhu Longfei ran the maintenance crew. Big guy, loud in the friendly way, which is a very good disguise for loud in the other way. And in 16 days, he had done some math of his own, and his math went like this. There are 5,000 tons of rice in that warehouse, and there are 200 of us, and one man decides who eats. So while I was out, he'd been talking, not to everyone, to the ones who'd lost somebody on the first night, and the ones who were scared, and the ones who thought the rules were harsh, and honestly, the rules were harsh. He came up to the truck before I was out of it and said loud enough for the yard, "Boss, we need to talk about the food." I said, "Sure." He said, "People are working 10 hours a day on 2 meals. There's enough in there for 10 years. Everybody can see the warehouse." And here's the thing, he wasn't wrong. That's what made him dangerous. If he'd been an idiot, I could have laughed at him. But he stood there in front of 30 people and said a true thing, which was that there was more food than we were eating. So I asked him a question. I said, "How many years do you think this lasts?" He said, "What?" I said, "The rice. How many years if we eat like you want?" He said something about 10 years. I said, "And after the 10 years?" He didn't have an answer for after the 10 years. Nobody ever does. That's the entire trick. I said, "In November it's going to rain and everything growing outside is going to die. Not the crops, the soil. Every field within 1,000 kilometers of this wall is going to stop working, and it is not going to start again for years. And when that happens, the 5,000 tons in that warehouse stops being food. It becomes the only food. And the number of people who will come to this gate to get it will be more than you can imagine." Zhu Longfei said, "How could you possibly know that?" And I said, "The same way I knew to build the wall. That landed better than it should have, because they were standing inside a fortress that a man had built 6 months before anybody needed one, and it is very hard to argue with a prophet when you're eating his rice." I gave him one out. I said, "Right there, in front of everybody, the ration goes up 10% starting tomorrow, and anyone who thinks the rules here are too hard can walk out that gate today with 3 days of food, and nobody will stop them or say a word about it." 11 people took it. Zhu Longfei didn't. Zhu Longfei went quiet and smiled and said he'd misunderstood, and I watched him walk away, and I knew with absolute certainty that I was going to have to kill him. Not because I'm clever, because I'd been in 3 settlements in my old life, and I had watched this exact scene play out in all 3. And in all 3, the man who backed down and smiled came back at night with a knife. He did it 8 days later, him and 12 others. The plan was to take the underground key off my father, open the gate at 3 in the morning, load 2 trucks, and go. It was actually a reasonable plan, and it fell apart because one of the 13 was a 50-year-old woman from the cafeteria who came to my door at 11 at night and cried for 10 minutes before she could get the words out. I didn't kill them. I want that on the record because of what I do later, and because I don't want you thinking I was always like this. I stood the whole base up at dawn, and I laid it out. Every name, every part of the plan, and then I opened the gate and I put all 13 of them outside with a day of water and nothing else. My uncle asked me why I didn't just handle it inside. I said, because 200 people need to see the gate open and the gate close, and they need to see who ended up on which side. 4 of the 13 were still at the gate at nightfall, screaming. 3 were still there in the morning. None of them were there the day after that, and that was the last time anybody at Green Origin Base tested me on food. It cost 13 people, one of whom was a maintenance foreman I actually liked, and I have thought about that morning a great deal, mostly at about 2 a.m. But it bought me something I could not have bought any other way, which is that from that day on, when I said a thing, the base moved. And in about 6 weeks, 150 strangers were going to come out of the tree line at that gate and try to take it. And the reason we survived was that when I said the word, nobody asked me a question. Anyway, that's the boring part. 2 days after I threw 13 people out, I found the city bureau. And the city bureau had an armory. A county police station is a filing cabinet with a pistol in it. A city public security bureau is something else entirely. And the one in Guangyuan City had a special armed police detachment attached to it, which meant a vault, which meant we drove 40 kilometers with 6 trucks and every crossbow we owned. We got there at 9 in the morning. The front gates were open, which is never good. Cars in the street with the doors hanging, a riot van on its side across 2 lanes. And parked in the motor pool, absolutely untouched, was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. It was an armored riot vehicle, 6 wheels, gun ports, steel plate over the engine block, wire mesh over the windows, and mounted on the front, because some genius in a procurement office had approved it. A hydraulic ram assembly for pushing barricades. I named it Sabretooth about 4 seconds after I saw it, and I have never once been embarrassed about that. Clearing the bureau took the whole day and cost us our first real casualty, a man named Xiao Feng who I'd hired to run the loading dock, who went through a door he had been told twice not to go through alone. That's not a dramatic story, that's just how it happens. Somebody gets tired, somebody stops listening, and then you're standing in a corridor with a machete and a decision. We took him home. We buried him at the north wall. He was number 7, and I want to tell you I remember all of the first 10 and I do, and I want to tell you I remember all of them and I don't. The vault was worth it. 72 pistols, 31 submachine guns. 800 grenades, which I did not expect and which we handled like they were made of glass and eggs. 30,000 rounds. 30,000. I sat down on a crate in that armory and I laughed until Wu Bo came over to check on me. You need to understand what that number means to a man who spent 10 years scavenging for bullets one at a time. 30,000 rounds is not ammunition. 30,000 rounds is a policy. We went back 6 more times that week and stripped that building down to the wiring. That night, on the way home in a truck that smelled like gun oil and diesel, I had my last conversation with the internet. The networks had been degrading for 18 days, in that ugly way where it isn't off, it's just worse every morning. Servers were on backup power, and backup power runs out. By day 24, maybe one attempt in 50 went through, and each one took a minute to load, and every time it did, the number of people on the other side was smaller. I got onto the preppers group one last time, from the passenger seat of Sabretooth, holding my phone up against the windshield like an idiot to get a bar. There were about 40 people still posting. 40, out of thousands. Some of them were in apartments. One was in a hospital stairwell and had been for 11 days. One was a woman posting from a bathroom with a wardrobe against the door, and she was asking politely if anyone knew how long a person could go without water, and by the time my reply loaded, her account had gone dark. I posted 3 things. First, they are getting better, not smarter. Better. Their hearing is going to sharpen and their nose is going to sharpen and they will differentiate, which is a horrible word. That means the ones that are going to become a problem have already started becoming it. Don't get comfortable because you survived a month. Second, the address of my gate. Third, come now, because in about 10 days the roads are going to get worse, and after that, they're never getting better. Then the signal died in the middle of the 3rd post, and that was the end of the internet, forever, and I sat there with a dark phone in my hand at 11 at night on a highway with no lights on it, and I felt something I hadn't felt since I woke up in that apartment, which was alone. 2 people came. One of them arrived 4 days later at the gate in a hatchback with a bicycle in the back seat and about 90 kilos of tools, and when old Wu asked him who he was, he said, "Tell your boss Cloud Drifter is here. Yang Ming, 36, mechanical engineer, worked 11 years for a company that made agricultural machinery and had spent his entire adult life on a forum arguing about water filters with people who thought he was insane." I came down to the gate and looked at him through the slot, and he looked at me and said, "You're Vanguard." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You knew?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "How?" And I said, "Do you want to come in or do you want to keep asking me that?" And he thought about it for a second and then he said, "I want to come in, but I'm going to keep asking." He's been asking for 2 months. I have never answered him. He built the thing that keeps my wall from being climbed, and I'm going to tell you about it, and when I do, remember that a man who nobody listened to for 11 years designed it in an afternoon. The other one who came was not a person, it was a note. Somebody had printed my gas station post, the one from October, and it went around. Not far, but it went. And a month and a half later, a woman I have never met was standing in a wrecked apartment in Shen City, showing that printout to her mother. I did not know about that for a very long time. I'll tell it when I get there. I'd appreciate it if you didn't get ahead of me. Now, the reason I'd wanted the city bureau so badly was Angshan. Angshan County had a station I remembered. Big one. Regional. Which meant, in theory, an armory worth 2 of the ones we'd taken, and we drove out there on the 23rd with 8 vehicles and a plan. The plan died at the gate because there were people in it, not zombies, people. 40, maybe 50 of them, living inside the compound, and standing at the top of the outer stairs with a rifle he clearly knew how to hold, was a police officer in a dirty uniform who had not slept in a long time. I got out. I put my hands where he could see them. I said we had food and we wanted to trade. He said, "For what?" I said, "Guns." And he laughed. Genuinely laughed. The first laugh I'd heard from a stranger since the 10th of October. Then he said, "And I have." Thought about this sentence roughly once a week ever since. "Boss, I've got 200 people alive in here because of what's in that room. The guns are never leaving my hands. Come back when you're offering something I want more than a way to protect them." And then he said, "But if you're hungry, come inside. We've got soup." I looked at the roof. I counted 4 positions. 2 of them were kids, honestly, 19 or 20, but they were watching my rear vehicle and they were watching it right. I could have taken that station. I want to be very honest about that. 8 vehicles, 31 submachine guns, and a man who could already lift a car door off its hinges. I could have taken it, and it would have cost me maybe 4 people. I said thank you, and I got back in Sabretooth, and I told Xiaoshu to turn us around. Wu Bo said from the driver's seat, "That's it?" I said, "That's it." He said, "We could take it." I said, "How many do we lose?" He said, 3 or 4. I said, "Name them." He didn't say anything for the rest of the drive. 3 weeks later, I went back to that station. And I want you to remember that officer, because when I tell you what I found on the floor of that lobby, you're going to understand exactly why I stopped being the kind of man who turns a convoy around. So we came home empty, and I needed a win, and the win was a chemical factory 8 kilometers west of Mentang. Now I know. A chemical factory is not a win. A chemical factory sounds like the part of the story where everyone is bored. Stay with me, because the chemical factory is where I got the 2 most important people in my base and where I killed the first person I have ever killed with my own hands, and both of those happened in the same 40 minutes. The place was called Yuanhua Chemical. It made industrial solvents, fertilizer precursors, and a short list of things that a man with the right education can turn into something a lot louder than fertilizer. We rolled in on a Tuesday and found the outer wall breached in 3 places, about 200 bodies in the yard, and 41 living people barricaded on the 2nd floor of the admin block with a fire hose rigged across the stairs. They'd been there 26 days. Their leader came out first. Woman, mid-20s, expensive coat that had been expensive a month ago, hair still somehow done. She introduced herself as Xu Meng, and she said she was the operations manager of the facility, and she said it in the exact tone of voice people use when they are telling you their father's name without telling you their father's name. Behind her came a man in his 40s in a lab coat over a tracksuit, which is the single most engineer thing I have ever seen a human being wear. That was Wu Tao, chief process engineer, 22 years, 3 patents, and a face like a man who has been doing arithmetic in his head continuously for a month. And behind him, a younger one, Zhou Peng, production line supervisor, who was holding a length of pipe and did not put it down for the entire first hour. They had water. They were out of food. They'd been eating out of the vending machines and then out of the vending machine coin trays, and one of them had been drinking the water in the fire suppression system, and I could see it in their faces. Xu Meng wanted to negotiate. Xu Meng wanted a lot of things. She wanted food delivered, and she wanted her people to stay in place, and she wanted an arrangement where Green Origin protected the facility, and she ran it, and she explained this to me for 9 minutes in a stairwell that smelled like a latrine, while 150 meters away, a wall was down. I said, "Ma'am, do you know how many are outside?" She said the wall had held for 26 days. I said, "The wall is open in 3 places. It held because it's quiet. You've had 40 people breathing behind a hose for a month. It's not a wall, it's a lid." She said she'd take her chances, and then Wu Tao, who had not spoken once, said, "I'll go." That's it. 2 words. He stepped out from behind her and said it, and Zhou Peng stepped out with him, and 11 other people started shuffling, and Xu Meng's whole face changed in a way I've only seen on people who have never once in their lives had a subordinate say no to them. I looked at Wu Tao and I asked him what he did. He told me, solvents, precursors, 22 years. And then he said, and this is exactly how he said it, without any drama at all, "Boss, if you give me a workshop and a supply of ammonium nitrate, I can make you explosives. If you give me copper and time, I can probably make you bullets. I don't know how to shoot anybody, but I can make the things that do. I want you to understand what a man like that is worth in a world where the last factory just closed." I said, "You have a workshop. Get your people." He said, "I have one condition. Everyone's got a condition." I said, "What?" He said, "My mother and father are alive in a village 800 kilometers from here. I know they're alive. I want you to promise me that if there is ever a day when it's possible, you'll help me go and get them." 40 people in a stairwell watching. I said, "If there's a day when it's possible, I'll take you myself." He shook my hand. "It's the only contract I've ever signed with my mouth, and I'm going to tell you about the day I paid it, and I'm going to tell you what it cost him, and I'm sorry in advance." We took 13 of them and about 400 tons of chemical stock, and we were loading the last truck when the fire alarm went off. I have no idea who did it. To this day, somebody leaned on a panel, or a short in the system, or one of Xu Meng's people got scared in the dark. But at 4 in the afternoon, in a compound with 3 holes in the wall, every bell in that building went off at once and did not stop. Do you remember what I told you about noise? They came from the town, from the road, from inside buildings we'd already cleared, out of the crawl spaces we'd never looked in. In 4 minutes, there were 300 of them in the yard, and in 6 minutes, there were 500, and the alarm just kept going, ringing out over a compound with 150 living people in it and 1 gate. That's the day I found out about the second thing. I was running for the truck. There was a man ahead of me, one of the chemical workers, and there was a thing coming out of a doorway on his left, and I was 11 meters away, and there was no possible way I was getting there. And the world got slow. I don't have a better description. It didn't stop. It didn't freeze. It went thick, like everything was moving through syrup, and I wasn't. I saw the doorway. I saw the angle. I saw exactly where his foot was going to land, and I had time, real time, seconds of it, to decide what to do, in a window that could not have been more than a quarter of a second wide, and then I was there. I don't remember crossing the 11 meters. I remember arriving. Afterwards, sitting on the tailgate with my hands shaking and someone else's blood on my forearm, I did the arithmetic and it made me want to lie down. My grip was 80 kilos. My reaction time was now something I could not measure with a stopwatch because I was the fastest thing at the stopwatch. My eyes were sharpening. My ears were sharpening. Last time I got fast legs, and I was grateful for a decade. This time I was getting all of it, and it wasn't slowing down. We got out with 211 of the 213 people we'd brought and taken, which is a very good day, and Shumeng's group came with us because the alternative was a yard with 500 things in it, and that is where I killed her. Here's what happened, and I'll keep it short. She was in the third truck with 11 of her own. When we stopped at the county line to redistribute fuel, she went to Joe Pang and offered him a deal, which was help her take the 2 rear trucks and go, and she'd make sure his family was taken care of, and she had a name that meant something, and a father who had people in Guangzhou. Joe Peng came to me. I walked back to the third truck, and I asked her, in front of everybody, if she'd said it, and she said yes, not defiant, puzzled. She looked at me like I'd asked her whether water was wet, and she said something I have never been able to get out of my head, which was, everyone's doing this. This is what everyone is doing right now. She wasn't lying. That's the thing. Somewhere in Guangzhou, her father was doing exactly this, on a scale that would make you sick, and I'll get to him too. I told her people they could stay or go, and 9 of them stepped away from her without being asked twice, and then I did it, and it took one movement, and I'm not going to describe it because there's nothing in it worth having in your head. I'd killed a lot of things by then. She was the first person. I remember standing there afterward looking at the highway and noticing that my hands weren't shaking. In the old world, the first time a man killed another man, his hands shook for a day. Mine didn't do anything, and I stood there on a dead highway realizing that the 6 months I spent buying rice had also, quietly, been 6 months of getting ready to be this, and that the getting ready had worked. Then I got back in Sabretooth and told them to drive. 2 weeks later, a convoy of 5 vehicles was going to come up out of Guangzhou looking for that woman, and they were going to find my tire tracks, and about 600 people were going to die because of a thing I did on a highway in 20 seconds. But that's a while off yet, and first, I have to tell you about the man with the dice. 3 kilometers from my gate, there was a fastener factory, and in that fastener factory, there was a man named Feng Gang. I didn't know about him for a month. That's the part I still don't love. 3 kilometers the whole time, while I was digging ponds and arguing about rations. Here's how he worked, and I want you to hear it properly, because everything I did to him after this is going to look excessive until you've heard it. Feng Gang had about 40 men. They drove out in the morning in 2 vans, and they went looking for survivors, and when they found a building with people in it, they did not kick the door in. They knocked, and they yelled the exact same 4 words every single time. Rescue has arrived. That's it. That's the whole operation. You've been in a stairwell for 3 weeks eating raw noodles, and somebody outside yells that rescue has arrived, and you open the door, because what else is a human being going to do? Then they took everything, and they took the people too, and the people went back to the fastener factory. The ones who could work, worked, hauling, digging, stripping buildings. And when the group went out to raid somewhere with too many corpses around it, they took a few of the prisoners along and put them out front, on foot, to make noise. You understand what that is. You walk a man into an intersection, you make him shout, and while 40 of them are coming for him, you go in the back of the supermarket. They had 11 people doing that when I found them. 11. They'd started with 19. Now, I did not go looking for Feng Gang out of righteousness. I want to be honest with you all the way through this, or there's no point telling it. I found out about him because he found out about me. At the end of October, we started clearing the ground outside our own wall because a few dozen of them had been drifting in each night and standing under the gate, and a few dozen becomes a few hundred if you leave it alone for a week. We did it the slow way. We hung baskets off the top of the wall on the crane arm, 2 people to a basket, 10 meters of pipe with a sharpened point on the end, 6 kilos each. You lower down, you take the ones under you, you come up. It's not a battle, it's a job. It's a horrible, repetitive, industrial job, and the first day we did it, exactly 1 person threw up, and it was one of my managers. Lin Yue ran the living quarters. 32, sharp as a tack, always in heels before the 10th of October, and never once out of them since. And she got in a basket because we were short, and she wasn't going to ask somebody else to do a thing she wouldn't do. She went down. She did it. Then she came up, walked 12 steps away from the crane, and was extremely sick into a drainage grate. And then she wiped her mouth on her sleeve, and she got back in the basket. I saw it from the gatehouse, and I didn't say anything to her, because she'd have died of embarrassment, and because there was nothing to say. She stabbed corpses for 4 hours with her makeup still on, and later on she's going to tell me something about that day that reframes the entire thing, and when she does, I'm going to have to sit down. We buried about 200 of them that week in a pit past the north wall, and on the 4th day, Feng Gang's scout followed our convoy home. We didn't see him. He was good, or lucky. He sat in a grass line 500 meters out and watched a 12-meter wall go up on the horizon, and then he drove back to his fastener factory and told his boss that there was a warehouse full of food out here with 100 civilians sitting on it, and Feng Gang, being a thorough man, decided to come and look for himself. He came at night with 4 vehicles to sit and count, which is what I would have done. It's also why, at 11:40 on the 2nd of November, my night watch on the Northeast Tower called down on the radio and said, very calmly, "Boss, there's a car with no lights on the service road. We took them in about 90 seconds. I want to spend 1 sentence on that 90 seconds. We had 31 submachine guns, 12 pistols, thermal cameras on the wall, and a man who could cross a parking lot faster than a car could reverse out of it. They had 4 hunting knives and a shotgun with 6 shells. It was not a fight, it was a formality. Feng Gong came out of that car with his hands up and a smile already on his face, and he started talking before his knees hit the ground. He was very good at talking. That's how a man gets 40 followers. He explained that it was a misunderstanding, and then he explained that he had a compound with supplies we might want, and then, when neither of those worked, he explained that he had 11 prisoners, and that if anything happened to him, his men had orders. That was a lie. His men had no orders. His men were 40 guys who'd found a guy to follow. But he said it, and my father was standing beside me, and my father is a retired transport department clerk who plays cards on Thursdays, and my father said, "How many of them are there?" Feng Gang said, 40, and my father said quietly, "How many do you need, Ah Wei?" I have thought about that sentence more than almost anything anyone has said to me in 2 lifetimes. That's the moment I understood that whatever I was becoming, it wasn't happening to me alone. 6 weeks earlier, that man had refused to speak to me for 11 days about a futures contract. I said, 20. I took 22. We hit the fastener factory at 4 in the morning, which is when everyone on Earth sleeps worst, and it took 11 minutes. The 11 prisoners were in a materials shed. 2 of them couldn't stand. One of them, a woman of about 60, held on to Gao Lei's arm with both hands and would not let go the entire way back to the truck, and Gao Lei let her and drove one-handed. The 40 were in the dormitory block. We took 38 alive. And then I did something I'd been thinking about since the moment I heard what "rescue has arrived" meant, and I'm going to tell it exactly as it happened. I had them brought out into the yard in the dark and put on their knees in 2 rows, and I sat down on a crate in front of them with a plastic cup in my hand, and in the cup were 2 dice. I said, "Here's how this works. 1 at a time, you come up, you roll. You roll higher than the man before you, he goes to the wall. He rolls higher than you, you go to the wall. Ties, you both roll again." Somebody in the 2nd row started saying we couldn't do this. I said, "You don't have to play. If you don't want to play, tell me now, and I'll take you out of the game." 3 of them said they wouldn't play. I took them out of the game. Nobody else refused. You want to know what the worst thing I have ever seen is? It isn't a corpse tied. It's 35 men on their knees in a factory yard playing dice for their lives, and cheering. Actually cheering. Because when you roll a 6, you have won something, and the human animal does not have an override for that. A man named Xiao Ma rolled a 6 and screamed like he'd hit a jackpot, and then looked at what he'd just done and his face fell off, in the sense that his whole face came apart. Feng Gong went last, because I made him. He rolled a 2 against a 1. He won. He looked up at me from his knees, absolutely radiant with relief, and said, "Boss, I knew you were reasonable." I said, "You did well. Ask God for something else next time." And I walked away, and I left the winners in that yard with the 11 people they'd been walking into intersections. Then I got in the truck. I did not watch. I want that understood, and I also want it understood that I knew exactly what I was doing when I walked away, so it doesn't buy me anything. Wu Bo came after me, said, "Ah Wei, we should stop it." And I said the only thing I've ever come up with that gets me through that night, which is, when somebody has been pushed all the way to the end, there's only one thing that lets the hate out, and it isn't me doing it for them. He didn't like that. I don't like it either. 11 people got in the 2nd truck at dawn. 4 of them work for me now. One of them is on my night defense roster and has never once in 2 months taken a shift off, and Feng Gang I kept. I want to tell you why, because it sounds like cruelty, and it was partly cruelty, but it was mostly logistics. Feng Gong knew where things were. He'd been raiding for a month, and he had 8 locations in his head, and I bled every one of them out of him over 2 days, and every one was real. When he was empty, I took him out to the service road, and I told him something I'd said to him at the fastener factory when he was on his knees. I told him I wouldn't kill him with my own hands. I kept my word. I shot him 3 times in the legs, from about 80 meters, and then I said, out loud, to nobody, I did say I wouldn't kill you with my own hands. I just broke your legs. Then we drove away and left him on the road. He was still alive at dusk. I know that because Xiao Shu, who was 19 and should not have been curious, sent a drone out. He wasn't alive at 9. There's a thing I noticed on that drone footage, and it changed every rule at my base within 24 hours, so let me give it to you straight. The first one that got to him came out of the drainage culvert 40 meters away. It was a woman in an office skirt, and it did not come out when he screamed, and it did not come out when we shot him. It came out about 90 minutes later when he stopped moving. Nobody died and got bitten. He just died. And then he got up. We ran it twice more to be certain, on our own dead, respectfully and horribly, and here is the law that came out of it and that I posted on the board the next morning. Everyone turns. Every human being who dies turns, whether they were bitten or not, and it takes between 1 and 3 hours, which means the person next to you is a countdown, not a threat. A countdown. Your friend who is quietly having a heart attack in the bunk above you at 2 in the morning is going to be a problem at 4. So we made a rule, and every single person on this base still follows it, and visitors think we're insane. If you sleep in a room with another person, you take turns, and the one awake puts a strip of paper on the sleeper's upper lip. A feather works, tissue works. It moves when they breathe and it stops when they don't. 2 months later, I would be sitting in an office listening to a report from a shelter 300 kilometers away that lost 40 people in one night because they piled their dead in a gymnasium, and I would think about a piece of tissue paper. The other thing that came out of Fenggang was the 2 brothers, Ma Lihai and Ma Xiaohu, 28 and 26. They'd been holed up with a group of 9 in a housing block, and Fenggang's people had taken the whole building, and Wu Wenbo's squad got them out on the second sweep. Now here's the part that annoys me to this day. Ma Lihai sat in my cafeteria, eating his second bowl of rice, and told me his life story, unprompted, at length. It included the part where his family spent 280,000 yuan on a bride price for a wedding that then did not happen. That is a genuinely tragic story, and he told it like a man describing a parking ticket, and at no point in 40 minutes did he mention that he had spent 6 years as an army helicopter pilot. I found that out 3 weeks later, by accident, in a completely different conversation, and when I asked him why he hadn't said anything, he looked at me with total sincerity and said, "Boss, you didn't have a helicopter." I want to be clear that I have very good people and that I am going to have an aneurysm. The brothers were also, and I did not expect this, monsters. We had a gym by then. I'd had the equipment moved into the office building, mostly for me. And on the 1st of November, I ran a strength test on the whole combat roster because I wanted numbers. Ma Lihai pulled 165 kilograms one-armed, 800 with 2. That's not an evolver. That's just a man who did 6 years of something extremely unpleasant and then ate 2 bowls of rice for the first time in a month. My numbers that day, 231 armed, 900 with 2. 2 weeks earlier, I'd been at 80. I did not put those numbers on the board. Oh, and one more thing from that gym, and it's going to seem like nothing. I lost a shirt, left it hanging on the bar, went to take a shower, came back, gone. Which is annoying, but it's a factory with 100 people and things walk. Then I lost another one, then a third, and then I stopped counting. And by mid-November, I was down to about 4 shirts that fit me, which is a real problem when you have added 30 kilograms of muscle and cannot exactly pop out to buy more. I asked the quartermaster to look into it. She said she would. Remember that. It's going to become the single most embarrassing conversation of my life, and it happens in a dark room, and I go into it with a loaded gun. Now, the rest of that week we built the thing that actually runs this base, which is the point system, and I'll be quick because I know how this sounds. Everyone gets basic points. Basic points are food, a bed, water, heat, and the right to be inside the wall. You get them for existing here and doing your assigned job. Above that there are contribution points, and you get those for doing things that are hard or dangerous or clever, and you spend them on things that are frankly ridiculous now and were ordinary 2 months ago. 1 point buys 5 packs of instant noodles. 30 points buys a private room instead of a shared one. 50 points lets you bring one person in from outside, subject to my approval. And that 50-point line is the most important number on this base, because it means every single person here has a reason to work that has nothing to do with me. It means the base has a currency, and the currency is the future. I did not invent this because I'm wise. I invented it because I lived in 3 settlements in my old life that ran on generosity, and I watched all 3 of them tear themselves apart in under a year, and then I lived in one that ran on a ledger, and that one was still standing when I died. At the end of October, we finished the wall's first target, 12.5 meters. Barbican over the gate, 300 square meters of it. 90-odd people on a wall for 22 days, and when the last bucket went up, my mother cried, and the cafeteria made noodles with actual meat in them. I stood on top of it that evening and looked out over Mentang town. And that's when I started counting the days on my other calendar, the one in my head, because I'd been so busy building that I'd almost let myself feel good, and standing on 12 meters of concrete in the cold, I remembered what was coming in about a week, and it wasn't a raid, and it wasn't a corpse tide, and there was nothing anybody could shoot at it. It was rain, which meant I had 1 week to go and steal some helicopters. Before I explain the helicopters, I have to explain the basement under my house, because otherwise the helicopters make me look like a wizard. I live in a small building at the back of the base, 2 floors, nothing special. Underneath it there's a room that is not on any drawing and that nobody has ever been in but me. And in that room there is a filing cabinet, and in that filing cabinet is 6 months of homework. Here is a thing about the country I live in that everybody who lives here knows and nobody says out loud at dinner. For about 99% of companies, you can buy the file, not state secrets. I'm not talking about state secrets. I'm talking about the ordinary commercial intelligence market, which is a real industry with real offices, where for a very reasonable fee, a very reasonable man will send you a folder telling you what a company owns, where it keeps it, how many staff are on which floor, which shifts run when, and where the loading bay is. Pay a little more, and it gets uncomfortably specific. Pay a lot more, and you find out things about the chairman that would ruin his week. I spent about 400,000 yuan on folders, grain depots, fuel depots, pharmaceutical warehouses, every police station in 3 cities, and what each one was rated to hold, 2 military districts, which I'll get to, and which cost me more than everything else combined, and a list of every civilian helicopter registered within 600 kilometers and where it slept at night. That last folder was 31 pages. Corporate aviation, a flight training school, 3 TV stations, a medical service, and 11 private owners who had made the mistake of being photographed with their aircraft by a lifestyle magazine. So no, I'm not a wizard. I'm a man who read a lot in a room under his own floor. Now, the reason we went in the first week of November instead of waiting was the calendar in my head, and the calendar said that in about a week the sky was going to do something to every unprotected metal surface on the planet, and I wanted those aircraft under a roof before that happened. I told the base we were going on a long supply run, 10 vehicles, Sabertooth in front, Shuhao's riot van behind it, 6 heavy trucks, and 2 flatbed semi-trailers riding completely empty, which everybody noticed and nobody asked about. 30 of us. 10 days of food. Everything we had. Before we left, I got Hu Ge. Hu Ge was a road bandit with 9 men and a stretch of provincial highway, and his method was to run a car across both lanes and wait. He'd had a good month. He had 11 vehicles worth of other people's possessions stacked in a school gymnasium, and about half of it was still in the bags the owners had packed. We took him on the 6th. It cost us nothing. I had him for 2 hours, and the reason I mention him at all is that Hu Ge gave me 2 things. The first was the road, which is boring. The second was a sentence he said while trying to be useful. He said, "If you want people, there's a huge shelter down in Dongguan. Thousands of them. They took my cousin in. Thousands." I want to be clear about my reaction. It was not sympathy. It was arithmetic. And the arithmetic went, thousands of people in one place with a 4-meter wall in a city that used to hold 20 million. I wrote it down, and I did not do a single thing about it. There's a man in that shelter I'm going to tell you about, whose name is Shu, and I have never met him, and I never will, and I already knew what was going to happen to his home. When Hu Ge had nothing left, somebody asked me what to do with him and his 9. I said they'd become fertilizer for the soil, which got a laugh, and which was also literally true. And I want you to notice that I made a joke about it, because 2 months earlier I would not have, and now I did, and nobody at that table blinked. We left at 6 in the morning on the 7th. The trip out was 300 kilometers of highway, and I want to give you one thing from it, because it explains why my convoy shoots first for the rest of this story. About 180 kilometers in, on a stretch of national road we'd been forced onto by a wreck, there was a village. And in the village, about 40 survivors saw 10 vehicles come around a corner with an armored riot van at the front, and they made a decision. They thought we were police. I've thought about this 100 times, and I'm nearly sure that's what it was. Big vehicles, a riot van, men in body armor. So they came out into the road, all of them, waving, shouting, and the ones at the back were carrying whatever they had. And then, as we slowed, 4 or 5 of them peeled off and went for the rear trucks, and one of them was already up on the tailboard of the 6th vehicle with a crowbar in his hand. They weren't attacking us, I know that. They were starving, and they had decided that whoever we were, that truck had food in it, and if enough of them swarmed it, we'd have to give some up. Wu Wenbo's voice came over the net, asking what to do, and there were 3 seconds where nothing happened, and in those 3 seconds, I watched a man swing a crowbar into the canvas of a truck with 2 of my people in it. I said, "All units, weapons up, roll the windows down." Then I said the other thing. It took about 11 seconds. We drove out of that village at 40 kilometers an hour, and nobody in my convoy said a word for the next 20 minutes. And then Wu Bo, without looking away from the road, said, "They thought we were the government." I said, "I know." He said, "So did I once." We got to the flight training school at 4 in the afternoon. It was on the edge of Ju City, in a district that had been zoned for aviation, which meant no tall buildings, which meant sightlines, which meant I loved it immediately. 11 aircraft on the apron and in the hangars, and a control building, and a fence. And in the fuel bowser shed, curled up under a workbench with a canvas tarp over him, there was a man who weighed about 50 kilos. His name was Song Tao. He was 34, a flight instructor at the school, and he had been in that shed for 29 days. He'd been eating the school's emergency ration kits, which are designed for a man to live on for 72 hours, and then he'd been eating nothing. He had been drinking condensate out of the air conditioning unit. He told me later, completely deadpan, that on about day 24, he had seriously considered whether his belt was food, and that he had gotten as far as taking it off. Gao Lei gave him water first, and he drank it too fast, and it came straight back up. Then Huang Jing gave him a chocolate bar, and he held it for about 10 seconds without opening it, and looked at it, and then started crying, and everybody suddenly had somewhere else to look. I asked him if he could fly. He said, anything with rotors on it. I said, how many of these are flyable? He looked out at the apron and did the count out loud, and this is the moment my base stopped being a fort and started being something else. 6 AC-310s, which are the small ones, 4 or 5 seats, the trainers, 2 AC-352s, medium 10 or 12 seats, real payload, and 1 AC-333, 9 aircraft. 2 of the small ones had been out on the ramp and were a write-off, corroded and stripped by weather. One had a hydraulic problem that had put it in the hangar for maintenance in September, which is the reason it was under a roof, which is the reason it survived. And if the universe wants to make a point about luck, it doesn't usually make it that clearly. 5 flew, 4 could be made to fly, 2 were for parts, and 150 tons of aviation kerosene in the tank farm, which is about 750 drums, which is a number I did not believe until I walked out there and stood next to it. I was standing on the apron with my hands on my head like a man watching the last kick of a football match when Ma Lehigh came over to see what all the noise was about. He looked at the AC-352 and he said, oh, that's a nice one. My brother and I did about 400 hours in the military variant. I said, I'm sorry, you did what? He said, 400 hours, maybe more. Xiao, who's better than me on the medium ones? He did the transport course. I said, Xiao Long. He said, boss? I said, you have been eating my rice for 4 weeks. He said, yes, boss, it's very good rice. I stood on that apron and I looked at the sky and I made a promise to myself, which I have broken about 6 times since, that I was going to sit down with every single person on my base and ask them what they used to be, because clearly I was surrounded by lunatics who considered military helicopter pilot a personal detail on the level of a food allergy. That night we slept in the school's office building. We sealed the ground floor, blocked the stairwell, and put everyone in the 3rd floor conference room. Somebody had the excellent idea of dragging the big table out and putting a cooking pot in the middle of the floor over a fire. 30 people ate hot noodles with actual frozen meat in them. I think it was one of the 2 or 3 best nights this base has ever had. Song Tao ate 3 bowls. Nobody said anything about the 3 bowls. Around 10 I couldn't sleep, so I went up to the roof. 2 of the night watch were up there and both of them nearly shot me, which is fine and correct, and I told them so. Then I leaned on the parapet and got out a cigarette and asked if they minded. One of them said the boss smokes at meetings all the time. Go ahead. And then I put the lighter back in my pocket. She asked why, eventually, in the careful way people ask me things. I said, smoke carries. Downwind. On a night like this, that's a couple of kilometers. I'll smoke at home. She said, I didn't think you'd have that kind of self-control, Mr. Han. I said, I just want to live a bit longer. I can smoke myself stupid when we're back behind the wall. And then the other one, who was taller and who I later learned worked in sales and whose entire hobby was hiking, asked me the question they all eventually ask. She said, Mr. Han, do you think we live? Like all of it? Does the world ever go back? Now, I could have lied. That's the professional answer. Lie warmly, keep morale up, go to bed. I said, I don't know. People ask me that a lot and I don't have it because I'm looking for it too. Then I looked up. And I want to mention this because it's true and because I've never gotten over it. The sky since the power went out is unbelievable. No streetlights, no factories, nothing in the air. You can see the whole thing. It's the one improvement. And I said, but everything we're doing is so the people we care about get longer. I don't let myself think about going back to before, because too many people are dead and they don't come back, and pretending otherwise is an insult to them. So instead we're building a new quiet place. That's what Green Origin is for. Whatever happens out here, I want everybody to feel warm when they get back inside that gate. And then I said the last bit, which I meant as a compliment and which I'm told landed like something else entirely. I said, and you two are out here fighting for that with me. They went very quiet. And then a radio broke the whole moment in half, and it was Xu Hao, and he said, Gao Lei, one's through the wall at your 4 o'clock, handle it. The short one picked up a bow. I want you to picture this properly. It's black, there is no moon. The thing is 100 and something meters out and moving, and she has night vision goggles on, and a recurve bow in her hands, and she draws, and there's this low hum, and then a whistle, and 100 meters away, something falls over and rolls a meter and stops. I said, and I'm quoting myself here, who are you? She lowered the bow and got shy about it, which is somehow worse, and said, I'm Gao Lei, Mr. Han. I'm your receptionist. I said, you're my what? She said, Front desk, on the ground floor. You walk past me every morning. Archery's just a hobby. I've done it for years. I only found out recently that I'm actually a lot better at hitting things that move. I would like to say I responded with dignity. What I actually did was turn to the other one and say, do you have a thing too? Just tell me, I can take it. And Huang Jing from sales said, no, Mr. Han, I'm very ordinary. Leilei's the freak. I went back down those stairs and I stood in the stairwell for a second in the dark and I thought, in one day, I have learned that my transport driver flew gunships and my receptionist can headshot a moving target at 100 meters in total darkness, and I have been running this place for a month. The next morning, we did flight school. Song Tao took the small one up first with the three of us hanging on and shouting over the rotor, and then he put it down and handed it to me. And this is the strange part. When I put my hands on that stick, it was familiar. Not because of a past life. I never flew, ever, in 10 years of that world. It was familiar the way a language you studied badly for one semester is familiar. Except in about 9 minutes, it wasn't badly anymore, and by the 4th landing, Song Tao stopped talking, and after the 6th, he said quietly, have you done this before? I said, no. He said, okay, because whatever is happening to me isn't only in my arms. Ma Lihai and Ma Xiaohu took the medium up like men getting back into their own car after a holiday. 2 hours, and I could fly it too. Roughly, badly, well enough. We were in the air by 10:30, and my first target was a villa district in Guangzhou, because rich men buy helicopters and magazines photograph rich men. Nothing. Empty pads, one of them still with the paint fresh. Second target, a TV station. Nothing. Third, fourth, fifth. Nothing. Nothing. And a wreck lying on its side in a field. 5 locations. 0 aircraft. I sat in the back of that machine watching a dead city go by underneath and thought, in the exact whining voice of a man who has just found 9 helicopters and is upset about it, why is nothing ever easy? 2 of those 5 were in the urban core, and that's where I saw the thing I still see when I close my eyes. We came in over a district at 50 meters, which was the mistake, and the sound went down into that grid of streets and buildings like a stone into water, and the city answered. They came out of everything, out of doorways, out of shop fronts, out of a bus. In under a minute, there were tens of thousands of them in the street beneath us, and they piled the way they do, and the pile went up 10 meters higher. We were at 50, and I could feel every single person in that cabin lean back, because there is a part of your brain that does not do arithmetic, and that part was absolutely certain that the pile was going to reach us. Song Tao took us out of there without being told. Nobody spoke for a while. Then Xiaoshu, 19, said, "Boss, our wall's 12 meters. I said, "I know." That was the day the wall went to 20. Our 6th target was a company headquarters in Guangyuan City, and the chairman of that company had put his helicopter on the roof of his own building, which tells you everything about the chairman. Xiaoshu spotted it first, about a kilometer out, sitting up there clean and undamaged like it was waiting for a Monday morning. Song Tao looked at it for a while and shouted over the rotor that it was a different model but a medium, and that if I gave him some time, he was confident. Now, here's the problem with landing a helicopter anywhere. The helicopter is the loudest object in the world. In a city, that sound goes into every stairwell and every ventilation shaft in a 4-block radius, and every single thing in those buildings turns and starts walking, and the building you have landed on is the building they are walking into. So we had a plan, and the plan was, land, don't shut down, and get to the roof door first. Ma Lihai put us down. The rooftop was 200 or 300 square meters, and there was exactly 1 steel door on it. I went out of that cabin before the skids were fully loaded, and I beat everybody to that door by about 4 body lengths, which I no longer bother hiding, and I got my hands on it and shoved it closed, and on the other side of that door, at that exact second, something hit it, then 2 more, then a lot more. Wu Bo and Xiaoshu got their shoulders in beside me, and we held it, and behind us Song Tao was in the chairman's helicopter throwing switches like a man defusing a bomb, and I was yelling at him to hurry, which was useless, because nobody can hear anything on a roof with 2 rotors turning. The rotor on the chairman's aircraft started moving, and then something landed on my nose. Dust. I looked up, and the wall above the doorframe had cracks in it, and the cracks were getting longer while I watched, and the whole steel frame was walking out of the concrete. Shoddy work. A 12-year-old building, and they'd set a fire door in with about 4 bolts. I said, both of you, back to the aircraft. Tell Song Tao to lift if he can, and leave it if he can't. This door is going. And Wu Bo, who has known me since we were 7 years old, and who at that moment forgot every single title I have, said, Han Wei, you go first, we'll hold it. I said, I can outrun it, and you can't. Move. He moved. That's the whole reason he's still alive, and I'm not going to make a speech about it. 10 seconds. They got to the machine, and Ma Lihai was already pulling pitch, and Song Tao's rotor was up. I looked at the crack running along the top of the frame. Then I turned around, put my back to the door, and kicked it, hard, with the whole leg. Left a dent in it the size of a dinner plate, and I went. Behind me, the door came out of the wall and fell flat, and the roof filled up, and I was in the cabin before it landed. I said, "Take off." Molly High was already taking off. We hung about 40 meters off and looked back, and that entire rooftop was solid, packed shoulder to shoulder, hands reaching up at us, and more coming out of the gap where the door used to be, and the ones at the edges getting pushed off by the ones behind them and going over the side. Nobody in that cabin said anything for about a minute. Then I said, "We are walking magnets. We don't land anywhere again unless we own the ground first." 2 aircraft. That was the day's total, and it was enough. On the way to Guangyuan City, we passed over something I want to describe properly because I'm going to come back to it twice, and the second time, it's not going to be there anymore. It was a school. A secondary school on the outskirts with a circular wall around it, and inside the wall, the football pitch and the basketball courts had disappeared under tents. Hundreds of tents. Sheds of corrugated tin. Washing strung between them. And people everywhere, thousands of them, moving between the buildings in lines. 8,000 people. I found that out later. 8,000. A wall 4 meters high on a good day, and about 250 of them with weapons. I told Molly High to drop and hold, and we sat over it for a couple of minutes, and I looked down at it and I felt absolutely nothing, and that's the part I'd like to be able to change. The whole camp came out to look at us, every one of them, thousands of faces turned up at a helicopter, and I could see, even from up there, exactly what they thought we were. Rescue. Somewhere in that crowd, on a footpath between 2 tents, holding an unwashed metal basin, there was a car mechanic from Fenghe County named Shu. I didn't know that. I've since been told roughly where he was standing. And I looked at that camp and I did the sums, and the sums went. Tents packed edge to edge, 4.5 meters of wall, 200 armed against 8,000 mouths, and every one of those mouths putting out a smell that carries. I said, "Next target." Somebody in the cabin asked if we were going to do anything. I said, "There's nothing to do. That place is finished. They just don't know the date." I want to give you my exact thought as we flew off because I've had 2 months to make it sound better, and I can't. There are hundreds of camps like that. Survivors always pile up together and then something knocks them over, and then the ones who are left pile up again, and it goes around and around, and the only ones still standing at the end are the strongest, the most careful, and the most vicious. I lived that model for 10 years. This time I'd like a slightly easier life. Down in that camp, our 2 minutes of hovering caused a small riot, and their leadership sent 4 vehicles out to chase a helicopter, which is not a thing that can be done, and they came back at dusk with nothing, and the whole incident got written off as a rumor by morning. That's how it works from the other side. You are the hope somebody has for 11 minutes, and then you're a story nobody believes. We started for home the next morning in the rain. 12 vehicles now, plus 2 flatbeds with tarpaulins over shapes that made everybody who saw them slow down. And about 2 hours in, on a side road on the northern edge of Shen City, we came around a bend and there was a minibus stopped in the middle of the road with about 100 of them on it. Completely covered. You couldn't see the windows. The bus was rocking on its springs. I want to be honest about why I did what I did next because I've been asked and I still don't have a good answer. I said, "Xiao Shu, drone, music, get them off it." Shu Hao in the seat behind me said, "Boss?" And I said, "Just do it." The drone went up with a sound ball on it and started playing that same idiot pop song, and Xiao Shu walked them off that bus and down the road, and the rest of the convoy shot the stragglers, and Gao Lei put 4 bolts into 4 heads from a moving truck, which I've stopped commenting on. Under 2 minutes, about 100 of them on the road, and a minibus with a dozen people inside it who were, at that moment, having the single best day of their lives. Then I said, "Move out." We started rolling, and a man came out of that bus and ran after us. "Thank you, thank you. Are you the government? Please take us with you." Wu Wenbo leaned out of the second truck with a rifle and told him to stop. Told him we were not the government, told him we do not take outsiders, and to figure it out himself. The man asked if he could at least thank the boss in person. We didn't stop. And afterwards, Shu Hao turned around in his seat and asked me, genuinely baffled, "Mr. Han, why did we save them?" And I said, and I remember this because I was as confused as he was, "I don't know. I saw the bus and I wanted to do one good thing, maybe because I've killed a lot of people lately." Then I said, "And I had a feeling I'd regret it if I didn't stop for that one." He asked why we didn't take them then. And I said, "Because you can't save everyone in this world and some people don't deserve it. If you're going to save someone, save them and expect nothing, and don't expect the person who saved you to hold your hand forever. This thing is long. In the end, everybody stands on their own feet." He stopped asking. He decided I'd had a moment of unexplained kindness. Here's what I did not know and did not find out for a very long time. In that minibus, in the back left seat, wearing a baseball cap and a scarf, there was a woman named Zhou Ying. And Zhou Ying had an account on a doomsday forum, and her name on it was Xiao Fox. She was in that bus because she'd seen a photograph of a very tall wall in a place called Fenghe County and had decided to go find it. She was in that bus because she'd missed a date at a gas station by about 11 days, and she was alive at the end of that road because a man she had never met stopped a convoy for no reason he could name. Neither of us knew. Not for months. I've decided that's probably as close to a good deed as I'm going to get, so I'm keeping it. We came home through Anxian because it was on the way and because I wanted the guns. You remember Anxian, regional station, 50 people. The officer on the stairs who laughed and offered me soup and said the guns were never leaving his hands. I'd come back to trade. I had a truck of food, and I was fairly confident that 6 weeks in, a man with 50 mouths and no farm might be interested. The outer gate was standing half open. That was the first thing. The second thing was that Xiaoshu's drone brought out a dozen of them and then nothing else, and a compound that had held 200 people should have brought out 200. Inside, the smell hit before the door did. I know that smell, not the corpse smell. The other one. The smell of a lot of living people in one building for a long time with no water to spare. Everybody's dirty in the same way, and you can conserve water for drinking or for washing, and everybody picks drinking. In my old life, I smelled like that for years. You get used to it, which is its own horror, and under it, the other thing. There was a dark patch on the floor behind a pillar in the lobby and a police uniform next to it, torn. I didn't need to ask anybody anything. The dozen we'd pulled out and killed at the gate. I recognized 2 of them. I'd seen them 6 weeks earlier standing on a rooftop covering my rear vehicle, doing their jobs properly. I never found out what happened. Something got in, or somebody got sick, or a man opened a door he shouldn't have. There's no report. There's nobody left to write one. We found their armory on the 2nd floor. A dozen pistols, 4 rifles, maybe 1,000 rounds. Less than there should have been, which means some of it went out in somebody's hands and didn't come back. We took it. I want to tell you I felt something standing in that lobby. Mostly what I felt was that I had been right to turn the convoy around and that being right had bought those people about 6 weeks. And then, as we pulled out, in a building across the street, a curtain moved behind a closed window. Somebody was in there, watching a convoy strip a police station and drive away. I saw it. I did nothing about it. And I have wondered ever since whether that was the moment my address started walking around this county on its own. We got home at 4 in the afternoon in the rain with a convoy that would not fit in the quarantine yard. I want to give you one small thing from the gate. And then I'm going to give you the other side of the same evening, and then I'll shut up about it. Wu Dong was on the gate. 50, used to be the night watchman at the factory before any of this, brought his wife to the party, has a son and a mother back in his home village 1,100 kilometers away that he does not talk about. He'd been on that gate all day in the cold, and at some point in the afternoon, he'd taken a small plastic bag out of his inside pocket and unwrapped it and taken out one of the 2 cigarettes he has left in the world. He didn't light it. He held it under his nose and breathed in, twice, and put it back. He can't afford to smoke it. Contribution points for the Defense Department accrue slowly, and nobody's going to spend a month of them on tobacco. So he's had those 2 cigarettes since the 10th of October, and he takes them out when it's bad and smells them. That's my base. That's what my base actually is, underneath the numbers. He heard the radio, and he yelled, and the whole place came alive. That night we had hot pot. Everyone had extra. Boiling red broth in 5 big pots in the conference room. Vegetables from our greenhouse. Frozen meat from about 9 different looted cold stores, and my combat teams got as much as they could physically eat because they'd been out for 4 days and had come home with 2 helicopters and everyone alive. Somebody put music on. People got drunk. My father made a speech nobody listened to. Wu Bo had to be carried to his dormitory by 2 of his own squad, and he sang the entire way. 11 kilometers from that room, in a residential block in Fenghe County, there was a family of 3. Father, mother, and a boy of about 10 named Xiao Hao. They'd chosen not to leave when their neighbors did. They'd stayed home, and the food they'd had in the flat had lasted them almost a month, and then it hadn't. The father had gone out twice in the last week and come back with a lighter, some candles, and a broken phone. That evening they had thin rice porridge with salt in it, half a bowl each. They'd caught the water for it off the roof that afternoon in the rain. They licked the bowls clean because there's no water to wash them with. And then they lay down together on the big bed under all the blankets they own, and the boy said, "Mom, I'm still hungry." And his mother said, "In a few days. Daddy's going to find plenty of food in a few days. Just hang on." And the boy said, "You said that last time." They talked for a while about whether he'd ever see his grandparents again, and whether he'd see his friends, and his mother said soon, soon, and he'd heard soon so many times that he had privately, in the way children do, filed both his parents under liars. And then he lay in the dark and thought about what he'd like to eat. He thought about meat. He thought about vegetables. He thought, and I know this because his father told it to somebody who told it to me, about hot pot, and then he went to sleep. 11 kilometers away, on the same night, at the same hour, 140 people were eating exactly that, and one of them was me, and I was in an extremely good mood. I'm going to come back to that flat. I need you to remember which one it is. The next morning, I sat by the fish pond for half an hour and came out of it with the only thing I've ever done at this base that people cried about. The pond has a little pavilion on it. I had that put in when we built the factory, back when I was a man designing a nice place for staff to eat lunch. Nobody has ever used it for lunch. I use it to think. Sun Jian came by feeding the fish, because that's his job when he isn't doing the other thing, and I asked him a question I'd been carrying around for a month. I said, "You told me you had a younger brother and sister. Do you still want to find them?" He didn't even take a second. He said, "Yes. I think about them every day. I believe what you said, that they're alive somewhere. If I ever get the chance, I'll see them again." I said, "Okay, I hope you do." And then I went to my office and worked for 2 hours and wrote something I called the Family Search Project. At lunch, I stood up in the canteen. Everyone was in there. Nobody had gone out that day. And I said the part everybody likes first, which is, everyone in this room is my family or my friend. Some of your people are already inside this wall. Most of your people are not. Yesterday, we brought home 2 more aircraft. So, anyone on this base can register the name and address of one person they want us to go and get. Straight line distance up to 1,200 kilometers. We'll fly and we'll bring them home. You have never heard a noise like the noise that room made. People were shouting. A man from the loading crew hit himself in the face. Somebody pinched their own arm hard enough to bruise. Sun Jian and director Wu Hui, 2 grown men, both of whom I have personally watched do frightening things, stood in the middle of a canteen and sobbed in front of 100 people. I let it run about 5 minutes. There was no point talking into it. Then I raised my hands and gave them the rest. Here are the conditions: 2 applications per person maximum. Using 1 costs you 6 months of basic points. That means 6 months of a reduced ration and reduced living standard. Using 2 costs you a year. It also costs contribution points, which you will repay with work and missions. Don't get creative about that. If it isn't repaid within a year, your personnel grade drops permanently, and your food and housing drop with it permanently. And if your grade falls far enough, you will be asked to leave this base. And if we succeed, if we actually find them and bring them back, then 1/3 of your ration comes off your plate and goes onto theirs. You eat 3 liang of rice a meal now. You'll eat 2. The base will add 1 liang of its own, so the person you love will also get 2, and the 2 of you will be equal, and you will both be hungrier than you are today. The more you save, the heavier you carry. So think carefully about how many people you actually need. Then I walked out of the most silent room I have ever been in. Now, I want you to understand exactly what I just did, because it looks like cruelty, and it was engineering. If I give it away free, 400 names go on that list by dinner. Cousins, school friends, people somebody met once. And my aircraft, which are the rarest objects within 1,000 kilometers, and my pilots, who are rarer, spend 3 weeks flying into cities to look for a man's ex-girlfriend's mother, and one of those aircraft does not come back. The price is a filter. That's all it is. The price makes every single person in that room ask themselves one question, honestly, with numbers attached. How much is this person worth to me? For the ones who don't really mean it, the price is a wall. For the ones who do mean it, the price is nothing at all. It doesn't even slow them down. Half that canteen quietly decided not to apply. They stood around the notice board that afternoon, read the terms twice, sighed, and walked away, and I don't blame a single one of them. Sun Jin made it to the office building first. He ran the whole way. He arrived in front of Li Yong's table so out of breath he couldn't speak and just stood there tapping the notebook with one finger like a madman. When he got his air back, he said, 2. Put me down for 2. My brother's in Shen City and my sister's in Jiangcheng. And he pulled a piece of paper out of his trouser pocket that had been folded and unfolded so many times it was falling apart at the creases, with 2 names and 2 addresses on it, and some notes about what they looked like. He'd been carrying that in his pocket since the day we cut him out of a holding cell. Director Wu Hui came in second, and he was furious about it. 17 people applied. 5 of them used both. 22 locations. I did the arithmetic that night. 3 aircraft flying, 2 to 5 hours a round trip, 10 usable hours of daylight, so 7 to 9 sorties a day. 3 days. We could do all 22 in 3 days, and get it done before the rain, which meant we left at dawn. There were 2 engineering problems, and I want to give them to you because the solutions are the reason nobody died. Problem 1, range. 1,200 kilometers means round trips that eat the tanks dry, and landing to refuel means shutting down in a strange place with a fuel drum and a hand pump while every dead thing in the district walks toward the noise. Landing to refuel is how you lose an aircraft and a crew, so we didn't land to refuel. We welded auxiliary tanks and electric pumps into the cabins. Flip a switch in flight, and it feeds the main tank under pressure. It's not elegant. It's a fuel bomb strapped in behind the seats. It worked every single time. Problem 2, the arrival. You can't put a helicopter down next to Grandma's house. The sound arrives before you do, and by the time your skids touch, the street is full. So the rule was, pilot, applicant, and one combat crewman. You find a clear space a kilometer from the target. The applicant jumps out at about a meter and rolls. The aircraft leaves immediately in the opposite direction, dragging every corpse in the district behind it like a boat pulling a wake. Then it circles low and waits. The applicant does the last kilometer on foot in a district that a helicopter has just personally emptied for them, with a radio and a pistol or a crossbow, and when they've got who they came for, they call, and the aircraft comes back to the same open ground. We took the loudest object in the world and made it a broom. I told the applicants that afternoon, the pilots have final say. If the aircraft can't safely land, the rescue is cancelled. And I told the pilots privately that evening, standing on the pad, be careful. If anything is wrong, come home and we'll talk about it here. Do not push it. You are the base's pilots, and everything we do next runs through you. When it's time to give up, give up. Don't be stubborn. They understood exactly what I meant, which was, some of these people are going to beg you to keep looking, and you are going to want to, and you will say no. And here's the part I'm least proud of and most sure about. I didn't put a name on that list. I have relatives. Some of them are alive. But every relative I actually wanted was already inside this wall because I put them there on the 10th of October with buses and bribery, and in 2 cases, outright emotional blackmail. The ones who aren't here are the ones who told me they were busy that night. Those relatives are no longer important to me. And if any of them turns up at my gate one day and expects a different set of rules than the man in the machine shop gets, that will tell me everything I need to know, and they will find out that I run the fairest base in the province, and that fare is not the same as kind. I also did not fly. 4 people at Green Origin could fly by then. One of them was me, and I stayed on the ground. You can call that cowardice. People have. I'll tell you what I said to my uncle, who asked me straight out. I said, I am the leader of this base, and I value my life above other people's lives, and I am not going to risk it for strangers. The fact that I announced this project at all, and that 11 people are going to be alive because of it, is the largest act of kindness I am capable of, and I would like credit for the whole of it, and no more. Because underneath, and I knew this while I was standing in the canteen watching people cry, the Family Search Project was not charity. It was 2 things. It was labor, because every person we bring home is a person who works. And it was hooks. When a man has somebody here to care about, he does not think about leaving. And he does not think about the warehouse, and he does not listen to the next Zhulongfei who comes along with a good speech about food. Both things are true. The tears in that canteen were real, and so was the ledger. If you want a story where those 2 don't sit in the same room, you want a different man's story. We flew at 6 in the morning into a sunrise in 3 directions. Sun Jian went out first because he'd registered first in a small aircraft with Ma Xiaohu flying. His brother's phone repair shop was on a 2-lane road in the outer suburbs of Shen City, a little roadside storefront with a roller shutter. The kind of place that fixes a cracked screen for 80 yuan in 20 minutes. They came over the district at 7 in the morning and the whole street stood up. Ma Xiaohu dropped him a kilometer out. Sun Jian hit the ground rolling, gave the okay and ran, and the aircraft peeled away and took the neighborhood with it. He knew the way. He'd worked shifts in that shop when his brother was sick. The shutter was down. That's the first thing he saw, and it nearly took his legs out from under him, because a shutter that's down means somebody put it down, and on the night of the 10th of October, nobody in the world was thinking about closing a phone repair shop unless he was inside it, and then he saw the scratches on the metal, long ones, not tool marks. He knocked, softly. He put his mouth to the shutter and said, Ah Sheng, it's me, it's your brother. I came to get you. Open the door. Nothing. He knocked again, and tried different words, in case his brother was inside and didn't believe it. Half a minute. Nothing. And then he remembered his keys. He'd been carrying his old house keys in his pocket for a month like every other person on the planet, and on that ring there was a key to that shutter, because he'd covered the counter on Saturdays. He got it open, crouched down, and lifted the shutter halfway, not all the way, because he's a professional now, and professionals don't open a door wider than they need to. 10 square meters, glass counter, tools, posters of phone models on both walls, nobody. He stood in the middle of his brother's shop in the place his brother spent his whole life and let himself be as disappointed as he needed to be for about 10 seconds, and then he noticed a piece of paper on the counter. Torch on, hands shaking. Brother and sister, if you found this place, I'm sorry, I've already left the shop. They come at night more and more, and the shutter isn't going to hold forever. I'm going tomorrow with Brother Long and his people. They're survivors I met during the day. I said no to them before, and now I don't think I have a choice. If you come here, don't worry about me. I might be doing fine somewhere with them. I heard they know somewhere good in Guangyuan City, and that's where they're going. Brother's in Guangyuan City, so maybe I'll go there and find him. If you see this, write down where you are, and I'll come back here sometime, and if I see it, I'll come and find you. I hope all 3 of us make it. Don't worry. Ah Sheng. Sun Jin stood in that shop with the note in both hands and cried onto it and then panicked and wiped it and checked that the ink hadn't run. Then he said out loud in an empty phone repair shop, "You idiot, 2 more days. If you'd waited 2 more days, I'd have come and got you." He found a pen. He wrote where he was. He wrote what Green Origin was and how to get there and who to ask for. And here's the thing about that, which he did not know when he wrote it and which I approved before he left. He was allowed to leave our address. 2 months earlier, I'd have shot a man for writing that down. But by then the wall was 12 meters and there were 30 submachine guns behind it, and Green Origin was not afraid of anybody knocking. If a stranger turns up quoting a note from a phone shop and can't name a single person inside, they get asked 3 questions and turned around at the gate. He stuck his note in the glass cabinet where you couldn't miss it. Then he looked at his brother's note again for a while and took out the phone we'd issued him and photographed it. And he put it back, exactly where it was. Because his sister might come through here one day, and if she does, she should find her brother's handwriting and not an empty counter. The only thing he took out of that shop was a screwdriver set. The good one his brother used for everything. He put it in his jacket. He pulled the shutter back down on the way out, carefully, and locked it. The whole thing took under 10 minutes. He called the aircraft in early because he knew Ma Xiaohu was burning fuel circling for him, and 8 minutes later, he was back in the air. Ma Xiaohu is 26 and had absolutely no idea what to say to a man who'd just gone to get his brother and come back alone. So Sun Jin said it for him. He said, "Little tiger, it's all right. He's alive. He left me a letter. He ran off and hid somewhere else. We'll meet again." And he sat there for 2 hours with his brother's screwdrivers in his jacket, looking out of the window at a dead province, being all right about it very loudly so that nobody else would have to be uncomfortable. That's the man I used to make people talk. Director Wu Hui's village was 800 kilometers away in the next province, and it took a medium helicopter 3 hours to get there, and I did not want him on that aircraft. He was the most valuable man in my base who wasn't holding a gun. He was building me explosives, and he was going to build me ammunition, and I had exactly one of him. He wouldn't hear it. He said correctly that nobody else could find the house or recognize the people, and he stood in my office and did not move until I gave in. So I sent 2 captains with him, Xu Hao and Wu Wenbo, both of them, on one man, with orders that I said out loud in front of witnesses. It's called a county, but it's a big village, sparse buildings, vegetable plots, dirt tracks. Song Tao flew low so Wu Tao could squint at it, and about 2 minutes in he shouted and pointed and said, "There, the white 2-story. That's my house." He built that house, 12 years of a chemical engineer's salary, most of it sent home, and it went up in a place where his parents had been living halfway up a mountain in a place with no road. It was still standing, windows intact, door shut. Nothing wrong with it at all. He told me later that when he saw that, he actually relaxed, and that he'd spent the entire flight braced for a hole in the roof. Song Tao did the drill properly, took them in over the target so the noise dragged the district out, then swung wide, found a flat piece of ground a kilometer off, put them down, went back and pulled the crowd off in the other direction. They ran the kilometer in under 10 minutes and stood in front of that White House, and Wu Tao, who had not cried at any point in this operation, started crying at the front door. Xu Hao knocked, gently, 20 seconds, nothing. He relaxed slightly, because if there's a corpse inside a house, a knock brings it. Silence means no corpse. Silence is good news. He waved Wu Tao up, and Wu Tao put his mouth near the crack of the door and said, "Dad, Mom, it's Taozi. I'm home. If you're in there, open the door." 4 times. 5. And then a voice on the other side of that door, old and shaking, said, "Taozi? You really are Taozi." And the door came open before anybody could confirm anything, and there was a white-haired woman with a bent back and a face like a dried riverbed, and Wu Tao made a sound I'm told nobody in that group has been able to forget, and picked her up off the ground. The 2 of them stood in a doorway and wept, and Xu Hao and Wu Wenbo walked 20 meters away and covered the approaches and looked in every direction except that one. It took a while. When they'd got hold of themselves, he wiped his face on his sleeve and then remembered himself and got a tissue out and wiped his mother's nose, which is the detail that gets me. And he said, "Mom, I've come to take you away. I've got somewhere safe. There's still hope where I am. Come with me. Get Dad." And then he stopped, because his father hadn't come out. She started crying again, differently. She said, "Taozi, your father's gone." He went white. There's a thing that happens to a man's face when the floor goes, and it's not dramatic. It's just that everything stops at once. He held on to her arms and made himself ask how, and she told him. A few days before, the son of old Wu from down the street had come to the door asking for food. Not asking. His father had told her to hide and gone out to the yard to handle it himself, and she'd listened to the whole thing from inside a cupboard. He said no. It was the last of what they had, and he said no, and they took him out into the road for it. She also told him what they did afterwards, when it was done. And I'm not going to repeat that part, and neither did he, and it's the reason the next 15 minutes happened. Wu Tao was a man who had spent his entire adult life in a laboratory, 22 years of process control, a man who wrote things down, and he stood in his mother's doorway and, according to Xu Hao, bit down so hard his gums split. He turned around and said, "Captain Li, Captain Liu, I need your help." They listened to about 40 seconds of it. Xu Hao got on the radio and told Song Tao to keep circling. They'd be a little longer. Then he said, "You've got half an hour." That house was at the end of the same street. 4 stories, courtyard, iron gate, a couple of ornamental rocks, and a little stream feature, which tells you a lot about who lived there and where the money came from. Xu Hao kicked the gate and the old lock came apart with a crack, and the 3 of them walked in with Wu Tao's mother behind them. Faces appeared on the 2nd floor, then feet on the stairs. Then the front door opened and 5 of them came out into the courtyard, and the one in front had bleached hair and a heavy chopping knife, and he started swearing before he was fully out of the doorway. "Who are you? How dare you break my gate?" and so on. And then he swung it at Xu Hao's head. I want you to appreciate the confidence there. That's a man who has spent 6 weeks finding out that a knife makes him the most important person in any room. The shot took him through the right arm, and the knife hit the flagstones, and his scream arrived about a second late, the way it does. Everybody else stopped. Xu Hao said, "Drop it, on your knees. Anybody who moves dies." And they did, immediately, because they were looking at 3 pistols, and because as fast as a knife is, it isn't faster than that. Wu Tao got his mother steady, and asked her, through his teeth, "Which one is old Wu? Which one is his son? Are these the men who came to the door?" She looked at the 5 of them on their knees in the yard, and she said, that's them. The one in the cap is old Wu, the blonde one is his son. I'd know them if you burned them to ash." At which point one of them, about 30, closest to the house, made a run for the doorway. Xu Hao shot him before he made 2 meters. He didn't say anything about it. He just brought the gun back onto the group and looked at them, and Wu Wenbo told me afterwards that the look was the whole conversation. And then Wu Wenbo took a machete off his own belt, the good one from our workshop, and put it into Wu Tao's hand, and he said, in the friendly, helpful voice of a man explaining a product feature, "Director Wu, you should settle your father's account yourself. I'd use the blade, it's more satisfying." And then he pointed at his own neck, and then at his own chest, and said, "Either of those is fine, and don't worry about the others, we'll watch them, and if any of them tries anything, we'll deal with it." That is my operations captain, 29 years old, sells murder like he's demonstrating a rice cooker. They're all wolves in sheep's clothing, and I made them that way. I'm not going to describe what Wu Tao did next. I'll tell you 3 things about it. The first is that he said 1 sentence before he moved, and it was, "My father was a good man. How dare you?" The second is that Xu Hao and Wu Wenbo, who have both done things I could not print, stood there and watched, and afterwards looked at each other in a way I recognized when they described it, because it's the way you look at something you didn't know was in the room. Wu Wenbo's summary, when I asked him, "That's what it looks like when a decent man gets pushed past the end of himself. It's worse than us." And the third thing is that when it was over, the knife fell out of his hand on its own. He didn't drop it, his fingers just stopped. He said one more thing to the blonde one, and his mother heard it, and it's the only quote from that yard that I'm going to give you in full. "Your father's dead. Now pick how you go." Then he walked over to his mother, who had both hands over her mouth, and picked her up, and the 2 of them cried in the middle of a courtyard. Xu Hao dealt with the 2 left over, quickly and without discussion, and he told me later, there was no reason to keep them, and we'd been on the ground a while and fired a lot. I wanted to go. Wu Wenbo cleared the house and came back in under a minute. Nobody else in it. And then Xu Hao said, "Director Wu, time to move. The noise brings them." They walked back the kilometer with the old woman between them. They met 3 on the way, and the captains handled all 3 with machetes without breaking stride. I want to put a marker down here, because it matters later. At that stage of the world, a strong man with a blade and a month of experience could take a few of them without much trouble. That was true in November. It was going to stop being true. 10 minutes later, they were in the air. He found his mother. He lost his father, permanently, to a man who wanted a bag of rice. I don't know whether to file that under lucky. By dusk on the first day, the base had run 9 sorties to 9 locations. 5 people came home. 5 out of 9, on a planet where 19 out of 20 didn't survive the first night. Which means the odds were not what anybody expected, and I want to explain why, because it's the single most useful thing I know about this world, and I told it to my base, and I'll tell it to you. Blood runs true. Whatever it is in a person that made them one of the 5% instead of the 95, it is in the family. If you are alive, then the odds that your mother is alive are not 1 in 20. They're much, much better, which means that a base full of survivors is statistically a base full of people whose relatives survived too. I'd known that for 10 years. In the old world, we all knew it, in that vague way where nobody says it out loud. Here I said it out loud on day 1, and half of them thought I was being kind. Director Wu Hui brought back his mother. Li Yong, my HR manager, who had used his one spot at the opening party on his wife and had been quietly sick about it for a month, found his daughter alive in her university dormitory in another city. He wrote her name on the form himself, first name on the list, before Sun Jian got there. Song Tao, our instructor, the man we found under a workbench weighing 50 kilos, flew 500 kilometers on the second day and came back with his wife and his son. By the end of the third day, it was 9. 9 people. Men, women, 1 old woman, 2 children. The base went back over 100. I met all 9 personally, and I told them, in plain words, exactly what their relatives had paid to get them, down to the liang of rice, because I did not want a single one of them living here thinking it was a gift. Sun Jian went out twice and came home empty both times. His sister's medical school was a corpse pit. But in a stairwell he found one of her classmates, alive, who told him that Gao Lan had gone with the college's survivor group to a shelter that needed medics. So his brother is alive somewhere, and his sister is alive somewhere, and he missed both of them by days, and he has a photograph of one note and a set of screwdrivers. He didn't know whether to be happy. I watched him try to work it out for about a week. He owes the base 2 applications worth of debt, and he's going to work it off, and then he's going to keep looking, and he will probably be looking in 10 years. That's what my kindness costs. That's the whole price list. I stood on the wall that third evening and watched the last aircraft come in, and my father came and stood next to me and he said, "That was a good thing you did." And I said, "It was a recruitment drive with a 2/3 discount." And he said, "Ah, way." And I said, "Both. It was both, Dad." He thought about that for a while, and then he said the thing that ended the conversation, which was, "Your mother cried for an hour when the little girl came in." Then he went down to dinner. And I stayed up there another 20 minutes looking at the sky because in my head there was a calendar, and on that calendar, in 2 days, the ground was going to shake and then the sun was going to go out. 2 mornings before the sky broke, I was in the gym on the 3rd floor doing one-armed pull-ups and counting out loud. 991, 92, 93, 1,000. I let go and dropped and stood there breathing, and there was a puddle on the floor under the bar. I want to be very clear that it was sweat. Let me give you the numbers once, and then I'll stop. I weigh 120 kilograms. I'm 180 centimeters tall, and I do not look fat. In clothes, I look slimmer than I did in September. There is the mass of 2 grown men inside this body, and it is all bone density and muscle packed so tight that most of the equipment in that room is now decorative to me. I max out every machine on the top setting, and then have to do more repetitions instead, which is a boring solution to a stupid problem. I can jump onto the roof of a 2-story building. If I concentrate, I can see the flight path of a pistol bullet, not the bullet, the path, a blur where it is going to be. Rifle rounds are still invisible, which matters, and I'll explain why it matters later, and by later I mean in a courtyard in Guangzhou. If somebody stands 100 meters away and looks at me, I know. I can't tell you how. My temples itch. The best description I've got is this. Imagine you've been wearing a suit made of iron and lead your entire life and never once knew it, and one morning you take it off. The problem with all of that is that I now have to be careful when I pat somebody on the arm, and I have a habit of patting people on the arm. The other problem was that I was out of shirts. I finished my 1,000, wiped my face, threw the towel down, and went out into the corridor. And about 4 steps along, I got the feeling. Somebody was watching me. Not a warning. It didn't sting, and there was no malice in it. Just eyes. Inside my own base. And I thought, well, isn't that interesting? Somebody in here has been hiding very carefully for a very long time. Which was, I admit, an appealing thought because I hadn't had anybody to take apart in weeks. So I kept walking, normally, and at the top of the stairs I put my weight through my legs and went sideways into an open storeroom without making a sound, and I waited. 10 seconds, 30, a minute, and I started to think I'd imagined it. Then footsteps, very soft, and a door opening. Now, I want to point out the thing that confused me, because it should have told me everything, and instead it made me more suspicious. My office is right next to that gym. My office has maps in it and inventory ledgers and a list of every place I intend to rob in the next 6 months. They went into the gym. The gym has weights in it. I gave them 30 seconds so I could catch them in the act with no possible denial, and then I went down that corridor fast, and I shoved the door open and hit the lights, and there she was, with her back to me, hiding something behind her. Lin Yue, 32, living quarters manager, one of the 6 people on this base with keys to things. The one who got into a basket with a 10-meter pipe and threw up in a drain and got back in. I put my weight forward and I said in the coldest voice I own, "Manager Zhao, would you like to explain what you're doing here?" She jumped about a foot. "And take out what you're hiding behind your back." She went scarlet and she started lying badly. "Oh, Mr. Han, it's nothing. I came to find you about something. There was nobody here. I was just leaving. You gave me a fright." I laughed at her, actually out loud, because look at it from where I was standing, flushed, sweating in a room that is 4 degrees above freezing, hands behind her back. I said, "Manager Zhao, I'd advise you not to struggle. Hand it over. You knew what the consequences were when you did this." You had the nerve to do it. Don't tell me you haven't got the nerve to admit it. And she said in a very small voice, Mr. Han, do I really have to take it out? I said, yes. She said, are you sure? I said, I'm sure. There was a long pause. Then she said, and I have gone over this sentence many times since. Fine. It's the apocalypse anyway. Worst case, I'll get on a space shuttle and go hide on the moon. And she brought her hands around, and in them was a towel, my towel. I stood there with my body loaded, ready to break a woman's arm, staring at a damp towel. I said, that's a towel. She said nothing. I said, where's the real thing? Put the towel down and take out what's underneath it. You're not fooling me. And she looked at me with an expression I can only describe as the face of a person watching another person walk into a lake, and she draped the towel over the treadmill and held up both empty hands, palms out, and said, Mr. Han, I'm very sorry I took your towel. I won't do it again. Silence. I said, you've been taking my clothes. She nodded, very slightly, looking at the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, case closed. I want to tell you I recovered smoothly. What I actually said was, but why? There's nothing in here. There's no documents. There's no secrets in a gym. Why would you take my clothes? You're not leaving until you explain. And she sighed and gathered herself up and looked me directly in the eye and said, President Han, I've fallen completely for you. And then, because apparently that wasn't enough, that's all it is. I'm perfectly happy just smelling your clothes. And then she covered her face with both hands. I would now like to describe the interior of my head at that moment. It was empty. I had come into that room prepared to find a saboteur. I had run a tactical approach. I had a plan for restraint and a plan for interrogation, and I had already worked out which room I'd use. Instead, I had found a fan. I'm not a handsome man. I want that on the record. I'm a guy who ran a cleaning products company and now looks like a refrigerator with opinions. And there was a woman standing in front of me who had been sneaking into a gym at 5:30 in the morning to steal my laundry, and the primary emotion I could detect in myself, under about 9 layers of confusion, was something horribly close to smugness. She told me the whole thing, all of it, at speed, the way people do once the worst sentence is already out. She said she thought it started at her interview, that she hadn't decided whether to take the job, and that I'd said one thing at the end that changed her mind, which was that at Green Origin she'd get to see a new world. She said maybe it was after the 10th, when everything came apart, and I turned it around and got the wall up and went out every day myself into that. And then she said, or maybe it was the night the Sun Brothers came in, when you took the combat team out and killed a lot of people for a group of strangers who were being used up. I looked at you once, across the yard, and I knew. She said, after that, you were in my head at work, and when I ate, and when I slept. And then she said the thing I actually had to sit down about. She said, the first time I went up a ladder to kill one of them, I was so frightened I couldn't stand up, and then I thought about the fact that you needed protecting too, and I could do it. And she laughed and said, and then I was sick afterwards. I only just made it down the ladder. Imagine if they'd seen. I'm a manager. I have thought about that a lot. She got in the basket for me. I stood on the gatehouse thinking she was tough. She was in love and terrified, and both of those things did the same job. She said the clothes started the day the gym opened. She'd come up to report on something. There was nobody in the room, and there was a shirt on the bar. She said, that's when I knew I wasn't coming back from it. And then she admitted the last piece, which is the one that made me want to lie face down on the floor. For weeks she'd been getting up before me and sitting in the empty room across the corridor, listening to me work out. Not watching, listening. And in her own words, cheering. She said, I don't know if it counts as love. It might just be a fan being pathetic. And then, thank you for listening to a fan story, Mr. Han. Take my management rights if you want. Throw me out if you want. I'd accept it. I've already got more than I ever expected. Here's what I said. I said it's sudden. I said this is the first time in my life, including the last one, that anybody has said anything like this to me, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. I said, I'm not going to lie to you. Telling you I love you right now would be a lie. That's just chemistry talking. And then I said, but I felt what you just said, and I'll admit that I'm drawn to you. Give me a little time. She was very good about it, better than I was. She said, I'm not going to make you decide anything. This is enough for me now and then, if you don't mind. And I'll behave. In front of everyone, you're still Boss Chin, and I'm still subordinate Zhao. And then she picked up my towel off the treadmill and walked to the door and said, I'll wash this and bring it back. From now on, your dirty laundry is my department. Consider it payment for you putting up with my weirdness. And she left. And I stood alone in a cold gym at 6 in the morning, and I said, out loud, to nobody, I've just been handled. It was, I'm forced to admit, extremely enjoyable. There is one more thing about that morning, and then I'll get back to the end of the world. After she'd gone, standing there in the quiet, I thought about someone else. In my old life, there was a person, laid on, in the last couple of years. One of maybe 3 human beings I ever trusted at my back, and one of them pulled me out of something that should have killed me a year before the thing that did. We never got further than that. I got hit by a bad month, and then I got hit by a rammer. I don't know if I'll ever run into them in this life. If I do, I'll deal with it then. And then I stretched, and my joints went off like a bag of firecrackers, and I had a thought that took the whole thing away from me, which was, I could have broken her. Not on purpose, just by holding on. That's the tax on this. Whatever I'm turning into is not built for a species that snaps. So I need to learn control before I let anything happen, and until I've learned it, I'm going to keep my hands to myself, and that is a very stupid problem to have in the apocalypse, and it is entirely mine. I got dressed and went to find Yang Ming, who had been in his workshop for 2 days building something. It was a drawing. He put it on the steel table and pointed and said, "Our wall is naked. There's nothing around this base, no buildings, no cover, so we can plant the ground. Steel anchor posts. 2 meters, driven deep, in a ring around the base, and between the posts, steel cable and heavy wire." He said, "One cable between 2 posts will hold dozens of them for a while, and when the big crowd comes, they don't gather under the wall. They spread out and they hang in the wire, and you shoot them at a distance instead of letting them build a tower under your gate." He said, "They've got no intelligence. If we set the height right, we catch every single one. Even if it only slows them, that's time for our people outside to get back in." I said, "Do it." Then I gave him 3 notes because I'm incapable of leaving anything alone. 1. Think about the height, high enough to catch them, low enough that our own people can get under it fast. 2. Make it retractable from the wall. If we can raise and drop that line by remote, we can leave the ground looking empty until the moment we need it. 3. Whatever you need, take it. And then I patted his arm, and he staggered, and I apologized. He wouldn't take a better room. I had to get unpleasant about it. I said, and I meant it, "When I give you something, you take it. Don't give me humility. You did something right, so you get paid for it, or everyone else on this base learns that doing things right is free." He took the room. Then I went to the bullet shop, because that was the one place on my base that was failing. Ammunition is the whole game. Everything else is renewable. You can grow rice, you can pump water, you can weld a wall higher. You cannot make a bullet without a machine shop, and nobody, anywhere, is making them anymore. I had prepared for this. I'd bought the machines before the 10th of October. 2 small production lines. I had the full manufacturing process, every step, every tolerance, and the powder formulation. From a folder that cost me an amount of money I still don't like thinking about. I put Wu Tao on it because he was the closest thing I had to a chemist, and it wasn't working. He came over to me with his face already apologizing and gave me the number. 5%. Out of every 1,000 rounds those lines produced, about 50 were usable. The rest were out of tolerance somewhere, and an out-of-tolerance round doesn't just fail to fire. Sometimes it fires in a way that removes a man's hand. He said, "It isn't the machines, it's us. We don't have the operating procedure or the experience. The assembly's fine. It's the finished round that comes out wrong on the gauge and we can't find where." I ran the arithmetic in my head, which I now do fast enough that it's unsettling. 30 rounds a minute across both lines, 1,800 an hour, 43,000 a day if you ran them around the clock, which you can't because people need to sleep and machines need adjusting. At 5% yield in the real world, with breaks, about 1,000 good rounds a day. 1,000 a day sounds fine right up until you remember that one shooting drill for one squad eats 300. I told him to keep digging and to come to me with anything. And walking back across the yard, I said something out loud that I'd been avoiding. I said, "That's my mistake." Because it was. I'd bought the machines and the paperwork, and I had never once thought to go out and hire a machinist, and now there was no such thing as hiring anybody. I needed somebody who understood precision manufacturing. There was nobody in Guangyuan City who understood precision manufacturing. Hold that thought, because in about 11 days, I am going to be standing on a road in another city, pointing a pistol at a man who is on his knees begging me to save his sister, and I am going to be about 4 seconds from getting back in the truck. The day before, I gave an order that made no sense to anybody, and I refused to explain it. I got every manager into the conference room, and I said, "Starting tomorrow, every exposed piece of metal on this base gets covered. Every solar panel gets covered. Use the waterproof sheeting in Warehouse 4, all of it. The ponds especially. I do not want anything from the sky getting into our water. Build shelters for the vehicles out of the corrosion-resistant sheet. Anything that won't fit, drive it into the buildings of the empty factories next door." My father put his hand up, because he runs the power, and asked the obvious thing, which was, if we cover the panels, we lose the charge. I said, "I know. Do it anyway. If we run short, we'll burn diesel. We've got 2,700 tons of it and about 40 generators. We can eat the loss for a while." He sat back and didn't say anything else. And somebody at the far end asked why, and I said, "I'll explain later. Right now, follow the order." That's the whole meeting. 100 people spent a day and a half covering 20,000 square meters of a 30,000 square meter compound in plastic, in the cold, on the word of a man who wouldn't tell them why, and not one of them refused, and I want that noted, because 6 weeks earlier 13 of them tried to rob me. We stopped the wall at 15 meters and put sheeting over the fresh sections so the concrete wouldn't get ruined before it cured. We rebuilt the drainage because standing water was about to become a serious problem. On the 4th of November it was overcast, and I got up early and skipped my workout and walked the entire base. I walked the surface, then the first basement level, then the second. I checked every seal and every seam of a place I had personally designed, and I'd already checked it twice that week, and I checked it again, because that is the only thing that turns off the noise in my head. Then I ate breakfast and went to my office and told the combat teams they weren't going out. I gave them a reason so thin you could read through it. Everybody's tired, weather's bad, take a day. Then I sat them all in a conference room watching firearms instruction videos, which I had bought before the 10th of October, because in a country where nobody can own a gun, nobody bothers to restrict the videos, on the theory that no civilian will ever need them. 90 people spent the day in buildings, sharpening steel arrows and shaping wooden ones and repairing armor and modifying vehicles. And I stood at the window and watched the sky, because at about 1 in the afternoon, the birds started, not flying away. That's the thing everyone gets wrong. They didn't leave. They came up off every roof and every tree in the district, and then they didn't go anywhere. They just circled, hundreds of them, wheeling in the same square kilometer of air, like a room full of people who have all forgotten what they came in for. That's when I stopped guessing. At 13:48, the base moved. A man in the workshop sharpening an arrow felt himself sway. He looked up and nobody had touched him, and nobody else was doing anything strange, so he went back to work. 2 seconds later, it happened again, harder. He looked up and everybody in that shop was looking at each other. And then it came properly, and somebody screamed the word, and 90 people went out of that building in under a minute. They got out because for 6 weeks I had insisted obnoxiously that the shop doors stay open during work hours and that nothing be stacked in a walkway, and everybody had thought I was a lunatic about it. I went out into the yard with a megaphone I had prepared, and I said, "Don't panic, it's an earthquake, it isn't a strong one. These buildings were reinforced during construction and they will hold. Stay in the open space, keep order, wait it out." And then I said the other part, because 100 frightened people is 100 opportunities. And nobody does anything clever. If I catch you at it, you're outside the wall. Nobody did anything clever. My defense team took up positions facing outward, not inward, in case the wall cracked and something came through it, which was extremely unlikely and exactly right. For us, in the south, it was a bad shake and a broken window. Up north, it was not. Sichuan, Gansu, Heilongjiang, Xinjiang, Shanxi, all the places that get earthquakes got the largest one anybody had ever recorded there. 5s and 6s were the ordinary ones. Some provinces got 7s and 8s. The only luck in it was that the worst of it hit empty country, so it mostly knocked down buildings that nobody was in anymore, and shook survivors out of houses and into streets full of things that had also just been shaken awake. And that was the appetizer, because at the same time, all over the planet, the volcanoes went. I want to be careful here, because I only know this the way anybody knows it, after the fact, in pieces, from people who were near one, Japan, Yellowstone, in America, hundreds of them, mountains that had been sitting there quietly for centuries with towns built on their slopes, and on the 4th of November they all cleared their throats at once, billions of tons of it into the air, and after the lava, the smoke, that's the part that mattered, not the fire, the smoke. Every one of those mountains put a column of ash and gas up into the atmosphere, and the atmosphere took it and spread it because that's the only thing an atmosphere does. Somebody once told me the strongest thing our species ever built was the bomb. On the 4th of November, the planet took about 6 hours to explain the difference. By 5 in the afternoon, the shaking had stopped and everybody came in out of the cold. And the kitchen made ginger soup because half the base had been standing outside for 4 hours in November, and I did not want 100 people with a cough. I stayed out. I stood in the yard as it got dark and looked up and thought about the fact that if you were up in orbit right now, looking down, you would be able to see with your own eyes that the planet had gone gray. That's the color it turns. That night, I doubled the wall watch and put the combat teams on 3 rotating patrols inside the base as well. Nobody understood why. Nobody asked. Nothing happened. And the next morning nothing happened either, in the sense that the sun did not come up. Sun Jin's alarm went at 6:30, and he was pleased about it because on a normal day he's up at 6 to feed the fish, and today he'd been told he could sleep in. He washed, took his time, opened his door at 6:45, and it was night, not dawn, not gloom, night. He checked his phone twice. He went out into the corridor and there were people standing around in the dark having exactly the same conversation, which was, "It's nearly 7. Is it winter? Does the sun come up later in winter? It doesn't come up this much later. Let me put a number on it, because a number is worth more than an adjective. If a normal daytime sky is 100 and a clear night sky with stars is 10, that morning was about 15, slightly brighter than a dark night, at 7 in the morning, and that is the moment 110 people, standing in a corridor in their coats, understood that something had changed in a way that could not be fixed by a wall. I had Li Yong assemble everyone in the canteen. I had prepared for this. The night before, I'd called Wu Tao and Professor Shulei into my office and told them that because of the earthquake there might be some unusual phenomena in the morning, and that I would be explaining those phenomena, and that I would appreciate it if they nodded. Two educated men, both of them looked at me for a long moment. Both of them nodded, so I stood up in the canteen with the megaphone and I said, "Quiet, please. I know what you're all talking about. Listen. This darkness is not permanent, and there is a scientific explanation, and I've already discussed it with Dr. Wu and Professor Yuan." And I pointed at them, and they both nodded, and 100 people relaxed by about 10%. Then I gave them the explanation, which happens to be completely true, and which I did not work out from evidence. I remembered. Yesterday's earthquake almost certainly set off volcanoes worldwide. Those volcanoes put ash and gas into the upper atmosphere. Overnight the air moved it. That is what is between us and the sun right now. And then, the important part. If I'm right, all it takes is one good rainfall to wash the sky clean, and the sun comes back. But that rain will not be ordinary rain. It is going to carry down everything those mountains put up there. When it comes, be extremely careful with it. Somebody asked, how careful? I said, don't touch it, don't stand in it, don't collect it. And then I finished with the part that isn't science. I said, and if anybody decides today is a good day to stir people up, we will not mind asking them to leave. There was a small silence. And then everybody went and had their breakfast, quietly, muttering to each other, which is allowed. I've been told the general reaction was, yes, well, that's Mr. Han. That's exactly the kind of thing he says. The morning went by in the dark, lights on in every building at 11 in the morning. Outside the wall, in the searchlight beams, you could see them wandering around in numbers we'd never seen in daylight, because as far as they were concerned, it was night, and it had been night for hours. And that is the moment a lot of my people worked out something I'd known for 10 years, which is, the sun is not decoration. The sun is the reason a human being can go outside. Take the sun away permanently, and the safe hours go to zero. Take it away, and the solar panels are scrap. Take it away, and nothing grows. Fear of the dark is written into us at a level below thinking. You cannot argue a person out of it. I watched 100 adults work that out over one breakfast, and I could not do a thing about it except stand there and look confident. Just before noon, the workers in the machine shop heard a tapping on the roof. It was very light at first. A few of them noticed. 2 minutes later, it was loud enough that you couldn't hear the lathe, and that was through a sheet of heavy plastic. Somebody shouted, "It's raining." Somebody else shouted, "It's coming down hard." And He Guang, the shop manager, who had spent 6 weeks digging himself out of the hole he was in with me and doing it well, stood up and said exactly the right thing. He said, "Good, rain's good. It means the sun's coming back. President Han hasn't lied to you yet. Back to work." And then, "And when you knock off, do not get wet. Mr. Han said this morning the rain may be toxic. Anybody who gets hurt after being warned loses points." Which, I am told, was more effective than anything I said all day. I was upstairs at the window watching it come down, because I had done this before, from the other side. In my old life, I was in a rented flat in a district that no longer exists. I watched the same darkness the day after the same earthquake, and then I watched the same rain start, and I did the single stupidest thing I have ever done in either life. I was low on water, so I ran and got a plastic basin out of my bathroom, and I put it out on the balcony, and I stood there with my hand out. It didn't hurt at first. It tingled. Then it got warm. That's the thing nobody believes. It goes warm before it goes wrong. By the time I understood and pulled my hand back, it was too late, and by that evening, the backs of both hands were swollen and red and had started to come apart, and it took weeks, and I carried the scars for 10 years. Later on, I met a lot of people who were caught in that rain. Every single one of them had a version of that story, and every single one of them made the same face when they told it. Almost nobody was killed by it directly. It was dark, so most people were indoors. Almost everybody who was hurt for exactly one reason, which is that nobody had told them. This time I got on the radio and told every manager and every defender to put on the full coverage corrosion-resistant rain gear and the boots, which I had bought in September in bulk from a supplier of industrial chemical protective equipment who thought I was buying for a fertilizer plant. And that morning, before it started, I'd had people go out and put sheeting over the flower beds and the small trees. Yes, flower beds. In the apocalypse. Save what you can save. Even if the only thing they're good for is looking at, especially then. 2,000 kilometers north of my wall, there is a city called Bin in Heilongjiang, and Heilongjiang is the breadbasket of the country. Bin City has more state grain reserve warehouses than anywhere else in China. Square silos, vertical silos, round silos, multi-story stores. Tens of millions of tons. The day before, the earthquake had cracked most of them open. Ground split, buildings came down, silo walls opened up, and grain that had been sealed away for the nation was lying in the open in heaps under a gray sky. And then it rained on it. You could hear it. That's the thing that gets me. People who were there describe a hiss. Millions of tons of wheat and rice sitting in the open, hissing. Then it started smoking. Then it started going black. A silo that had only been cracked developed a wider crack because it was being eaten from the inside, and then it let go all at once like a dam, and everything in it came out into the rain. That's one city. It rained on the whole planet, not evenly and not everywhere at the same hour, and a few places with the right terrain got almost none of it, but it came down on every continent within about a day and a half. Here is the number, and it took the survivors of that world months to work it out and years to believe it. Roughly 80% of the food-producing plant life on Earth died that week. Rice, wheat, fruit trees, vegetables, melons, everything that was standing in the open, everywhere, all at once. Not the seeds in warehouses, the living crops in the exposed stores. People did not understand what had happened to them. Most of them thought it was a bad rain. It was months before anybody in my old life said the sentence out loud, and when somebody finally did, in a stairwell, over a fire, I remember the way the room went. The hunger that came out of that rain covered this planet for years. It is still, in my opinion, the single worst thing that has happened to the human species, and it is worse than the mist, because the mist killed you in an evening, and the rain took everything you would have eaten for a decade. And here's the other half, and it is so unfair I still get angry about it. It didn't touch them. The rain fell on the dead and did nothing at all. Worse than nothing. It seemed to feed them. Almost every one of them that had been sitting inside a building came out. They walked out into the open, all of them, and stood in it, and raised their heads, and roared. Billions of them, standing in the rain with their faces to the sky, in every city on Earth, at the same time. If a human being had seen that from a hilltop, it would have been the last clear thought they ever had. For them, it was a gift. For us, it was a sentence. Every survivor alive who lived through that day, and later got asked to rank the disasters, put the acid rain first, unanimously, without argument. At 5 in the afternoon, sunlight came through the window of my machine shop and hit the floor. People ran to the doors. The sun had been gone for almost a full day, and it was already nearly down, but the last of it was coming through the broken cloud, and it landed on my base. And I have never in my life seen 100 adults react to weather like that. The rain had stopped. The sky was clean. It works exactly the way I said it would, and I still don't fully understand why, and neither does anybody else. Li Yong stopped a few people from running outside. Then he did something I'd have paid to see. He took a lump of scrap iron and dipped it into a puddle in front of everybody and pulled it out, and it was smoking. That ended the argument permanently. We had prepared for the next 4 hours the way you prepare for a fire. The second the rain stopped, my people were out in the corrosion suits with the hoses, and they washed the base, all of it. The walls, the roofs, the balconies, every surface that had been rained on, even under sheeting, then the ground, then the drains. Everything got flushed and then treated. It cost tons of water. We have 130,000 cubic meters, and it can be replaced by ordinary rain. They worked until 10 at night and then came down at 8 and got extra for it. And when it was done, and I'd walked the whole compound myself and gone down to the second basement level and confirmed that not one drop had got in anywhere. Nothing. We took nothing. A disaster that ended the agriculture of a planet cost Green Origin Base a day's power generation and a broken window. I want to be honest about what that was. It wasn't skill. It was that I knew the date. That's the entire benefit of being a prophet. It's not wisdom. It's a calendar. I went upstairs at 10 and poured half a glass of something imported and rolled it around my mouth. And then I put a cigarette on my lip, and I lit it in my own office behind my own wall, and I let out one long straight line of smoke and enjoyed myself for about 4 minutes. Then I took a notebook out of my desk drawer. There are 2 lines in that notebook, 2 long strings of characters which read like addresses, because they are. And after each one, in brackets, in small letters, Jushi Military District, Yangcheng Military District. 2 days later, once the base was dry, we tested them. The method was straightforward, and I'm not going to dress it up. You lure them under the wall, drop a net over one from above, kill the extras, and drag the specimen into the quarantine yard. Then you make it safe to handle, which takes about 15 minutes and which I'm not going to describe, and then you tie a rope around it with a measured length so you know exactly how far it can reach, and then you can find out things. We spent most of a day finding out things. Strength up 20 to 40%, speed up 10 to 30%. Here's the translation, because percentages don't scare anybody. Before, when one of them came at you flat out, it was a jog. A grown man could hold that pace and stay ahead. Now it's a run, a real one. You will get away at first, and then, somewhere past the 400-meter mark, you will slow down, because you are a person and people slow down. They do not slow down. Their hearing is sharper, their sense of smell is sharper. Eyesight unchanged, still nearly blind, still light averse in daylight, which is the only mercy in the whole package. The operational consequence was simple and horrible. One of my people used to be able to handle 2 or 3 of them at close quarters. Now it was 1, maybe 2. Every tactic we had was written for a slower animal. I compared the numbers to the ones in my head from my old life. They matched almost exactly. So I got the captains in a room and said the sentence that I think summarizes the whole month. The earthquake and the rain put a permanent negative status on every living human being on this planet and gave every dead one a buff. The golden month is over. That was the tutorial. From now on, it's the real thing. Then I turned the screen around and showed them the camera footage from the night of the rain. We have high-definition cameras all along that wall, and we'd covered them with sheeting before it started, so the picture was clean. Under the wall lights, in the downpour, 6 of them standing perfectly still with their arms up and their mouths open at the sky. Nobody said anything. Somebody hissed through their teeth. I said, "They've changed." I don't know how much yet. Tomorrow we go out in small groups and find out. And I'm saying this once. I don't want to lose a single one of you because every one of you is load-bearing. Then I sent them to bed and sat with the footage on a loop for a while, which was self-indulgent, and then I went to bed too. 300 kilometers away, in the shelter at Dongguan, they were having a different night. I know this because of a man named Shu, who I have never met, and whose story got back to me later through 3 other people, and who I've decided I'm allowed to tell you about because he's the only one who got out. Shu was a car mechanic from Fenghe County. He'd owned his own repair shop. He'd got out of the county at the start of the month with his cousin and some neighbors and gone to Guangyuan City looking for the shelter everybody had heard about, and he'd found it, and it was 8,000 people in tents on a football pitch behind a 4-meter wall. His cousin had eaten their entire emergency food reserve while Sue was queuing for porridge and had left him the rice because rice is hard to cook. So Shu had drawn a line down the middle of the tent with his finger and told him they were finished and given him half the tent as a parting gift since Shu had traded his own car for it. Then he'd gone and joined the night defense team because the shelter was desperate for volunteers and because it came with extra porridge. On the day of the acid rain, that shelter came apart. The people in the tents outside worked out something was wrong with the water within about a minute, and then 8,000 of them tried to get into buildings that held 2,000. Some of them were trampled. The rest got inside and fought for space, and then stopped fighting for space and started taking food and belongings off the people who'd been in there already, because that is what a crowd does about 90 seconds after it stops being a crowd. Their leadership put it down with weapons. They shot the ringleaders in front of everyone, and the rest melted into the crowd, and management decided not to go looking. They gathered the dead into one of the ground floor rooms to deal with in the morning. And about an hour and a half later, in a room full of bodies that nobody had touched and nobody had been bitten by, the first one sat up. The man guarding that room got bitten on the spot, and 8,000 people learned in about 4 seconds that everybody turns. Nobody moved. That's the part Shu remembers. There were maybe 50 people within sight of that doorway, and not one of them stepped forward. Shu did. He got in there with a machete and put the thing down with one stroke across the back of the neck, which stops it, and which does not save the man who was bitten, and everybody knows it doesn't. And then, before he could get his breath, another one got up out of the pile and came at him, and he was 6 feet away and had nothing left, and somebody on the eaves shot it off him. By morning, the whole shelter knew. Which means 8,000 people found out simultaneously that every single person around them is not a neighbor. They are a countdown, and the one sleeping next to you might be quietly having a heart attack right now. Everything they had, built on the idea that we stick together and we look after each other, came apart in one night, and it didn't come apart because of an attack. It came apart because of arithmetic. The truly grim joke is that Dongguan was one of the fast ones. Groups all over the world learned this the same week, and most of them learned it worse. Some paid with a few people, some paid with everybody. We'd known for 4 days. There was a piece of tissue paper on the upper lip of every sleeper on my base, and had been since the 2nd of November, and my people thought it was a superstition their boss had, and they did it anyway, because we do what he says. The morning after the tests, I put 6 people in a room and told them to learn to fly. The order was, Song Tao and the Sun brothers pick the students, and inside a month I want 6 more people who can take a machine up alone. Wu Bo and Liu Qing had done a bit and weren't good enough. Choose whoever you like, I only care about the result. I gave them 15 tons of aviation kerosene to burn on it. They came back within the hour with a plan I hadn't asked for, which was 1 student from every squad, so every unit on this base has its own pilot, and I said fine and went away pleased, because a subordinate who solves the problem instead of asking me to is worth 3 of the other kind. Now let me be honest about fuel, because those numbers keep people up at night. We brought back 150 tons of kerosene from the flight school. The Family Search Project 825. Training took 15. That left 110. A helicopter burns somewhere between 120 and 260 liters per 100 kilometers depending on wind and load. A 1,000-kilometer round trip is over 1,200 liters. 110 tons sounds like a fortune. It is about 90 round trips, and then I am the owner of 6 extremely large paperweights. Then I gave them the other job. I said, take 2 aircraft out tomorrow. 2 destinations. Record road conditions the whole way, so I have a route from my gate to each of those places that a convoy can actually drive. When you get there, do not land. Do not lure anything away. If there are people and they warn you off, come home immediately and don't argue. If there's nobody, film everything. Every building, every entrance, every underground opening, the perimeter, the ground. And then I handed them a paper with 2 addresses on it, and the note in brackets after each one. You should have seen their faces. Not one of them said a word. They took the paper, agreed, and left. And I have never been more sure that I picked the right people. Somebody asked me later why I hadn't gone for those places in October, and it's a fair question. So, in October, my combat teams were office workers with crossbows. I didn't have body armor on everybody. I didn't have a single vehicle that could survive a serious road. My people had never used the guns we had, and I had no way to look at a target before driving 400 kilometers to it. If I'd gone then, I'd have lost people on the road before I even arrived and then walked into a place I'd never seen. You do this when everything is ready, not when you want it. Mali Hai went to Jushi with 3 students. He flew the route in about an hour and a half, taking pictures of the highway, the exits, the national roads, everything a convoy would need. And on the way, he did what everybody does the first time they fly across a province, which is look down. He told me afterwards that the strangest thing about it wasn't the emptiness, it was the color. After a month, and then that rain, the outside walls of almost every building had gone black. Corrosion or soot, nobody's sure. From the air, the whole country looks burnt. 10 kilometers from the target, he dropped and started hunting for landmarks and asked the students to look for a parade ground or an odd cluster of buildings. One of them found it. Sports field, blocks that looked like barracks, a couple of 4-story administrative buildings. He did not fly straight to it. He held 800 meters off and looked through binoculars first, because in his words, it would have been very funny to get a present from the ground. Wire perimeter, barracks, 2 office blocks, warehouses, basketball courts, and exercise equipment. He compared it to the unit he'd served in and said, that's it. Then he saw the thing that made the decision. Doors and windows on the accommodation blocks standing open. He circled the whole place twice at 500 meters and got no reaction at all. Then he came into 400, 200, 100, nothing. So he took it in and hovered at 50 meters, which puts enough downwash on the ground to raise dust. And the place answered. They came out of the buildings in uniform. Within a minute, there were about 1,000 of them under his skids. Then the pile started, the way it does, and inside 3 minutes it was over 10 meters and climbing, and by the time he'd finished recording, it was more than 2,000 and the tower was over 15. He said the students went completely silent, and then one of them said, out loud, that's why he keeps building the wall. Because that's a few thousand. That's a small unit, in a quiet suburb, on a Tuesday. 15 meters of stacked bodies out of a few thousand. Now imagine tens of thousands. He got what he needed and turned for home without pulling them away, because I told him not to, and the reason I told him not to is that I wanted every single one of them still inside that fence when I arrived with a plan. Song Tao went to Yangcheng. He came back later, and he came back confused, and when I asked him what he'd found, he said, we found it, but the situation there is complicated and I don't want to summarize it. Can I just show you the video? We put it on the projector. High walls, wire, buildings, all correct. And then the picture moved and the room made a noise. There were craters in the ground, shell craters. There were bullet holes in the walls of the buildings, hundreds of them. There were vehicles burnt out in rows. There was an attack helicopter lying on its side in the open with its rotor gone and half a wing missing, and there was a tank with its turret off. Somebody in that conference room said, is that a tank? And somebody else said, where's the top of it? Song Tao said they'd circled the whole compound, then circled 15 kilometers around it and found nothing else. No people, no camp, no vehicles, no explanation. I sat there and looked at a military district that somebody had fought a battle in, and I could not construct a single scenario I liked. Whatever happened at Yangcheng, it wasn't the dead. The dead do not blow the turret off a tank. I made the call in about 10 seconds. Jushi first, because Jushi is intact and Jushi is unowned, and unowned is a word I want to explain. When I saw 2,000 of them come out of those barracks, the only thing I felt was relief. A place full of corpses is a place with no living claimant. It's a warehouse with a bad lock. Yangcheng second, because even a battlefield has salvage. And then I said the thing that made the room sit up. We leave tomorrow. I'm going myself. Somebody started to say something about the leader not needing to. I said, there is a tank in that video. 2 actually, under sheeting in a warehouse. You think I'm going to sit here? Then I went upstairs and started work, because a convoy that size needs somewhere to sleep, and I'd surveyed the route in September and marked every school and factory with a wall on it. And I sat there with a tablet until 3 in the morning working out where 470 kilometers breaks cleanly into stopping points. That was the night that a man about 5 kilometers from my gate decided to take my base off me. His people called him the director because before all this, he had been a section director in the Mentang town administration, and it is genuinely all he had. He had no connections. What he had was a good voice and enough competence to be promoted, and he talked his way up a small ladder in a small town, and then the world ended, and about a dozen people found themselves standing next to a man who spoke in complete sentences and decided to follow him. That's how it works. When everybody is lost, whoever sounds like he isn't becomes the leader. Slicked back hair, narrow eyes, the cleanest clothes in the room by a wide margin. 6 weeks in, one of his people had spent days tracking a convoy and finally followed us home and came running up 4 flights of stairs to say, "I found it. It's enormous and there are walls and you have to see the walls." So the director went and looked. 3 or 4 of them lay in the grass line 500 meters out on a bright morning and looked at my base, and my wall watch never saw them because in daylight we don't run the thermals. His round-faced deputy, a man whose entire function was agreeing loudly, said, "Boss, should we just go and ask to join?" And the director gave him a look I'd have paid money to see and said, "If that place were yours, would you let strangers in? And did you notice the gate is shut?" Then he laid out the plan, and I have this almost word for word because 2 of the people who heard it ended up in front of me later. He said, "First, we collect every survivor in this district, all of them. The more people we bring, the more leverage we have. They will not accept that many. The chance is basically 0. So they'll have 2 choices. 1, they drive us off. Then it's a standoff, and there are a lot of us, and we're not nothing. If they won't open the door, we storm it. If we win, the place is ours. If we lose, there are enough of us that a few of us always get away. And as for the survivors we brought here to make up the numbers, well, if they die, as long as we live. 2, they negotiate with me as the man who organized it. I'll fight for everyone's interests, which means I get a few of us inside first, and then we help them manage the rest. And if they refuse both, we lose nothing. If they open the gate, we rush it. If they stay in, we throw stones at them, and we throw filth at them, and we keep bringing more people to sit at their door until they can't stand it. Let them find out what ignoring us costs." At which point the round-faced man clapped his hands and said, and I want you to hear this in a happy voice, "Director, that's brilliant, the filth especially." And the others thought it made sense. And if any of them noticed the part where they were the disposable ones, none of them could quite put a finger on it. Now, in fairness to the man, the plan almost worked, and here's why. He couldn't sell it with words. Nobody believed him. People had lived in that district for years and never heard of a wall. So he showed them the photograph on a phone he'd kept charged. And every single survivor who looked at that picture had the same reaction, and it did not need one word of encouragement. That wall, that impossible, endless, 6-story wall, how safe must it be in there? Why am I lying awake every night listening to something try my door when that exists 5 kilometers away? We have to get in. We have to get in. We have to get in no matter what. And then, immediately after that, the second thought, which arrives about 4 seconds later, and which is the reason 150 people died. They have that, and they didn't tell us? They're 5 kilometers away, and they never came? What kind of people are they? Selfish, cruel, hoarding it. They have to be made to share. It took him most of a day to gather them. They came out of houses and basements and half-collapsed shops, whole families. And on the road, they met a few of them wandering in the daylight, and they killed them. Together, easily, 40 against 3. And every one of those survivors discovered something about themselves that morning, which was that they were brave, and that they could kill, and that they had been afraid for 6 weeks for no reason. It's a good feeling. I remember it. They arrived at my gate at about 3:30 in the afternoon with over 100 people, and by the time the last of them came around the bend, there were more than 150. Wu Dong was on the gate. Of course he was. Wu Dong is always on the gate. He was up in the new post, which was a temporary thing built on top of the 15-meter section because we'd knocked down the old one, and he was chatting with the man coming on shift, and the man coming on shift said, "Hey, Wudong, is that people?" You can tell at a glance. Anyone can, after a month. It's the walk. He looked, and there were dozens on the road. He looked again 10 seconds later, and there were 100. He got on the radio to his squad leader, and his squad leader is my uncle, Han Jianjun, who runs the defense department and who is 58 years old and who had spent his working life as a section clerk in the transport bureau. My uncle came up, looked, and said, "Notify my brother and my nephew immediately and turn out the entire defense department now." Then he stood at the parapet and watched them arrive. I want to give you what they were shouting, honestly, all of it, because if I only give you the ugly parts, I'm cheating. Open the door. Kind people inside, have mercy. My son is 10 years old. He's a child. Just let us shelter. We're not asking for your food. We just want somewhere to hide. Just a place to sleep. Come on, everybody. Let's save everyone. And also, open it now or we'll get rough. You can't hide in there forever. We'll keep coming back every day. There'll be more of us tomorrow. Take these ones while you can. We're doing this for your own good. Don't make it hard on yourselves. My uncle told them to leave. He said this is private property, nobody comes in, and if you don't go, we won't be polite. And he picked up the machine gun and pointed it at the front rank. It did nothing. And I want to explain why, because this is the thing I understood and my uncle didn't. A gun is a threat to a man with a future. Those people had spent 6 weeks going to sleep expecting to be woken up by something coming through the door. A gun barrel is not a new experience for a person like that. It's Tuesday. The front row flinched for about 1 second and then got louder. Have you no humanity? Look at us. We only want to hide. We don't want your food. The government's gone. Every house out here is empty, and anyone who finds one owns it. We just want somewhere to sleep. And you won't even give us that? And they started hitting the gate with stones. Then somebody threw one at the wall, at the men on it, hard and well aimed, and it hit my uncle in the head. He staggered. Wudong caught him. There was blood coming down through his eyebrow, and 150 people cheered. They cheered because a stone had gone up and something had come down, and it worked. And then somebody down there shouted the sentence that decided the whole thing, which was, "Their guns are fake. They must be. Why haven't they fired? We don't have guns in this country." He was, of course, right about that last part. That is exactly why you don't have guns in this country, and it is exactly why they died. Now, from my side, I was in my office finalizing a route plan for a 470-kilometer drive when the radio went, and I heard the words, 100 people, and I put the tablet down, and I went. I was not surprised. I want that clear. I'd known for weeks that this was coming because you cannot build the tallest structure in a county and stay a secret. And I was not worried either. Because I know precisely what a place like mine is capable of at this stage. I came up the stairs and my uncle was standing there with gauze on his head and a red patch spreading through it. I said, "Uncle, what happened to you? Who did that?" And he grabbed my arm because I'd started for the parapet and said, "Ah, Wei, don't put your head over. They're throwing stones. It caught me by accident." By accident. 58 years old and holding a wall and telling his nephew not to make a fuss. I stood up anyway and looked down at them. I want to be fair here, one last time. I understood them. Every single word they shouted was something I would have shouted. I have been on that side of a wall, in my old life, more than once, cold and starving with a rock in my hand. But they hurt my people and they were beating on my door, so I stood there. I didn't say anything. I just stood, with my arms at my sides, and let them see me. They found a new target immediately. The pleading stopped, and it went straight to filth, and the same man who had been describing his 10-year-old son a minute earlier was now describing what he was going to do to my family, and I want you to appreciate how fast that transition happened, because it was under 2 minutes and the face changed with the voice. The director, out in the middle of the crowd, was quietly moving backwards. His deputy asked him what was wrong, and he said, "I don't know, that one hasn't moved. Keep watching." He'd looked me in the eye across 120 meters, and something in his stomach had told him to leave, and he was, to his credit, listening to it. Then a middle-aged man with long hair, right at the front, threw a stone at me. I caught it, sharp bit of rock, about the size of a child's fist, and I looked down at the man who'd thrown it, and he'd expected a lot of things, but not that, and for a second he was surprised, and then he got his face back and lifted his chin and gave me a look that said, very clearly, "Yes, me, at you. What are you going to do about it?" Nobody in that crowd was even watching. They were still shouting, still hitting the gate. I worked out the distance. And then I threw it back. I'm not going to describe the next second. There's nothing in it for you. Here's what I will describe. A man standing next to him put a hand to his own face because something warm had landed on it, and he took the hand away and looked at it, and then he started screaming. The whole crowd came apart at once, like water going off a boil. They ran backwards. They fell over each other. 150 people understood in one heartbeat that the people behind the wall would kill them. That should have been the end of it. Everybody goes home. Nobody else dies. I take my uncle to the medical room, and I get in a truck the next morning. It lasted about 11 seconds because somebody shouted, "Don't panic. That wasn't a gunshot. They haven't got guns. Look at him. He's not even holding anything." And they looked, and I wasn't. I was standing there with empty hands and no expression. And another one shouted, "There's 150 of us. They killed one of ours somehow. When we get in there, we find that one and we make him pay." And they turned around and went back to the gate. I have thought about that more than almost anything in this story. I killed a man in front of them in the most frightening way I could physically manage, specifically so that they would leave. And the crowd talked itself back in under 15 seconds. Because a crowd is not 150 decisions. It's one decision, made by whoever is loudest, and the loudest man there had just decided that the fake guns theory was still good. The director started genuinely pushing backwards then, and told his people to get to the very rear and be ready to run, and his deputy said, "But boss, we're nearly in," and he said, "That man is wrong. We'll talk about it later." I turned around. I told 2 of them to stay on the wall and watch. I took the rest down. Inside the gate, in the quarantine yard, there were more than 20 defenders, all armed. I took a submachine gun off one of them, and just as I was about to speak, Wudong's radio went, and it was Shu Hao's squad, inbound, requesting the gate area be cleared. I took the radio out of Wudong's hands. I said, Bowen, it's Han Wei. On your way in, you'll meet a group of survivors. They want us to open the gate and let them in. Then I said, I am giving you an order. Go to combat immediately. Pass it to anyone you meet. And then the last part. Nobody walks away. There was 1 second of silence on that channel, and Xu Hao said, understood. I turned around and looked at 20-odd defenders, most of whom had been packing boxes and driving forklifts 8 weeks ago. I said, there's a crowd outside demanding we open up so they can come in and take our food and our beds. You heard what I said to Captain Li. When that gate opens, do you know what to do? And they said yes, all of them. Together. Open it. The gate on my base has never been opened for anybody it wasn't opened for, and it makes a noise doing it, and the second that noise started, the crowd went up like a stadium. It's opening, they've opened it, go. And the front row, who could see through the widening gap before anybody else could, stopped shouting. One of them turned around and tried to get back and screamed, back, back, they've got guns. Nobody heard him, and he was a small man in front of 150 people who were all pushing forward, so he came in first. I'm not going to give you the next 30 seconds in detail. I'll give you the shape of it. Nobody had to aim. That's the only thing worth saying about it. In that gateway, at that range, with that many barrels, aiming isn't a concept. It's a fire hose. Most of them were gone before they understood anything, which is the closest thing to a mercy in the whole account. Under half a minute, a group of more than 150 lost more than 100. The rest scattered off the road and into the brush, and I said, spread out, nobody gets away. And they went. I stood in the gateway and changed a magazine and put a few rounds into the ones going up the road, and a handful of them made the corner, and then I stopped, because I knew where Xu Hao was. He was about a kilometer up the road. He heard my order, kept driving, and came around a bend into 4 or 5 of them sprinting toward him. His riot van stopped at 30 meters, and men got out, and they didn't ask a single question. The director was in that group, and the last thought of that clever, careful man, lying on a cold road, was, apparently, based on what his deputy managed to say later. Who are these people? Why did they get out and shoot without a word? What have I walked into? He didn't get an answer. Nobody was ever going to give him one. Xu Hao said, Wu, go make sure, and then got back in his vehicle and continued to base, and he told me afterwards, completely deadpan, that he'd driven the rest of the way slowly in case there were more. Every single one of the ones who ran was caught. Not because we're supermen, because they'd been starving for 6 weeks and my people eat twice a day, and because we clear and bury and patrol that ground every single day and know every ditch in it, and they didn't. 152. It was 5:10 in the afternoon. I stood in the gateway and looked at it and took a deep breath, and the thing that had been sitting behind my ribs since I saw the blood on my uncle's head finally went away, and I turned around and gave the orders. Bring the excavators, move all of it a long way from here and bury it. Bring hoses, wash the ground, spread lime. Li Yong came and found me an hour later with the final count, and I signed it, and I told him to get me the load list for tomorrow's convoy because we were still leaving at 7. I want to tell you what dinner was like because I've thought about it more than the gate. The canteen was loud, not celebratory. Nobody was cheering, but it was loud, and the conversation was, can you believe they thought they could just walk in? And can you believe what they were shouting? And did you hear what that one said about the boss's mother? 100 people eating hot food, agreeing with each other that the dead outside had it coming. There was a very small number who were quiet and didn't join in, and I noticed every one of them, and I did nothing because they're allowed to be quiet. My managers and my captains ate in that room on purpose. You do not leave a room like that to make up its own mind. And I sat there with a bowl in front of me and had a thought I have never said out loud until right now. Every single person in that canteen had the right to sit there and eat and pass judgment on 150 dead people because of a decision I made in April, and not one of them earned it. They got hired. They came to a party. Everything has a price tag, and most people never find out what theirs was. We left at 7 the next morning. 16 vehicles, Sabertooth, Xu Hao's riot van, 6 10-axle flatbeds, 2 tankers, 6 heavy trucks, 2 people to a vehicle, 10 days of food, and enough ammunition to make my father physically wince when he signed it out. And every plate, front and rear, came off every vehicle before we rolled. I stood at the gate and gave the order, and 16 vehicles went out into the cold, and I thought, with an amount of satisfaction I'm not going to apologize for, there goes a tiger out of a cage. 9 days later, a man 300 kilometers away is going to look at a spent brass case on a road and start thinking, and I did not know that yet, and I would like the record to show that I took the plates off. 470 kilometers and the first 300 of them on a motorway, which is the only easy driving left in this country. Motorways have fences. Fences mean the dead don't wander onto them, and the ones that were on there when it happened have long since been cleared by everybody who's driven it. We did 300 kilometers before noon, stopped at a service station in Ju City, cleared the handful that came for the noise, drained every drop of fuel left in the ground there into one of our tankers, ate, and kept going. Then we came off the motorway and the day got harder. The last 100 is national road and county road through the edges of towns. So I got on the net and reminded everybody. After the rain they hear better and they move faster and there will be more of them. We get to the overnight position and we set defenses before dark. The nights outside this month are not the nights we had last month. We were at the vocational school by 2. I'd picked it in September off a panoramic map. A technical college on the outskirts closed for expansion works when the 10th of October happened, which means very few people were inside it. Suburban, low density, a 3-meter wall the whole way around, unbroken, and a gate they'd already replaced with something tall and expensive. They never got to use it. I did. 2 drones up, formation on the vehicles, 20-odd of them lured out of the buildings and put down, and then 16 vehicles filed in one at a time, and my squad split up and cleared every building and checked every wall line without me saying a word. That's the thing I noticed that afternoon and enjoyed more than the tank. I didn't have to run it anymore. Each of those 5 squads could stand alone, which was a relief, because the wall there was 3 meters and there were 30 of us, and if enough of them arrived, we were going to have to use the last resort, which was several hundred kilograms of Wu Tao's explosives and a hole in somebody else's wall. By 3:30, the defenses were done and most of the team had nothing to do, and Xu Hao came and suggested taking a couple of groups out for a look around before dark. I said yes, and said I'd come. I want to put one sentence here about why 30 armed adults volunteer to go looting when they don't have to. Nobody has ever complained about having too many supplies. And the feeling of walking into a building and taking whatever you want, for free, with nobody to stop you, is close enough to a drug that I've had to make rules about it. 2 teams, 6 each, 1 armored vehicle, and 2 heavy trucks apiece, 10-kilometer radius, which is radio range. We went out and drove around an industrial district for 15 minutes and found absolutely nothing worth stopping for, and Xiaoshu chatted at me from the driver's seat about how you can tell from the outside whether a shop's been stripped, which you can, and which I learned in my old life by going hungry until I learned it. And then we turned a corner, and Xiaoshu shouted and pointed. There was a man running. I want to be precise about this. There was a man running, on an open road, at a speed that a human being does not run at. He covered more than 100 meters in 7 or 8 seconds, with something on his back. I sat forward and my whole day changed, because I know exactly what that is. That is a leg evolver. That is what I was, last time, for 10 years. And then he tripped over something and went down flat. Xiaoshu and I looked at each other. I got on the net immediately and said, "There's a man behaving strangely up ahead. This may be bait. Everybody at high alert. Weapons free if anything happens." Because I have seen every trick. I have seen a woman scream for help in a doorway with 4 men behind the door. I have seen a child left crying in a road. I have seen worse than that. We waited a full minute. Nothing. I have a warning system now. If somebody looks at me from cover, my temples itch. There was nothing. So we rolled up on him. Late 20s, tracksuit, filthy, blood in his hair, and either unconscious or doing the best impression I've seen. I said, "Tie him up. Don't let him die. He's coming back with us." And I want to be clear about my thinking there, because it is not nice. If he cooperates and he checks out, I'll take him on and use him. If he doesn't cooperate, he goes in a locked room and becomes material. I meant that. I had a laboratory in the plans of that base since the day it was drawn. I've been one of these things, and I am currently something nobody has ever been, and I would very much like to know why. And you cannot study yourself first. You start with somebody else. They were lifting him when a car came around the corner behind him doing about 80. It stopped at 30 meters. 3 men got out with iron bars and machetes, already yelling, and then they saw us. I have rarely watched 3 human beings change their minds so fast. The machetes went down like they'd got hot. Hands went up, and the one in front started talking immediately. "Brothers, let's talk. We're just passing through. We meant no harm. We're leaving. We're leaving right now." I looked at 3 men holding their hands up in front of an armored vehicle, 6 submachine guns, and 2 heavy trucks, and thought, are these people here to be funny? But they'd looked at the man on the ground the entire time. I asked what he was to them, and the leader said smoothly, "Him? Never seen him. We're out looking for supplies. We saw people stopped. We came to check." I said, "Let them talk." 2 of my people put their pistols away and walked over. There's nothing to describe. It took about 90 seconds and no weapons, and at the end of it they had a much better memory. I said, "Well, because if you don't say it now, there isn't a later." And the leader got up on one elbow and said, "All right, we know him. His name's Wang Junji. He stole our grain. 30 jin of it. That's why we were chasing him. We lied because we thought you'd want the grain. 30 jin is 15 kilos. 15 kilos of rice in November is a genuinely reasonable motive for a murder, and everybody in earshot relaxed slightly because it made sense. And then the man on the ground opened his eyes. He said, "You're lying." He hadn't been unconscious for the last 30 seconds. He'd been listening. He got his neck up off the road and he shouted, with blood in his hair and blood in his eyes, "You took my sister. You stole my food. You're lying." And then he got onto his knees in front of me and put his head down on the road and said, "I'm begging you, help me get my sister back. I'll do anything." Here's his week, and I got it in pieces afterward. Wang Junji, 28, physical education teacher at a middle school in Zhangcheng. Him and his younger sister holed up in a block of flats in Ju City, going out in the daytime for food like everybody else. 2 days before, they'd gone into a building and met two of them, one each. They'd done it before, they had a routine. They didn't know about the acid rain buff. He handled his sister didn't. She got put on her back and just about held the thing's wrists until he got there. She wasn't bitten, she was lucky. What she did was tear her leg open on something rusty in the struggle, and by that night she had a fever, and by the next day the wound was worse. And there is no antibiotic left in a city because every pharmacy in the world was emptied in week 1 by people who move fast. Then a friend, a man called Wu Yang, said he knew somebody, a group with medicine, real medicine. So Wang Junji carried his sister 4 streets to a flat where a man in a leather jacket called Brother Long sat on a sofa with his legs crossed and a strip of anti-inflammatories held up in his fingers like a card trick. Wang Junji had 1.5 kilos of rice, everything they owned. The price was 10 times what he had, and it was a strip of pills that weighs nothing. He nearly went for the man. He told me that himself. He said he got about halfway through the decision before he remembered there were 7 of them, and his sister was sitting on the floor barely conscious. He asked for credit. He bowed all the way down. He promised. And Brother Long said no credit, cash only, otherwise everyone would want it. And then Brother Long made a helpful suggestion. He said, leave her here in our block, find an empty flat, and go and get the grain, because by the look of her she doesn't have long. Which is the moment the whole thing was decided, and Wang Junji couldn't see it because he was busy carrying his sister. His friend Wu Yang found them a 2-room flat a few buildings away and helped him settle her and told him to go. He'd look for food too, and they hugged. And then Wu Yang stood at the door and watched him run off and smiled, because Wu Yang worked for Brother Long. That's the whole job. He finds people who need medicine and he brings them. Now 30 kilos of grain in a day is not a thing an ordinary man can do in November. Maybe 2 or 3 people out of 100 could manage it, because everything easy has been taken 4 times over. Wang Junji had one advantage, which he and his sister had discovered by accident in week 2 and told nobody about. They'd timed him on an empty street, 100 meters in 8.5 seconds. The world record used to be 9.5. He'd broken it without noticing, and it had done nothing for him except let him run away from things faster and let him get in and out of 1 building a day instead of none. So he went to the one place everyone in that district knew about and nobody went into. A small wholesale market, square, roofed, 1 block. Grain shops, oil shops, household goods. The reason nobody goes in is the barriers. The whole place is ringed with those U-shaped steel frames they put up to keep scooters out. There were a lot of people inside on the 10th of October. Every one of them is still in there because they cannot get over a barrier, and for 2 months survivors have been going in and adding to the population. He got in, moved slowly, half a minute to cross the entrance. The smell inside, he said, was the market smell plus rot plus something else he couldn't name and didn't want to. He found a grain and oil shop and there were sacks of fragrant rice stacked in the corner. Hundreds of kilos. He took one 25-kilo sack because that was what his arms could do. His legs are a miracle. His arms are a starving school teacher's. And when he got to the door with it on his shoulder, they were already coming, nose up, from deeper in. He ran with it. He told me they were within 2 meters. He could hear them. And the only reason he did not drop that sack and save himself is that his sister was 4 kilometers away with a fever. He got over the barrier. They came over it on each other. He kited the last few off in a loop, hid the rice, came back for it, split it into a blood-stained backpack he found by the road, hid the rest, and started home with 30 kilos on his back. And when he got there, the corridor door he'd closed was open, and the flat was empty, and on the coffee table there was a note that said, "Bring the food and trade it for the medicine. Your sister is here." He punched the glass tabletop and it went into pieces, and he went straight back to Brother Long's block, straight through the front door with 30 kilos of rice on his back, into 7 or 8 men waiting for him. They took the rice. They were never going to trade, and standing beside Brother Long, watching him get taken apart, arms folded, was his friend Wu Yang. He got out. That's the only reason any of this happened. He broke through them and out the door and down the stairs, and by the time they got moving, he was gone, because a man who can do 108.5 seconds is not catchable by men in a car in a residential district. He abandoned his sister to do it. He'd been running and hiding since, on no food, all day, and he'd finally dropped in the road, and Wu Yang had come around the corner about 90 seconds later. That's the man on his knees in front of me. Now I want to give you my side, and I don't come out of it well. It was past 4. It gets dark at 6. My convoy was 30 kilometers from a base I did not own yet, with 16 vehicles and every round of ammunition I'd brought. And an evolver is not that rare. That's the thing. There are 5 people on Earth for every 100 that used to be, and about 1 in 1,000 of those turns into something, which means there are hundreds of thousands of them out there, and this one was not special. So I said the cold thing. I said, why would I do that? I have a queue of people who'd do anything for me. He offered the speed. He said he'd run faster than anyone. He'd find us food. He'd scout. And I said, fast? Can you outrun a bullet? You think we're taking a risk in the dark for that? Dream on. And I turned around and walked back to Sabretooth. He started throwing everything he had at my back, just spraying it. No order, no judgment about what mattered, because he had 4 seconds and he knew it. He'd graduated from Jiangcheng University. He was a PE teacher. He had 350,000 yuan in savings, which is an insane thing to offer a man in November, and he said it anyway. He'd found 50 kilos of rice today and hidden 20 of it, and we could have all of it, and he'd go back into that market and get more. And then, somewhere in the middle of the noise, he said, my sister's at Tsinghua. She's a graduate student. Her field is microcomputer applications and computer numerical control. She's done several high-quality papers. She and her supervisor took contract work optimizing production systems for outside companies. I stopped walking. I want to describe what happened in my head because it took about a quarter of a second and it went like this. Numerical control, machine tools, tolerances, 5% yield. I turned around. I did not look at Wu Yong. I looked at the man kneeling on the road and I said, say that again. What does your sister study? He blinked at me. He thought I'd turned around because of the other 3, who were at that moment congratulating themselves on having successfully joined my organization. He repeated it. Tsinghua, microcontrollers and CNC, production system optimization, on contract for real factories. I clapped my hands together once, hard enough that everybody jumped, and I walked back and took him by the arm and lifted him off the road and said, in what I'm told was an alarmingly friendly voice, excellent. Now question 2. Do you know the way? Then I took the pistol out of my belt and shot Wu Yong and both of the men with him. 3 rounds. No conversation. My people had already started tidying up before I'd got the gun back in the holster, and Wang Junji stood there with his mouth open, and I blew across the barrel because I'd seen it in a film once, and I said, get in the front, give directions. And on the radio I said, Bowen, I'm sending an address, meet me there, I've got something to do. I sat in the back of my own vehicle and let a man I'd met 8 minutes ago have my seat, and we drove. I did not do that for his sister. I did it because there was one person left alive in this province who understood precision manufacturing, and she was in a room somewhere with a fever, and my ammunition line was running at 5%. I bought a factory. The girl came with it. The residential block was old and half empty, and Brother Long's building was the only one with people in it, which made target identification simple. Sabretooth went through the compound railings without slowing down. 6 vehicles stopped in the middle of the courtyard. I got out and immediately felt eyes on me and looked up, and there were 4 faces at a window on the 4th floor, and I looked back at them, and they went. I said, some of you stay with the vehicles and deal with anything that comes. Wang Junji, in front. Everybody else, follow. And then I went up. I want to explain the tactical thinking, which is that there wasn't any. They had no firearms. When the other side has no firearms, you do not need a plan. You need a door. Somebody asked me later what I'd have done if they'd taken a hostage. There isn't an answer to that because I don't accept the premise. You do not get to have a hostage. A hostage exists in the gap between somebody making a threat and somebody arriving. If you close the gap fast enough, there is no hostage. There's just a man in a room holding somebody's arm looking surprised. The door was shut. Wang Junji went to knock and I stopped him. I looked at the lock, shifted my weight, brought my right knee up about 10 centimeters, and kicked. The entire door came out of the frame and landed flat inside the flat, and my people were through the doorway before it stopped moving, shouting at everybody to get down, and the whole room was under control in about 3 seconds. I want to note that not one of my team reacted to the door, not a flicker. They've stopped finding it interesting, which I think says more about them than about me. Brother Long and 5 of his men on the floor with muzzles against their heads and a pot of rice on the stove behind them that they'd been cooking for a celebration. Wang Junji went straight past all of it and said, "Where is my sister?" And Brother Long, who was a man who had been in control of a room for 8 weeks and had run out of it 40 seconds ago, glanced at a side door. And then he tried the only card he had left. He said, "Your sister's with us. If you want her safe, you let us walk." I looked at Xu Hao. He nodded and walked over and opened the door, and what was in there was not what anybody expected. There was a man on the floor, one of theirs, the one they'd sent in 10 minutes earlier to secure the hostage, and there was a young woman standing over him in a blood-stained coat, holding, in her right hand, a hairpin. She'd been in that room with a fever of 40 degrees. She'd worked out, through the wall, roughly what was happening. She had no weapon and nothing to make one from, so she'd taken the pin out of her own hair and stood behind the door and waited, and when a man walked in, she used it, and she was, at the moment the door opened, in the process of bringing that pin up to her own throat, because a door had opened and she had assumed it was the next one. Wang Junji shouted her name. She stopped with it about 5 centimeters short. She looked up, through the fever, at a doorway full of armed men, and in the middle of them, there was her brother. And then her legs went, because everything she had left had gone into the first thing, and he caught her. He got her trouser leg up. The wound was in a state I'm not going to describe, and he made a noise and shouted out into the living room, "Where's the medicine? Give me the medicine." And Brother Long, on the floor, said nothing at all, because his entire remaining bargaining position had just been found dead on a bedroom carpet. One of his men, in a voice I will remember for the rest of my life for the sheer speed of the pivot, said, "We gave her some already. There's more next door. Take whatever you want." "We're happy to help," Wang Junji shouted. "Then why is she like this?" Nobody answered. I already knew, because my eyes are what they are now, and there was a single tablet lying on the floorboards by the skirting. They'd thrown one pill in the room to keep her alive long enough to be useful. She hadn't taken it. Fever of 40, alone, no water, and she'd looked at a pill from those men and decided no. I've thought about that a lot too. There's a kind of person who does that. I walked in and looked down at the two of them, and I said, "If you don't want your sister to die, get her into one of our vehicles right now. We have medicine, and we have people who know what to do with it." Then I turned to the door and shouted, "Gao Lei, Huang Jing, in here. Somebody get the medical bag and a stretcher up here. We're saving this girl." Both of them had been standing in the living room holding rifles on 6 men. They put them on somebody else's shoulder and came in. They'd been taught basic aid by my uncle at the base, along with everybody else, because in a world with no ambulances, the difference between a scratch and a funeral is who's standing next to you. Wang Jing got Wang Junji out of the way, laid her flat, looked, and gave me the assessment straight, like a professional. Severe wound infection, sustained high fever, she's dangerously weak, she needs glucose now, and antibiotics right behind it. We've got amoxicillin, ampicillin, and antipyretics in the kit. The wound needs cleaning, and she needs tetanus, and there is no time. I said do it. They carried her out on a stretcher and put a line in her arm in the back of a truck in a courtyard in Ju City, and Wang Junji tried to follow, and I put a hand on his chest. I said, "You've still got business up here." Everybody came back into the living room. Brother Long was looking at what was left of his hostage plan, and he broke completely. He said they'd give us all their food and all their medicine, please, just let them live. I didn't answer him. I looked at Wang Junji, and then at the pot of rice, and then at my watch because it was nearly 5 and the light was going, and I still had a wall to defend that wasn't mine. And I said, "Do it." 2 words. Then I said, "Search the flat. Everything useful into the trucks. We leave now." And while my people started working, I turned to a man who had watched all of it from the doorway and had not moved, and I told him the terms. I said, "I've saved your sister. I expect the 2 of you to serve my base properly from now on. Don't try to coast. You've seen what we are. We get things done, and we don't do decorative things. When we don't like something, we take it away." And then I patted him on the arm. He nearly went over, and I apologized, and he made a face that I'm told was a man trying to laugh and cry simultaneously, and he said something to himself afterwards, which somebody overheard and repeated to me, which was, "I think my sister and I have just got on a very unusual boat." The flat gave us enough medicine to fill half a room, several dozen kilos of grain, seasonings, and 1 pot of freshly cooked rice, which somebody carried down the stairs with both hands like a religious artifact. 15 minutes from arrival to departure, we were back inside the school gates before full dark. I told the captains, "We picked up 2. The man is fast, he's an evolver, we'll look at him properly at home. Keep an eye on him. And the woman's his sister. Save her. She is going to be extremely useful." I told them straight about the evolver part in front of everyone. There's no reason to hide it. There are going to be more of them, and my people need to stop being surprised. Then it got dark, and I want to give you a proper picture of a night outside the wall in November because it's the part nobody films. Energy-saving LED strips all along the school wall and the edge buildings, running off batteries, lighting the ground for about 20 meters out. 2 searchlights on the tallest building, switched on and off at intervals to sweep the far streets. Nobody worried about the light. They're effectively blind. Daylight bothers them because of the ultraviolet, not because they can see it. You can floodlight a wall all night and it changes nothing. Weapons, bows and crossbows only. Not 1 shot fired unless there was no other option, because a gunshot outside your own wall is an advertisement. Night vision on every watchman, binoculars, sleeping bag, and an insulating mat because it was 4 degrees and dropping, and a man who gets cold gets slow. 3 shifts, 10 people each. And one piece of technique that I want to record because Li Guangming worked it out in about the first hour, and it is the difference between a hard night and a lost school. If they pile up in one spot under your wall, you have built a ramp, so you don't just kill the closest ones, you deliberately draw them sideways and kill them somewhere else, so they fall evenly along the base of the wall instead of stacking into a staircase under your feet. We killed about 300 that night in a school with a 3-meter wall and never once had a problem. And the reason is that 30 people spent their evening thinking about where the bodies would land. We hold classes on this at home, in the evenings. It is exactly as boring as it sounds, and it is the only reason any of us are alive. Around 1 in the morning, on the roof of the tallest block, Xu Hao was sitting on a stool he'd found somewhere, running his night vision every few minutes, and the door behind him opened. He heard it before it opened, which is Xu Hao. He didn't turn around. He said, "Next time I'd suggest knocking." It was Gao Lei, with hot tea and something to eat. He said thanks. That's a long speech for him. She sat down against the parapet and asked if she could rest there a while, and he said, "Whatever." Now, Gao Lei has one close friend on that base, which is Huang Jing, and after that she has nobody, because there are almost no other women who go outside the wall and the combat department is 30 men. She can't chat with people she's stronger than, and the person she'd like to chat with is me, and I am not available, so she bothers her captain. What follows is, I'm told, a completely accurate transcript. "Captain, how long are we out here?" "Don't know." "Captain, when do we get more women in the squad?" "Don't know." "Captain, can I keep the next stuffed toy I find?" "Yes." "Captain, what kind of girl do you think President Han likes?" "Don't know." "Captain, did you have a girlfriend before?" "No." "Captain, do you like men or women?" "Women." She fires questions like a machine gun, and he answers without turning his head, and the whole squad thinks it's the funniest thing in the world, and nobody has ever told her to stop. Then she asked the question that everybody in that squad has wanted to ask for 2 months. She said, "Captain, you're so good at this. Why didn't you stay in the army? You're better than the special forces guys on TV." And I want to give you the full pause, because it was, by her account, very long. Xu Hao frowned at the dark for a while, and then he said, "It's nothing. I just didn't want to serve anymore." And she said, "Oh, and let it go, because everybody's got a room they keep locked. I have never asked him. I'm not going to. What I know is, his squad has not had a single injury in 2 months, and every other squad has. He has personally pulled 4 people out of things they should not have come back from. He answers a radio in 3 words and does the thing correctly." And then she asked about family and told him about her mother, who'd come home on the second day of the family search project, and how good it felt to have something to look forward to every day. And in the dark, where she couldn't see it, the corner of his mouth went up, and he gave her the longest sentence he'd said all night. He said, "My mother and father are both at the base and they're well. Apart from them, there's nobody I need to save. I'm very grateful to President Han. He gave us somewhere quiet in the middle of this." And she said, "We're lucky, Captain." And Xu Hao said, "Yes, we're very lucky." The next morning we drove the last 30 kilometers. The Jushi military district sat in a flat, remote patch of coast country where every tree had been stripped bare by the rain. There was a plain gate, shut, and a guard post beside it with damage on the shutters. I stood up out of the hatch and looked at wire that ran off into the distance in both directions. And I said, on the net, "Everyone to the position I marked. Drones up. Captain Lee, get in there and open that gate, but do not break it. We're going to need it." We parked a kilometer away, engines off, windows shut, in a spot I'd chosen off Molly High's footage because at that distance in daylight they don't come. Xu Hao got over the wire on foot alone and had the gate open in 4 minutes. 2 big drones went in and hung over the 2 largest buildings. I said, "Speak," and the sound balls came on, 2,000 of them. The first wave was about 1,000, and Xiaoshu walked them out of that gate and off across country at 4 kilometers an hour and kept walking them, and the instruction I gave him was to keep going until the drone's battery died and it had to come home on its own. 10 minutes later, the second wave came out and the second drone took them the other way. After 2 passes, there was almost nothing moving in the open, and then I put my people in. The order was, clear the outside, then the buildings, room by room, small numbers, kill them. Large numbers, back out and we'll lure again. And, if there are living people in there, anybody who doesn't resist lives. Anybody who resists doesn't. Sabretooth went through the gate first and picked up a few that hadn't followed the drones, which added to the paint on the ram. Half an hour of scattered gunfire on the net and not one call for help. Xu Hao's squad came out of the first block first, dusty, out of breath, some of them with the look people get. He walked over and said, "Boss, that building's clear. We're going to the next one." I looked at him for a couple of seconds, and I didn't say anything sentimental, and I patted his arm and said one word, "Good." Then he went. 30 minutes later, every open space in that compound was clear, and my squad leaders came back to me with their faces doing something I hadn't seen on them before. Liu Haran got there first, and he was shouting before he arrived, "Boss, we're rich!" The first warehouse had an attack helicopter in it. Gray-green stripes. 2 rotary gun mounts on stub wings. 3 wheels underneath instead of skids, because it weighs what it weighs. Armor. Real armor. Which is the whole difference between that machine and the civilian ones we'd been flying around in like a man in a paper hat. And it was perfect, not a mark on it. Because the 10th of October happened at night, and that night it had been sitting in a hangar with a panel off for scheduled maintenance, which meant that when the sky came down in November, it was under a roof. Ma Lihai went up the side of it like a monkey, got the door open, dropped inside, and half a minute later stuck his head out and shouted, "This one's fine!" 30 adults stood in a warehouse and applauded a helicopter. The second warehouse had something under a tarpaulin. It was very large. Everybody stood there looking at it, and nobody wanted to be the one to pull the cover, and I discovered that I did, quite badly, so I did it myself. I got a corner of it and hauled, and that much waterproof canvas came off in one movement because of what I am now, and what was underneath was a tank. Yellow and green over dark green, 2 tracks that came up higher than my chest, ceramic armor in rows along the flanks, a long barrel sitting up off a rounded turret at an angle. It presses on you. That's the only way I can say it. Standing next to one of those, something in your body understands that this is a machine built by people who had a serious and specific intention. Nobody said anything. They walked up and put their hands on the armor, all of them, one after another, like it was a shrine. Both of the women in the combat squads were doing it too, so I don't want to hear a word about men and tanks. Then I noticed there was a second tarpaulin next to it. 2. There were 2. I want to give you the full list once, and then I promise I will never do this again, because there is nothing more tedious than a man reading out an inventory, but this list changed what my base is. So, 1 attack helicopter, 2 medium tanks, 3 armored vehicles, 7 military heavy trucks, 1 amphibious combat vehicle, which nobody had any use for, and which we took anyway because look at it, 417 pistols, 425 submachine guns, 43 sniper rifles, 171 crates of grenades, which is over 5,000, more than 1 million rounds of small arms ammunition, 15 heavy machine guns and 100,000 rounds for them, 12 mortars and over 1,000 shells, 12 rocket launchers and over 500 rounds. And then the boring things that are actually the most valuable. Military drones that make our civilian ones look like toys, night vision, thermal, body armor, protective suits, knives, and a large amount of compressed rations and canned food with a shelf life measured in decades, 100 tons of aviation kerosene and over 500 tons of ordinary fuel. That's it. That's the list. It was a recruit training establishment, which I worked out from the fact that there was no missile system and no heavy artillery, and if that had been a real frontline depot, the numbers would have been 10 times bigger. I did not care. I sat down on a crate with a pen in my hand, and my hands were not steady. Now, somebody is going to say, 1 million rounds isn't very much in the scheme of a country. You're right. There are arsenals in this country that hold 10,000 times that. But I have been to the future, and here is what I know. Everything humanity built is going to rot. Aircraft on aprons, tanks in yards, ships in harbors, and every single piece of it that isn't under a roof and in somebody's care is going to become scrap metal, and it is going to happen faster than anybody expects. The acid rain was the first natural disaster. It will not be the last. The next one, the one I care about, is a geomagnetic anomaly. That sounds academic and dull. Here's what it actually is. The Earth's magnetic field is going to weaken, sharply and briefly. The shield that has been sitting over this planet for the entire history of life is going to thin out, and the solar storms that have been going on out there our entire lives without us noticing are going to come through. Every power grid on the planet dies. Most electronics on the planet die. Radiation levels go up and the disease rate goes up with it. And the reason I rank it below the rain is that it doesn't kill you today. It kills your century. You can still burn wood, and an old carburetor engine will still start, and most survivors will barely feel the difference, because most survivors already have no electricity and no devices and are thinking about food. But anything with a precision circuit in it stops, forever. Which means every hour that these machines spend sitting in an unprotected warehouse is an hour I'm gambling. I have Faraday cages in the base plan. I bought the materials in September. Nobody has ever asked me what the copper mesh was for. So when I say I want that convoy loaded tonight, I mean tonight. I said, we sleep here. The wire is intact, but nobody relaxes. Check the perimeter again. And everything in this compound, weapons, ammunition, all of it, gets loaded tonight. We leave at first light. These things aren't ours until they're in the warehouse at Green Origin. They were exhausted and they did it anyway. I helped. I want to be honest, I helped because I wanted to. Moving ammunition crates is more fun than lifting weights because every single one of them is treasure. I carried 2 ammunition crates on my right shoulder, about 200 kilos between them, and a weapons case in my left hand, and I walked that back and forth between the warehouse and the trucks for 2 hours in front of 30 people. Somebody said out loud, "Monster." I let them see it. That was deliberate. They're going to be next to me every day for the rest of this thing, and a certain amount of awe is extremely useful in management. Nobody knows the actual numbers. Nobody needs to. The tanks we did not drive home. You do not drive a tank 400 kilometers. Forget the fuel. The running gear will not thank you. That's what transporters are for, and the world's armies figured that out 100 years ago. The Sun brothers had both worked with tanks. Between them, they got 40 tons of it running and up onto a flatbed, and the crew requirement is 4 people, which means when we get home, we are running a tank driving course, and I have the manual, because of course I do, and no, I'm not going to explain where I got it again. We also took every piece of paper in that compound and every hard drive. Nobody had had time to destroy anything. It happened at night, and the men who were supposed to burn the files turned into something else with the files still in the cabinet. We took all of it. Useful, useless, doesn't matter. You can't know yet. By 10 at night, everything was on a truck. 6 10-axle flatbeds completely full, tank and helicopter under tarpaulins so that nothing on the road could see what we had. And then, on top of that, we drove out the military trucks and the armored vehicles because that quality does not exist in the civilian world, and I was never going to leave it. We came out with 16 vehicles. We went home with 27. That meant 1 man per vehicle instead of 2, which is fine because everyone can drive, and the captains took the armored cars because the rest couldn't handle them. Wang Junji spent that day carrying crates. Nobody asked him to. He'd sat with his sister in the morning, and then he'd come out and worked with everybody else until 10 at night, and that is exactly the correct instinct, and I noticed it, and so did every squad leader. He also worked out that day what we'd come here for, which he had not previously understood, and I'm told he went quiet for about an hour. His sister came round in the evening, fever down, wound cleaned and dressed, tetanus in her, awake and talking, couldn't walk but talking. By the time we got home, she was on first-name terms with Gao Lei and Huang Jing, which happened faster than I've ever seen anything happen on this base. The next morning we drove, and about 11 o'clock, on the motorway, coming the other way, there was a convoy. I saw it first, because of the eyes. 7 or 8 vehicles, and the front rank were the kind of big civilian off-roaders that everybody grabbed in week 1, and behind them trucks. It looked exactly like us, in October. I said, slow down. Then, on the net, people ahead, prepare for contact. Nobody does anything without my word. We stopped about 30 meters apart. 2 men got out of their lead vehicle in body armor with their hands up and walked a few steps forward. I thought about it for under 2 seconds and got out. Because if they have a pistol, I'm confident I can be out of the line before it fires, and because if they had anything heavier, my temples would have been itching for a minute already. The one who spoke was about my height, mid-40s, cropped hair, weathered, and he had the posture. You can always tell. Ex-police or ex-army. He said, "Hello over there. Which shelter are you from? Can we talk?" Very careful phrasing. A good man's phrasing. I said, "We're just ordinary survivors. Where we're from isn't something you need. If there's nothing else, clear the road and go." He was thrown. He'd expected me to want something. So he gave first, to show good faith, which is what decent people do. He said, "We're from Yangcheng Shelter. This is one of our supply groups. We don't mean any harm. We're all survivors. We thought maybe we could help each other." Yangcheng Shelter. I knew that name. Largest human settlement in Guangzhou. Tens of thousands in the early months, and then, in my old life, gone, and I met a great many people afterwards who used to live there and who did not enjoy talking about it, so I lost interest completely, which I regret slightly, and I said, "We're local and we're in a hurry to get home. We'll say goodbye here," and I stepped back toward the vehicle, and he did something I've thought about a lot since. He said, "Then I won't hold you up. The road's tight. We'll pull over and let you through first." His deputy, who was standing next to him, actually turned and stared at him. I said, "That would be best," and they moved. I got back in Sabretooth and told my column to roll, and to be ready, and to be polite. And then, at about 15 kilometers an hour, my convoy went past those 2 men, Sabretooth first, with me looking down at him out of the hatch, then a modified riot van, then a line of heavy trucks, several of them military, the kind those 2 had only ever seen on television, then the flatbeds. And the flatbeds were carrying things 4 and 5 meters tall under tarpaulins, and when a thing like that goes past you at close range, it changes the air. And then, last, 3 armored vehicles with machine guns on the roofs and a man behind each one. The deputy told his captain, when they could speak again, that if either of them had made a sound, they'd have been cut in half. He wasn't wrong, and the captain, whose name was Xiao Hao, said to him quietly, "Do you honestly think those people want to join our shelter? And I'd advise you not to have any ideas at all. Otherwise, we won't even know what killed us." Their entire supply group had one machine gun and 3 pistols between them, and not many rounds. In Guangzhou, that made them a force that refugees stepped around. He touched the pistol on his belt and later described the feeling as suddenly finding it boring. They talked about us all the way home. He didn't believe the local part for a second, and he was right not to, because they knew every serious power in Guangzhou and half the surrounding cities and had never heard of us, and because we had no plates. He put it in a report. Somebody above him read it and had a headache about it. I want to note that both those men were alive for 11 more days. We got home at 4 in the afternoon, Wu Dong on the gate again, and I could hear him yelling before the radio finished. The whole base came out. The quarantine yard filled up after 2 flatbeds, and the other 4 had to wait outside the wall, which is a problem I made a note about and which turned into a plan. And then we unloaded it in front of everybody, and I want to give you what the base sounded like, because they didn't know. Is that a squad machine gun in that long box? The kind that does hundreds a minute? No wonder it weighs that much. That one's a heavy sniper rifle, like on TV, the kind that shoots through a wall. Wait. Is that an RPG? The thing that takes down a house? These trucks are just grenades, all of them? How many is that? Then a tarpaulin came off a flatbed and the noise went up. Another helicopter? It's huge. It's better than all our old ones. You don't know anything. That's an attack helicopter. That's armored. Look at the guns on the sides. One burst. What's that weird one? That's amphibious. It drives and it swims. And then the last 2 tarpaulins. A man in the crowd put both hands on top of his head and sat down on the ground. Tanks. They're tanks. There's 2 of them. I'm going insane. Somebody actually pinched themselves, and then, in a base where I have a standing rule about noise discipline, 110 people screamed. I was in the shower. I'd handed over the manifests and gone straight home because I had been in the same clothes for 4 days and I could smell myself, and I stood under hot water for a very long time and used a lot more of it than I'm entitled to. That's the whole point. That's what the wall is for. Hot water, an electric light, and enough food in November of the first year. Then I got a cold cola out of my own refrigerator and drank the entire thing standing up in the kitchen and put myself flat on my bed like a starfish. And for the first time since I woke up in that apartment in April, I let go of everything. No corpses at the wall, no disaster on the calendar for a few weeks. My parents 200 meters away, people I trust holding every job, and a memory of the future that has not been wrong once. I lay there and thought, this is exactly what I planned in the first 10 minutes after I opened my eyes, and it has gone better than the plan, and then my stomach woke me up because it is a nuclear reactor and it does not care about my feelings. That night, the canteen had 4 dishes instead of 2 and unlimited rice, so the people paying off family search debts could eat until it hurt. And the combat department got a banquet, 5 tables, 1 per squad, in the conference room, 9 dishes and a soup, stewed chicken, roast duck, pork belly with preserved greens, hot and sour ribs, sweet and sour fish, boiled beef, potato with pepper and aubergine, green beans, bok choy, and a bone soup with peanuts and lotus root, more than half of it meat, and the portions were obscene. I stood up and said, "Thank you all again. It's all in the food and the drink. We're drinking until we fall over. Start." And they did. At the far end of the canteen, 2 people who had arrived that afternoon were eating like they wanted to burst. Wang Junji and Wang Qingmei had been checked in the medical room, given a 2-bedroom, and pointed at dinner, and somebody sitting near them, who knew they were new, leaned over and said kindly, "Slow down, you're at Green Origin now, you're not going to go hungry, eat slowly," and the 2 of them looked at each other and cried into their bowls. Later that night, I opened the window in my office, and it was well below 0, and I put my hand out flat, and after a few seconds there was something cold on my palm. Snow. In Mentang. In the south. In the old world that would have been the news for a week. In this one, it's just what winter is now, permanently, and the South is going to get buried every year from here on, and everything about staying alive is about to get harder. In the morning, 100 Southerners went outside and built snowmen 4 centimeters tall, and Li Yong and Lin Yue had to go and break it up and send everybody back to work. 2 days later, I walked into Yang Ming's workshop and asked whether he could make my vehicles quieter, and he slapped his own thigh. "Mr. Han." What a coincidence. The captains had been at him for weeks because out on a job they were afraid to fire, and a man who is afraid to fire his weapon is carrying a stick. We had never had a suppressor. Not one. There's no reason for a police station in this country to own one, and no reason for the information to be lying around. And in the crates from Zhuxi, there were dozens of them. He'd already started measuring one to copy it, and measuring it had given him the other idea, which was, if we're insulating a gun, why aren't we insulating everything? The exhaust of a truck engine. The generators that run 24 hours a day at my base and can be heard from the road. He said, "Sound insulation batting, wrapped properly, and I'll take 15 decibels off. Minimum." By that afternoon, he had a heavy truck done, and I went down to watch the test. 15 to 20 decibels. If the sound of that truck used to carry 100 meters, it now carried 30 or 40. The chance of pulling something out of a building on the way past dropped by more than half. And every weapon in the combat and defense departments got a suppressor. A pistol is around 160 decibels. With a can on it, about 130. That does not sound like much until you understand that the distance the sound travels collapses, and my people went from a gunshot being an emergency to a gunshot being a hard clap. Then I grabbed him by both arms and shook him until he went cross-eyed and put my arm around his shoulders and told him to name what he wanted, and when he tried to be humble about it, I got cold and told him, "When I give you something, take it. Don't hand me modesty. You did something right, so you get paid, or everybody else here learns that doing things right is free." He took the room and the unlimited hot water. Then I went to the bullet shop because the bullet shop was still at 5%, and Wu Tao met me with his apology already on his face. 2 weeks of work had moved the yield by 1/4%. I said, "I know, that's why I'm here," and I got on the radio and told Li Yong to bring the Lin siblings down. They came in confused, him half carrying her, and I introduced them and said the only sentence that mattered, "This is Miss Lin, Xinghua. She knows numerical control. Talk to her." And then Wu Tao and Zhou Peng and Wang Qingmei fell into a conversation that lasted 40 minutes and contained, as far as I could tell, no Chinese at all. Wang Junji and I stood against the wall like two men waiting outside a delivery room. So I used the time to be unpleasant to him because it needed doing. I said, "You two are not part of this base yet. I only keep useful people. If your sister can fix production, that's enormous. What about you?" He'd done his homework. He said he'd noticed there were people who went out for supplies and people who held the wall, and he'd like to join. And I said, "You think you walk into that? It's an established unit. Go and talk to a captain. If he takes you, I won't object." Which was not fair, and which was deliberate. Partly because everybody here does a probationary period, which the two of them hadn't been told about, and partly because I had my own ideas about the first evolver I'd ever had my hands on, and I did not want him carrying a rifle before I'd had a look at him. Then Wu Tao came out of that huddle at speed with his whole face rearranged and said, "President Han, there might be a way through. Miss Lin is the real thing. Some of what she just said opened the whole problem up. We've got directions to try. I believe we can move that yield." I said, "Fine, she's assigned here, ask me for whatever you need," and I went out into the yard in an extremely good mood, because on a road in another province I had picked up, entirely by accident, a woman who fixes factories. Now, while we were away, 4 vehicles from Guangzhou had arrived at a chemical plant 8 kilometers from my gate and started asking questions. "You remember Xu Meng? Operations manager, highway, 20 seconds. Her father had finally got around to looking for her. The man he sent was called Deng Chao, and I want to give you the portrait because it's the funniest thing in this story, and it has a body count. Middle-aged, delicate features, and white gloves. He arrived at a dead chemical plant, sat down in the general manager's chair, ran a gloved finger along the desk, looked at the dust on it, took the gloves off, dropped them on the floor, and put on a new pair out of his pocket. He spent the rest of the week filing his nails. He was the right hand of a man called Xu Jianhua, who ran a shelter of 700 or 800 people, and he was there to find the daughter, alive or dead, and what he found instead was no daughter, no bodies matching, a wall knocked down in 3 places, a yard full of remains from a fight that had happened weeks ago, and a factory with a great deal of equipment and chemical stock missing, which produced the sentence that killed 600 people. The young lady may have gone with whoever took the machinery. Find survivors in this district, ask them who moved it, widen the search to 30 kilometers. They spent 2 days finding almost nobody, which annoyed them, and finding every fuel tank in the district already drained, which annoyed them more, and which should have told them something. Then, on the 3rd day, they caught a man. His name was Liu Guoliang, and he was nobody. A survivor out looking for food, who came around a corner into 4 men in suits, and answered a question slightly too slowly, and got beaten for it. And what he told them, because it was true, and because he wanted to stop being hit, was, "There are no big groups here. Everybody's in 3s and 4s. If you want the strongest thing in this district, it's the ones with the modified vehicles. I don't know where they live, but they drive around in convoys, and the ones at the front have ramming horns on them. Ramming horns." Deng Chao put down his pistol and stood up, and then they made the mistake, and I want to be precise about the shape of it, because it is the single most human mistake in this entire account. They looked around at a poor rural district on the edge of nowhere, and they concluded that a group with modified vehicles must be some lucky survivors who'd found a workshop with tools in it and welded plates onto some cars. Because their own shelter, 700 people in a first-tier city, could not afford to modify vehicles. So they were, quite reasonably, jealous. Their entire shelter had a little over a dozen pistols, almost all of which the boss kept, with a few handed out to trusted men as gifts. That's how they controlled several hundred people. Deng Chao had been given 2. 100 rounds as a reward for taking this trip, and he had walked taller for a week because of it. In that world, a pistol is not a weapon. A pistol is a rank. So he called everybody in and said they've got 3 vehicles and maybe 10 men. We take them, we get the vehicles, and we might get the young lady, and we go home heroes. He kept the prisoner to point out the road. They laid a tire deflation device across a stretch of road at a place their prisoner had seen the convoy pass twice, and they waited in a ditch. And on the 3rd morning, Liu Haoran's squad drove into it. They'd been out testing the new quiet trucks. His squad had gone to a small-town electronics market because the new list I'd given the captains had stopped saying food and started saying electronics, precision components, and machine tools, which is a list you write when you're planning a century instead of a winter. The market was untouched. Nobody loots an electronics market when they're starving. They filled 2 trucks with motors, generators, phones, tablets, lights, and left. And Liu Haoran sat in the passenger seat because he likes sitting where I sit and let his mind wander. Bang. The vehicle went sideways. His driver got it stopped. Front left tire flat. He got out to change it and walked around the back and heard the second bang, and this time it was not a tire. Deng Chao fired 5 rounds at medium range and hit 2 people. Xiao Zhao took one in the chest and got knocked flat and broke 2 ribs because he was wearing a plate, and the reason Deng Chao didn't know that is that it was November and everybody was wearing a windbreaker over the top. Liu Haoran took one across the arm, and then he found out he'd shot at the wrong convoy. Because those 2 heavy trucks were full of my people, and my people had suppressed submachine guns, and Deng Chao had a pistol and a ditch. He told me later, when he was in a very different mood, that he could feel the air moving next to his head and that he genuinely believed his skull had come open. He ran. Of the 5 vehicles that had come out that morning, 3 went home. 2 people they left where they fell and did not go back for. And on the way out, in the mirror, he saw that the prisoner they'd used as a guide was still alive in the road, and that prisoner knew the address of the chemical plant. I was in my office planning the Guangzhou trip when the radio said Tian Kai's squad was in trouble, and I stood up so fast the chair went over. I did not ask what happened. I walked. Liu Haoran was in the quarantine yard holding his arm with blood between his fingers, and he gave me the report standing up and finished with the part that mattered. We took one of the ones who was lying in wait. He says he doesn't know anything. I nearly killed him. I looked at Sun Jian, who had come down to watch, and said, "Make him talk." Sun Jian cracked his neck, said, "Okay," and took him through a door. A few minutes later, he came out and gave me the answer. He said, "This is interesting, Mr. Han. He's not with the ones who have the gun. He says they were staying somewhere we know very well." And then he said it. "It's the chemical plant, the one where we got Director Wu and Zhou Peng. All units, combat department. We leave in 2 minutes. 8 vehicles, and only the armored and modified ones, because we were not going out there to negotiate. We put the guide in the back seat because he might still be useful, and we did 20 kilometers in the time it takes to think about it. I had my senses wide open the whole drive, and there was nothing, and by the time we were within sight of that plant, I already knew it was over because Xiao Shu put a drone up, and I looked at the picture and saw 3 vehicles and about 10 men packing to leave. 10 men, 1 pistol, against Green Origin. I said on the net, enemy inside, appears to be 1 firearm, do not get sloppy, 3 teams, finish it fast, and then, if you can, leave 1 alive. I shot the padlock off the gate myself, which was faster than the alternatives. It took about 4 minutes. They dragged Deng Chao out with a cut on his head and dropped him in front of me, and here he was in person. The white gloves were gone, his hair was everywhere, there was a footprint on his face. Shu Hao said, "Everyone else is dead. This one had the pistol," which was a complete sentence in our language and meant, "This is the man who shot Tian Kai." I looked down at him and said, "Make him talk," and Sun Jian stepped forward, and it took no time at all. He was from the Guo family shelter in Guangzhou. They'd come looking for somebody. They'd grabbed a survivor for information, and then they hadn't been able to resist. And I want to say, for the record, because I've been unfair to a lot of people in this account, that's fair. That is an extremely apocalypse thing to do. In their position, I'd probably have done the same. And then Sun Jin told me the rest. He said, "There's one more thing. We know who they were looking for. I already had it. I knew before he said it. It's Xu Meng, from the chemical plant. The woman who set us up. Director Wu's old boss, who I killed personally, on a highway. 8 weeks ago, in about 20 seconds. I went into the room they were keeping him in. He was tied to a chair and finished. He looked up at me and said, 'Just kill me. I'll tell you anything.' And I asked him one question. I said, 'I killed Xu Meng. Did her father love his daughter?' And I watched him understand the whole shape of it at once. Watched him work out that the target of the search was standing in front of him and had done it with his own hands. And he started laughing, really laughing, with his head back, and shouted at me, 'Of course he loved her. If he hadn't loved her, would he have sent us all the way out here to die? Ha!' I stepped back so nothing would land on me. And I said, mostly to myself, 'So I've offended somebody.' I went outside and lit a cigarette and stood there for a while looking up. It's beautiful now. That's the joke. No factories, no traffic, no lights, and the air over this country is better than it has been in 100 years, and every single one of us who can see it is standing in the ruins of the reason. I did not kill Deng Chao. He still had one job to do, and it was 300 kilometers away, and he was going to point. I called every manager and every captain into the big conference room after lunch, and I did not sit down. I said, "Today somebody ambushed our people and tried to kill them. Those people came from a shelter in Guangzhou. Their leader sent them here to look for a person. That person set us up and then we killed her. So unless something very strange happens, we are now in a fight to the death with a base of 700 people. You all know how I do things. I don't sit and wait. I'll deal with it tomorrow, and I've got other business in Guangzhou anyway. I am not asking for opinions. I'm telling you to prepare for combat. Every department this afternoon. We leave at first light." And nobody argued because everybody there had worked out by then that when I've decided, the decision is the weather. Now, the thing I actually had to explain and the thing that mattered was the part I gave them at the end. 36 of us, 700 of them, and a blood debt on their side, which is the worst kind because a man whose daughter has been killed does not do arithmetic. There is no version of this that gets negotiated. I could go and kill the leader, and killing one leader is easy, and it is not safe because I do not know how many brothers and sons and lieutenants that man has, and every one of them inherits the debt. So the plan was the only plan. Since we do not know how to end the hatred, we end the people carrying it. All of them. Nobody in that room objected. Some of them were not happy about it. Every one of them understood it was correct, and I want you to sit with the fact that all of that is true simultaneously. Now let me show you the man on the other side, because I've made him a number, and he was not a number. Xu Jianhua, late 50s, long overcoat. He made his first fortune in the gray part of the economy in the 80s and 90s, and then, as the country got rich, he laundered himself clean and ended up with several genuine industrial companies and a good name in Guangzhou. Half the security departments of his companies were staffed by the men he used to run with. His name means loyal and kind. Everyone who ever did business with him will tell you exactly how funny that is. When the world ended, he took a factory in the suburbs, 7 meters of wall around 20,000 square meters, and started gathering survivors. He had 2 partners at the start. He used the earthquake and the acid rain to crush both of them, and by the time I heard his name, he was the only voice in that place. Here's my picture of him, from 3 separate people, and I've put it together the way you put together a face from witnesses. He starts his day pruning a bonsai. I'm serious. He has a little tree in a shallow dish on the windowsill of an office on the 5th floor, and he turns the pot so the plant gets its light evenly and takes small clippers and trims the shoots that stick out. And while he does it, without looking up, he asks his housekeeper whether the people downstairs have started causing trouble. And his housekeeper says, "No, sir, we've moved them all into the factory buildings and issued warm clothing to those who go outside, and they're under control because food is only issued to people who work." And he says, "Go on." And the housekeeper says, "We're down to 2 servings of plain porridge a day. There was some complaint. It's been suppressed. We've opened talks with Yangcheng Shelter about trading weapons for grain since we've heard their food is running short, and it's below freezing outside now and finding food is much harder. Sir, we are not going to have a good winter." And Xu Jianhua stopped clipping and said, "Not a good winter? Then the moment the wall reaches 10 meters, we throw out the extra people. If 100 isn't enough, throw out 200. Doesn't that make everything simpler? And it isn't as though they'd be hard to find again afterwards. That is his whole plan, and it is beautiful, in the way that a trap is beautiful. He is not gathering survivors out of pity. He is gathering hands. You come in, you work on the wall every day, and only then do you eat. When the wall hits 10 meters, he cuts the food off and most of them leave, which is the point. And when he needs them again, he opens the grain store and they come back. His housekeeper told him it would be another 7 or 8 days to reach 10 meters because most of the labor was unskilled and slow and there was no machinery, and he said, 5 days. I'm giving you 5, and don't imagine I'm going to keep spending food on useless people. Put watchers on them. Anybody slacking gets thrown out or beaten. Don't think it's easy to eat Xu Jianhua's rice. He had over 20 tons of grain in that compound, which he took off a wholesale market in week 1, and which not one of the 700 people working on his wall knew existed. He was negotiating with Yang Cheng, and I've seen the price list, and it's worth hearing because it tells you the exchange rate of the new world. He offered 100 jin of grain for a pistol and 100 rounds, 200 jin for a machine gun and 100 rounds. He wanted 5 pistols. Yang Cheng told him 2,000 kilograms of grain for 5 pistols, no ammunition. And the veins came up on his forehead and he shouted, "Let them starve, 500 kilos, maximum." And then his face went smooth again in about a second, which is the detail that tells you the most about him. And his reasoning was correct, incidentally. He said, "I'm not in a hurry. Every week that passes, food gets more expensive and guns get cheaper. You can't eat a gun, they'll come to me. Meanwhile, his own morning went like this. There is a room on the 5th floor of that office block that used to be an office and is now a shower room, 20 or 30 square meters of it, tiled, fitted out properly, hot water fed by a generator. 700 people in that compound had not washed in a month, and breakfast was eggs, sandwiches, meat porridge, noodle soup, and a steak. I want that image kept because I think it's the entire man. He sat at a table in the middle of a starving country and ate one small piece of each dish and left most of it, and the people standing along the wall of that room could hear each other swallowing. And when he was finished, he put down the knife, wiped his mouth, and said, without turning round, "You can have the rest." And they were delighted. They were genuinely, visibly delighted. They didn't dare sit at his table, so they carried his leftovers to the other end and ate them there. And that was one of the perks of being close to Director Shu. 2 months. That's all it took to make a man's leftovers into a privilege. One more thing about him, and then I'll get to the morning. His housekeeper, the middle-aged man who gave him all those reports and who sweated through his shirt doing it, had that job because of what happened to the previous housekeeper. A few days earlier, over something small, Xu Jianhua had shot him, and it was this man who was ordered to arrange the burial in a corner at the edge of the compound, where there was already a pit with a great many people in it. That's how he got promoted. He told somebody later that he would rather stand outside in a freezing wind than be in a room with that old man, and that the pistol under that overcoat could go off any time the mood took it. The apocalypse doesn't make bad men worse, it just removes everything that used to be in their way, and never, ever underestimate the rich. Whatever you think a man like that has in reserve, he has more, and he has a plan for after that. On the wall of his office there was a photograph of a family of 4, wife, dead years ago, a son who helped run the group in Guangzhou, and a daughter, recently graduated, who'd been given a small chemical plant out in the countryside to manage as a first job. He would touch that photograph and then sit for a while and not say anything. That is the only human thing I know about him, and I'd killed it 8 weeks earlier on a highway in 20 seconds without asking her name twice. We left at 6:30 in the morning. 20 vehicles. 36 people, including 8 I'd pulled out of the Defense Department because Liu Haran and Xiao Zhao were in the medical room, and Liu Haran spent a solid 10 minutes arguing with me about it and lost. I want to say what I left behind, since I was taking most of my army 400 kilometers away, a 20-meter wall, 2 meters thick, heavy machine guns on the gate and on every tower, 3 armored vehicles, one of which stayed home, a defense department that had killed several thousand between them by then, and 2 helicopters and 2 trained defenders who could fly them. If somebody came at Green Origin while I was out, it did not matter how many of them there were. Under that kind of fire, a human life becomes a number, and a small one. The road was quiet. And it was quiet in a way that made everybody notice, because the noise reduction was working. On the same national road that used to pull a dozen of them out of doorways, we attracted exactly one, and he was probably standing in the entrance already. Nobody enjoyed it, because everybody in those vehicles knew what we were driving toward, and it was not a fight. At 10:30, we stopped in a park 2 kilometers from the target, which had good sight lines in every direction, and put up a military drone. That thing is unfair. Small, quiet, enormous range. High definition with real zoom. Nothing on the civilian market comes close, and they had never seen one and would not have known what they were looking at if they had. We hung it 300 meters over the Guo family shelter. And there it all was, exactly the way Deng Chao had described it under Sun Jian's attentions, which was the point of keeping him alive. 2 gates, one large, one small, because it used to be a factory, buildings, warehouses, and along the inside of the wall, scaffolding, and on the scaffolding, hundreds of people working, building the wall. On the 5th of the 5 days, I had them bring Deng Chao out. He got down on his knees on the grass by himself. He was in a terrible state, and he knew exactly how this ended, and he gave a small bitter laugh, and I'm told there was relief in his face. I said, "Anything you want to say?" And he worked his mouth to get some moisture into it and said, in a voice with almost nothing left in it, "Give me a fast one." And I nodded. Then I picked up the radio. I said, "Xiaolong, you're clear. Drop what you've brought." And then I said the last part, and I said it flatly, because there was nothing to dress it in. This is war. 20 minutes earlier, at 9:50 exactly, an attack helicopter had lifted off from my base and flown to a high-rise in Guangzhou that I'd marked on a map as the relay point, and had been hanging there ever since, waiting for that word. Mali High at the controls, boxes stacked in the back, 2 heavy machine guns visible at the cabin door. The people in that aircraft knew precisely what they were about to do. Mali High told me what he said to them, and I asked him twice because I wanted it exactly. He said he pushed the thing in his chest down and reminded himself this was for his brother and for his mother that we'd flown 500 kilometers to find, and for the people he lives with. And then he shouted into the back, "I know you all feel the same as me, but this is the apocalypse. We are not the ones killing them. Sooner or later they kill us. For our families back home. So we're cold-blooded. Fine. So we're cruel. Fine. If it means they get to live, we'll go to hell. We'll be demons. Drop. And he says he screamed that last word. What went out of that door was Wu Tao's work. 400 tons of chemical stock came out of that plant in October, and a chemical engineer with 22 years turned a lot of it into TNT, which is a stable explosive, which is the entire reason it can be handled by ordinary people. He designed a casing for it. Pull the ring, and an element inside heats the charge for 2 seconds to the point where impact sets it off. Add iron filings and steel ball bearings around the outside, 1 kilogram each. From 100 meters, from an aircraft, there is no question of it not going off. We took more than 500 kilograms. That's more than 500 of them. A hand grenade holds about 50 grams of filler. Each one of Wu Tao's was worth about 20 grenades. Down on the ground, the housekeeper was standing by the gate seeing off a search party he'd just organized to go and find out what had happened to Deng Chao. He'd heard the aircraft. Everybody had. The whole compound had stopped working and was standing in the open looking up, and a few of them, the ones with the right instincts, had started quietly moving toward the buildings. He was still watching when the cabin door opened. He saw figures in the doorway. He saw them throw. He saw one coming down at him, and he got about halfway through turning around. It landed less than a meter away. He saw it touch the ground, and there was a burst of light. And then he didn't know anything at all. I'm not going to describe the next 2 minutes. I'll tell you the shape of it. 500 or 600 people were in the open on that ground, because they were building a wall, because a man had told them they'd eat if they did. They ran. They hid under the scaffolding. They hid against the buildings. They hid behind vehicles. Everything they could see became shelter, and the aircraft moved to wherever they were. 2 minutes, and there was almost nothing standing in the open. Then Molly took it to the buildings, because he could see people going in through the doors, and if one didn't go through the roof, he put another one in the same place until it did, and then he dropped one through the hole. 500 of them, gone in about 12 minutes. He was careful about one thing throughout, and he did it without being told. He did not damage the wall. Because we were going to need it that night. 2 military trucks with reinforced fronts took the gate off its hinges, and the rest of us came in behind them in single file. 30 of us out of the vehicles in plates and helmets. There were people alive on that ground, not many. Some of them had stopped screaming and were looking at us, and I have been asked whether any of them said anything, and the answer is no. Nobody had time to. I want to give you the only sentence about that part that I think is worth having. They never found out who we were or what they had done. Every single person in that compound died without knowing why, because the answer was a woman on a highway 8 weeks earlier, and not one of them had ever met her. We left 2 alive, both badly hurt, for questions. Then I looked at the 4-story block in front of me and told my captains, I'll take this one. You take the rest. Xu Hao and Wu Bo looked at each other, nodded, and went. And I went in alone. Here's the honest reason. It wasn't tactics. Since April, there has been a thing sitting at the bottom of me that has never once been all the way out. I have been careful and measured, and I have made decisions like a man doing bookkeeping, and underneath all of it, there has been something that wanted to be let off the leash, and I also wanted to know what I was. So I stood in the lobby of that building with a military knife in my left hand and a pistol in my right, and I set my legs, and I went. There was a crack and a footprint left in the tiles, and the floor split under the push. I do not remember crossing the lobby. I remember arriving. There was a man ahead of me running for the stairs. He never turned around. He heard something behind him, and then he felt cold at his neck, and then the world spun, and then it stopped. That's what it's like from the other side. I know because I asked myself what it would look like, and there's no way to know. There were more than 30 people in that building. It took a minute. I did not use the pistol. In the dark, against a man who cannot see me arrive, the pistol is slower than I am. When I came out of that building, the rest of my people were driving the vehicles in and welding steel plate over the gate we just destroyed because it was going to be dark in a few hours and we were going to be sleeping behind it. I did not stop. I went into the 7-story office block that nobody had cleared yet. There was a guard behind a wall on the ground floor who had survived the bombing and had not yet worked out what to do next. He heard something. He didn't get his head all the way round. On the second floor, there were 3 men with knives watching the stairwell, sent up by somebody's idea of a defense, and their legs were shaking, and they saw a shadow come off the stairs and got as far as the first syllable of a word. On the 3rd floor, there was a room with a dozen in it waiting in ambush, and in that room, one of them, some kind of section boss, got a pistol out. And this is the thing I actually learned that day, so I'll give it to you straight. He could not point it at me. Every time his eyes found me, his hands were behind, and by the time his hands got there, I was somewhere else. He never fired once. I had tested this at home, quietly, with a stopwatch and a wall. I can see the path of a pistol round, not the round, the line it will take, which means at 20 meters, I can be off it before it arrives. I cannot see a rifle round. That is still faster than I am, and probably always will be. So the rule I came out of that building with, which I have not broken since, is ordinary men with knives are scenery. Ordinary men with pistols are an inconvenience. A rifle, or several guns at once, and I am exactly as fragile as anybody else. I went up through that building floor by floor, and there was nothing in it that could hold me for a second, and I came out onto the roof and killed the last two, and stood there in the wind on a rooftop full of bomb craters, and took several very long breaths, and the red went out of my vision. Test complete. And I would like to say, on the record, that I have not done that again since, and that I do not intend to, because it worked, and I enjoyed it, and both halves of that sentence should worry a person. From the first bomb to the last room was about 12 minutes. It was not a battle. It was 3 overwhelming advantages arriving at once. We had better information, better weapons, and 2 months of practice at doing exactly this, and they had a wall and a wage. When it was done, my captains came back and stood around me, and Shu Hao said the building's clear, and Wu Wenbo apologized for one of his men who'd caught a round in a plate carrier from 3 pistols in one room and had cracked ribs. That's our total. 1 man, cracked ribs, and he was walking. Then I climbed the scaffolding and went up onto the 7-meter wall. And there were over 1,000 of them under it already, because we had been making noise for 20 minutes in the middle of a city. In places, the pile was over 5 meters. I called Ma Li Hai and told him to come and take them, and while I waited, I picked up a length of steel pipe off the scaffolding and worked the top of the biggest stack myself, and when you have my arms, a stack comes apart quickly. He came in and hovered off to the side and pulled roughly half of them away, and the rest stayed because there were 700 bodies inside that wall, and the smell of that beats the sound of a helicopter. I sent him home on his remaining fuel. Then I came down and gave the order that took the rest of the day. Every body in this compound gets moved to one place and burned, and it happens before dark, because when night comes and the ones further out get the smell, the number will not be survivable. It was noon. Nobody ate. We worked from 12 until nearly 3. I'm not going to describe that work. I'll describe the people doing it. Gao Lei was carrying somebody when she stopped and was sick on the ground. Wang Jing, 10 meters away doing the same job, said, Lei, if you can't, go and sit down. And Gao Lei wiped her face on her shoulder and said, No, it's fine. I feel better now I've been sick. Come on, women are as good as men. And she picked the next one up. Wang Jing didn't say anything else because in this world, insisting on being kind to somebody is a way of telling them they're weak. Half the men were sick too. The ones who weren't were gray and grinding their teeth. I carried bodies. So did every captain. There was nobody exempt, and I made sure of that before we started. By 3, we had them all in one place, around 700. We poured gasoline on it, and I threw the empty can down and wiped my hands on a piece of cloth and got out my cigarettes and handed one to each of my captains. Nobody was going to be embarrassed about smoking in that particular yard. I got about 1/3 of mine down in one go. Then I took it out of my mouth and looked at what was in front of me and flicked it. It went up in an arc and landed, and the whole thing caught at once. The flame went higher than the wall. The captains all took a step back. I didn't. And 30 people stood there and watched it. And I want to say the thing that was in the middle of that yard and that nobody said out loud. Those were the people we killed. To keep ourselves alive, we decided to remove every possible threat and to leave no seed of hatred anywhere, and that is what removing a seed of hatred looks like when it is finished. After a while, I turned around and said, Everyone inside, don't breathe this. And I walked back through them and put my hand on each shoulder as I passed. Encouragement, or just to wake them up. I don't know which it was. They followed me in. Nobody set up a pot. Everybody ate their own rations out of their own pockets, cold, in silence. I ate a chocolate bar by myself, and I was completely fine, because in my old life I saw worse than that yard in my first year and had a decade to get used to it. I didn't say anything comforting. They have to get through it themselves. That's not cruelty. There is no sentence that helps, and a leader who tries becomes a leader who talks. And then I broke the silence with a question, and the question was, when you were moving them, did anybody see an old man? And I described him, from what Deng Chao had given us. They looked at each other and started muttering, and the answer came back, no. Oldest was maybe 50, square face, wrong man. And Wu Bo said, I asked the people outside, since we came through that gate nobody has left this place, which meant Xu Jianhua was inside the wall with us. I have rarely watched 30 people become alert so fast. They all looked at the walls of the room. I said, don't start suspecting the furniture. If he's in here, we find him. Pairs, every square meter of this place. If a man like that survives, he becomes a problem later. We searched for an hour and found nothing. His bedroom, his office, his dining room, and every location the 2 prisoners could name. I even sat down and asked myself where I'd put a hidden room if it were my factory, and gave up, because the answer is anywhere. So I went back to the simple places again. His office had already been turned over by my people. Sofas up, cabinets open, desk moved, files everywhere. It looked like bandits had been through it, which is accurate. I stood in the middle of it. The window was blown in from a bomb, which was normal, and there was glass across the floor, which was also normal. And there were 4 or 5 small red drops on the floorboards. Not spray, not a smear. Drops, with the little crown they make when they fall from a height onto a hard surface. None of my people had bled in that room. I moved some paper aside with my foot and found more, and they went somewhere. He'd been cut by his own window when the shockwave came through, and that is when the itch started in my temples. I grinned because I had about half a second of warning, and half a second is a very long time. I went sideways. The shot went where I had been. And on the way past, I took both his hands, which I want to be honest about. I did not intend to be gentle, and I was not. He had one blurred impression of something crossing a room, and then he had no hands that worked. The secret room behind the panel was about 10 square meters, a large bed, and 2 racks against the wall, and one of them was food, stacked, packed. More varieties than the canteen of a shelter where 700 people were on 2 servings of plain porridge a day. Wu Bo came in behind me, looked at the racks, and said in tones of real admiration, "This old man knows how to live. He's got more food in here than his entire base." And behind a painting there was a safe. Xu Jianhua's face was gray. His hands were finished. He knew what the room he was standing in meant and what would happen next, and he asked me the only question he had. He said through his teeth, "What did I ever do to you? Why? Would you do this?" I did not answer him. I did not say her name, and I did not explain, and I did not give him the satisfaction of a reason, and I have gone back and forth about that 100 times since. I glanced at Sun Jian. He understood, and took him next door, because I intended to work in that office that evening, and did not want it in a state. The old man told us a great deal before it was over. That's the useful part. Most of it, I'll never need. 1 page of it mattered, and I'll get to it. At 5 in the afternoon, the fire went out. The team spread lime over what was left. The 2 prisoners with the missing limbs, and the 2 women from the 5th floor who had been living well by being close to him, and the old man himself, 5 people, and all of them got quick ones, and then they went into a pit, which meant that everyone in that shelter was accounted for, and then somebody told me the thing that finished it. The son in the photograph, the one who helped run the group in Guangzhou, the one who never once appears in this story, and who I never met. One of my people had moved him that afternoon. He'd been visiting, so they all went together. All 4 of them, in the end, exactly as in the picture on the desk. That night, I sat in Xu Jianhua's chair with a bowl of plain vegetable noodles and read what Sun Jian had written down, and I ate the noodles, and I got to a paragraph about the negotiations with Yangcheng's shelter. 16 pistols and several thousand rounds came out of that compound, plus over 20 tons of grain, so the raid actually made a profit, which is a horrible sentence and a true one. And I sat there and thought, he was ambitious. If I had left him alone another 6 months, he'd have had guns and grain and a 10-meter wall and a labor force he could switch on and off, and he would eventually have been a real problem for Green Origin. Now he isn't. The next morning we drove to the Yangcheng military district, and it was a scrapyard. Craters. Bullet holes in the walls by the 100. Burnt-out vehicles in rows. And a dozen or so of them wandering the open ground, which is nothing, which was itself the strange part, because Jushi had produced 2,000 out of a smaller compound. The tanks were the story. The first one had a hole in the rear. The second one had soot coming out of its own vision blocks, which means it burned from the inside, which means the ammunition went. The third one, same, and the fourth one had scorch marks all over the hull and no penetration anywhere. I went up on it and checked the whole thing myself, and then got Ma Xiaohu, who climbed inside and came out and said, "Mr. Han, this one's fine. It'll start. The outside needs parts, and there's plenty here and more at home." 1 tank. 1 working tank out of a battlefield. Everything else was spares, equipment, and fuel, and we took all of it, including 3 ruined tanks and some wrecked armored cars, because if the geomagnetic anomaly does what I remember, spare parts become the rarest commodity on the planet. Compared to Jushi, it felt like collecting scrap, and while my people loaded, I walked around that place on my own, and I found 2 things. In one room, a large quantity of burnt paper, enough ash to say that somebody had destroyed documents in a hurry and in bulk, and out on the ground, remains with bullet holes in the skulls. They don't eat their own, and they don't eat somebody who was already dead when they got there. Which means a significant number of the people in that compound were killed by other people before anything else happened to them. I stood there for a while. I have heard things. In my old life, years later, in a room with people who'd been in the north, I heard a version of what happened at some of those places in the first month, and I did not believe most of it. I frowned at a pile of ash and decided it wasn't my problem yet. I still don't know what happened at Yangcheng. I'm reasonably sure I'm going to find out. We got home at 2 in the afternoon on the 3rd day, and I sent everybody to bed. There was no banquet. Nobody wanted one. Gao Lei went back to her room, which she shares with her mother, who was still on shift, and lay down on a pink bedspread and looked at the ceiling and could not stop seeing a courtyard. Wang Jing came and knocked. They sat on the sofa for a long time without talking, and then Gao Lei said the thing that was actually wrong. She said, Xin, is what we're doing right? There are more and more of them on our hands. I joined the combat team to fight the dead. Why do we keep killing people? Every time I close my eyes, I see them. I dreamed about them last night. They were calling me down. And Huang Jing turned her round and made her look at her and gave her the only answer that exists. She said, I knew you'd do this to yourself. That's why I came. Don't chew on it. It fades, and you have to keep living. We're not alone anymore. Everybody here has family here. So imagine somebody does to Green Origin what we did the day before yesterday, and your mother is lying in the yard. Will you regret not killing them first? I would. So I did it. And if that's too much to carry, I'll carry it for everything that's here. And Gao Lei shut her eyes and grabbed a cushion off the sofa and leaned back and shouted, Xin, stop. I know all of it. I only said that because the mood was right and it felt like the sort of thing you say. But I've lost my perfect image of President Han. I thought he only killed bad people. He's not perfect. And made a face of absolute despair. Huang Jing, I'm told, had nothing. I would like to state that I found out about this conversation secondhand and that it is the single funniest and most upsetting thing anybody has ever said about me. The next day was a rest day, and the day after that I sent the combat department out again, and this time it wasn't for food. The list said, laboratory equipment. I had everything else. Weapons, ammunition, fuel, food, water, medicine, and a medical department with 2 MRI machines in crates that nobody can currently assemble. What I did not have was biological research equipment, which is not sold anywhere except large biotech companies and top university laboratories, and Guangyuan City does not have either. So I sent 3 squads out in 3 aircraft to Yun City and Guangzhou, 5 and 600 kilometers, because you cannot drive that in winter and come back the same day. Xu Hao took the attack helicopter with Ma Lihai flying to a biotechnology park in Yun City, hundreds of thousands of square meters, thousands of employees, and the 10th of October fell at the end of a long holiday, which means attendance that Saturday would have been near total, which means that campus had thousands of them in it, and they were 10. So they used the aircraft itself because it is the largest noisemaker in the world, and it costs nothing to run it as bait. 50 meters over the buildings, and wait. 3 minutes, and there was a tower under them, nearly 10 meters high. Ma Lihai shifted a little to the side, and the tower fell over, and they started again. 5 minutes, and the building stopped producing. And then he flew slowly toward a corner of the campus, where there was a shallow depression in the ground, like a flattened bowl, and the whole crowd followed him into it. And Xu Hao's people, at the door, started dropping Wu Tao's charges. About 100. The dead don't scatter. That's the thing that made it work, and the thing that made it obscene. They heard the first one and went toward the sound. Every single charge landed on a crowd that was walking into it. When it stopped, there was nothing standing. Then they landed and went into the laboratory block, which they found without searching, because they had a briefing paper from me that told them which floor did experiments and which floor held the data. Xu Hao told me afterwards that one of his men actually asked on the stairs how our boss knows which floor of a company in another province does experiments. The stairwell was the professional part. They climbed by the fire stairs, checking that the fire doors on every floor were shut as they went, because a closed steel fire door is a wall, and a helicopter can only pull out the ones that are free to move. 7th floor. Corridor of unmarked rooms. A1, A2, and so on. Every door unlocked, because the power's been off for 2 months. Suppressed weapons, working in pairs with shields, and in 5 minutes they'd cleared the floor and put down about 10. And then they carried out incubators, autoclaves, laminar flow benches, drying ovens, analytical balances, magnetic stirrers, water baths, shakers, centrifuges, cryogenic storage, pipettes, pH meters, spectrophotometers, 3 kinds of microscope, PCR machines, electrophoresis rigs, and homogenizers. An hour, and the aircraft was full to the roof. And as they were closing up, Xu Hao's eyes went to the left. There was a figure 50 or 60 meters away. It had been a man. Thin, in a torn suit, and the blood on the suit was what caught him, and it wasn't running at them. It was standing still, with its head slightly up, moving its face very slightly from side to side. Sun Jian said, "Why isn't it coming? Is it deaf?" Nobody was frightened. 10 armed people, and one of them. And then Xu Hao's pupils went to pinholes, because it moved. It covered half of that distance in under 2 seconds. He screamed to open fire, and he was already firing. And here is the part that changed everything. The instant the sound started, it turned. It cut sideways off its own line, and the burst went past it. They put every weapon they had on it, and only the density of it caught a leg, and once it was down, it couldn't dodge, and they emptied their magazines into it. Sun Jian wiped sweat he did not have off his forehead and said, "What in hell was that?" They approached carefully. Xu Hao took the head off, because you do that. And then they got in close and looked. Hands, normal. Arms, normal. legs enormously thick, out of proportion with everything else. He cut the trouser open, and that was the answer, and it was a beautiful piece of detective work. The suit trousers were tight to the point of splitting. A man does not buy trousers that don't fit, so the legs grew after. He photographed it and said, "Stop looking at it. This matters. We go home now." In the aircraft on the way back, the cabin argued about whether the biotech park had leaked something, then about whether the company had caused the entire apocalypse. Then one of them pointed out that the mist came up out of the ground everywhere on Earth at the same second and asked how exactly a fertilizer company in Guangyuan City had arranged that. The theorist went quiet. Xu Hao came straight to my office and told me and put the photographs on my desk, and I did not say a single word while he talked. When he finished, I stood up and went to the window and said something quietly enough that he didn't hear it. I said, "There you are," because I know exactly what that is. We called them Swifts. It's the most common of the mutated ones. A body where the virus went into the legs and the result moves faster than anything else on 2 feet. And with it comes the thing that actually matters, which is a new instinct. Avoidance, not intelligence. Instinct. A fish moving away from a bigger fish. It doesn't understand a gun. It feels the shape of something dangerous and it goes around it. That is why it stood still and sampled the air instead of charging. It had felt something it didn't like. And in my old life, the one that killed me was a rarer and worse thing than that. The rammer. I did not expect any of them this early. In the last world, I saw my first mutant 3 or 4 months in, from a long way off, and it was a swift, and it took apart a group of about a dozen survivors in a street while I stood 200 meters away and did the sensible thing, which was to leave at speed. We're 7 weeks in, they've started early, so I told Xu Hao the numbers, and I'll give them to you, because they are the only reassuring thing in this section. If about 1 survivor in 1,000 becomes an evolver, then a corpse becomes a mutant at something like 1 in 100,000. The rammer is rarer than that, less than 1 in a million. But before all this, there were 10 billion people on this planet, 95% turned. Survivors have been dying ever since, so call it 2% left breathing, which means the number of them out there is close to 10 billion. 1 in 100,000 of 10 billion is 100,000. They are spread across an entire planet, so you will probably never meet one. But they exist in the tens of thousands, and there will be more of them every month. And eventually there will be types that go through reinforced concrete. And on that day, hiding in a house with a stack of food stops being a plan. That is also, incidentally, why I told a forum full of strangers in October to get out of the big cities. More corpses, more rolls of the dice. Now, Xu Hao was standing there wanting to know how I knew any of this. So I lied to him. I picked up a book off my desk. On the cover it said Viral Biology. And I said with a completely straight face, I've been following biological evolution for a long time. After the 10th, I did some thinking about the virus. Meeting Wang Junjie confirmed part of it, and today confirms the rest. Humans can evolve, so can they. And by my reading, both are extremely rare, so don't lie awake about it. And Xu Hao, who is the most composed man on this base, could not keep his face still. I could see the sentence forming behind his eyes, and it was, "Boss. We would accept it if you told us you were a legendary Special Forces soldier. We would accept it if you told us you were an intelligence officer. What in hell is this scientist thing? Have you picked up the wrong script?" I coughed and made a small fist and said, "What, you don't believe me? Your boss is quite impressive." And he gave me the politest empty expression I have ever received from a human being. And I know, absolutely know, that he was thinking, that book on your desk is so new that a fly would slip on it and break a leg. So I patted his arm, which staggered him, and said, "Just trust me. Why do you think I had you carry back all that equipment? I need it. Go back this afternoon and get the rest, and bring me that mutant. Pack it properly, and tell every single person in the combat department. They're out there now. They can still be shot, but nobody goes out casual again." He went away to have his lunch and to spread the word. And I sat down and opened the book for the first time in my life and read half a page and understood approximately none of it. I want to be clear, I have never done biological research. That entire speech was invented on the spot in about 4 seconds, but I am going to. I bought textbooks in September, introductory, and then a lot of advanced material. When this base stabilizes, I will have time, and I intend to sit down and learn enough to understand what is happening between a virus, a person, an evolver, and a corpse. Because I have been one of these things, and I am currently something nobody has ever been, and I would like to know why, and because you cannot start by studying yourself. The mutant came home that evening in a sealed box and went into a freezer. Then, later, when nobody was in that corridor, I moved it myself, down to the second basement level, into a room that has been in the drawings of this base since the day they were drawn, and that is not on any of the copies. There is one key. It's in my pocket. That afternoon, Li Guangming came home from a university in another province with 2 things. The first was every piece of laboratory equipment on my list. The second was a man. They found him in a storeroom off a laboratory. He weighed almost nothing. He'd been in there for a month and a half. They gave him food and he passed out. He came round in my medical room with the lights on, which was the first thing that confused him because there is no electricity anywhere and he had been in the dark for 6 weeks. I came in and didn't say anything for a while. I stood at the end of the bed with my arms folded and looked at him. He told somebody later that he'd stood next to famous academics and felt the weight of knowledge, and stood next to officials and felt the weight of power, and that what came off me made his blood run slowly and gave him a headache, which is useful and which I do on purpose. Then I said, "Introduce yourself. You stay here if you're useful. I don't want to hear lies." And he was so rattled he couldn't start, so I had Li Guangming give him the world in 4 sentences, which is a thing we're very good at now, and I watched a man learn that the government is gone and everybody is dead and go limp and say, "So it actually happened." Then I said it again, "Tell me your value," and he pulled himself together and said, "Huang Zongyi, lecturer and researcher at Yangcheng University. I teach genetics. I've led projects, 2 papers in top quartile journals and several others." And then the part that got him a bed. "I can study them for you. I've been in genetics for years and I've had nothing but time to think about this. If I ever got out, I was going to work on it." And he was getting excited and I let him finish. And then I said, "In that case, I'll keep you here under observation. I'll set you an assessment later. If you pass it, you'll be one of our people." And I turned around and walked out. He sat on the bed with his mouth open and asked Li Guangming if he'd said something wrong. Then, because that is how this place works, we gave him 3 days of building a wall. A university lecturer, in the cold, on a scaffold, carrying blocks. He said afterwards it was the first thing that made him understand the world had actually changed. And on the 4th day, I called him in and put a written examination in front of him. Real questions, specific ones, in his own field, which I had selected precisely so that a fraud would fail inside 2 minutes. He looked at the paper and answered the whole thing in under half an hour and told me politely that it wasn't difficult. I said thank you, go back to work, and sent him away. He was, I'm told, extremely confused about that too. He's real, that's what the paper told me. And that's all he gets to know for now, because there is an empty line on an organization chart in my desk drawer that says Research Department, and a second one under it that says Education, and I do not intend to fill either of them with a man I've known for 4 days. That was the 29th of November. 2 days later, the ground was going to start smoking again. I told the combat department the night before that nobody was going out, and I gave no reason at all. Nobody minded. It was -5 and they had beds. Then I spent the day watching a clock. 10 in the morning, nothing. Noon, nothing. 2 in the afternoon, nothing. And my combat teams were so bored they sent Wu Bo to ask me why. He came in and sat down like a man with the right to, which he has, and said, "Ah Wei, why aren't we out? It's cold, but we can manage cold." I said, "You've all been working hard and the weather's bad. Take the day." And he stood there and did not move and said, "Thanks, but that's not like you at all. We're not used to it." I said, "You'll get used to it." And then I told him to go and spend time with his parents who'd been on the wall all month and to spend some of his points on getting them a rest day, and he went. 2:23. In my old life, it came at about 3 in the afternoon, and I was lucky because I just got back to my building with a bag of food, and I spent the whole thing behind reinforced concrete with a bookcase against the door. 2:57. The first thread of pale purple came up out of the ground. I got on the cadre channel and said, "Attention everybody. Mist. The same as the 10th of October, coming out of the ground. Base to full alert. Everyone drop what you're doing and take positions." 10 minutes and everyone was in place, and by then, 100 people could see it with their own eyes. It's not like the first night, incidentally. It doesn't turn anybody. Almost every living thing on this planet already has traces of the virus in it, so there's nothing left to convert. Nobody transforms. Nothing happens to the animals. What happens is the other half. Every one of them that had been sitting quietly indoors came out. All of them, everywhere, at once, out into the open, heads back, screaming at the sky. Their hearing and their sense of smell, already sharpened by the acid rain, went up again, and then they went looking. My wall watch reported first. They're coming at the wall. It's not dark, and they're sprinting. We'd been quiet for a week because the wall construction was stopped, so there were only a handful in the district, and only a few dozen came in the first hour, and Yang Ming's cables took most of them. That was the moment his idea paid for itself. They came in at speed and hit the wire and stayed there, caught around the waist and the legs and the chest, roaring at us through the gaps at a distance where a crossbow does the work. I gave the orders: crossbows on the far ones, steel spears on anything under the wall, work fast, and my father came up and told everyone, in the voice of a man who has been keeping inventory for 2 months, that our wall was 20 meters and they should all calm down. 30 of them down in 2 minutes, and a lot of people relaxed and decided that this was survivable. I said nothing, because they'd find out. By 4 o'clock they were arriving continuously, and by 8 there were more than 3,000 dead outside my gate. After dark, it changed. They got faster. The crossbows stopped connecting, and everybody switched to spears, and then one of the women put a spear into a face and didn't kill it, and it grabbed the shaft and started climbing it. She couldn't pull it back. It took 3 people 4 or 5 seconds to get that spear up, and she got on the wall channel immediately and told everybody, and she was right too, they are strong tonight. Do not let them get hold of your weapon. Strike and recover instantly, or you go over. I came up and told the women and anybody who wasn't heavy enough to switch to firearms, and told the captains to rotate everybody in shifts because the night was going to be long. I did not run that wall. My uncle ran it and the captains ran it, and I looked at it on a screen in my office with 3 dozen cameras on it, and I went up twice. Because in my old life, I spent corpse mist day lying on a mattress in the dark listening to a door. I finally got to see it. They are extremely impressive. I'll give them that. Now, 11 kilometers away, in a residential block in Fenghe County, there was a flat with 3 people in it. You remember, the father with the scarred hands, who ran out with a basin in the acid rain because he was low on water, exactly like I did in my last life, and whose hands have never been right since. The mother, and the boy, Xiaohao, 10 years old. They'd had one piece of luck in 3 weeks, which was that the father had found sweet potatoes growing in a planter on somebody's roof, and it had kept them alive, and it had bought him back some respect from his own son. That afternoon, the things outside their door had started hitting it in daylight, which had never happened. He said, maybe they'll go. Keep our voices down. Maybe we were too loud. Our door's solid. They can't get through. Come in the bedroom. And the 3 of them went into the bedroom with the last half of a sweet potato and locked that door too so they wouldn't have to listen. And the boy said from under the blanket, Dad, are we going to be all right? And his father, who did not believe a word of it, said, Don't be scared, Xiaohao. We'll be fine. Tomorrow I'll find you something good to eat. At 6, it went fully dark. And in the stairwell outside their flat, in a crowd of them beating on a door they could not open, one stopped, bent forward, put its head down, and started to shake. The muscles under the skin moved like something alive underneath it. It took about 10 minutes, and when it stopped and stood up, it was over 2 meters tall, and one of its arms had shriveled down to skin and bone, and the other one had grown to the thickness of its own waist. A rammer. The thing that killed me. It has no mind. It has one instinct, and the instinct is that it needs to eat in order to finish building itself. It opened its mouth and made a noise that is not a noise any living animal makes, and then it swept the others out of its way with the back of that arm like a man clearing flies off a table, and it hit the door. Once. I'm not going to take you into that flat. I'll give you 3 things, and then I'm leaving. The bedroom door lasted less than a second. The father got himself into the doorway first. He had time to do that, and he did it, and what he said was, Don't look, Xiaohao. And after that, there was only one sound left in that flat. 10 minutes later, the changes stopped, and it stood up to its full height, which was 2.5 meters, and the arm had a layer of horn over it now, and it walked out of that building. And the ordinary ones scattered out of its way like birds. Where it went next, nobody knows. Wherever there are people, presumably, there is more than one of those out there. That is the only useful thing I can tell you. They had begun appearing before Corpse Mist Day at all, in places, and that night simply accelerated everything. At the Yangcheng shelter, 20,000 people found out what the number 20,000 actually costs. I want to give this properly because they were not fools and they did not deserve it, and because a man I met on a motorway 11 days earlier was standing on that wall. Their wall was nearly 10 meters. On paper, that is a good wall. Outside it, that evening, there were 100,000 of them, possibly 2. Nobody counted and nobody had time. 20,000 people is the loudest, warmest, most fragrant object in the province, and on the night when their noses were turned up as far as they go, every single one of them within 20 kilometers came. Their entire staff, a little over 1,000 out of 20,000 residents, had been fighting since the afternoon. By full dark, people were being pulled off the top of that wall. And their commander, a middle-aged man in uniform who had led the last of his soldiers out of a barracks on the 10th of October and had been holding people together ever since, was shouting for the civilians to come and help, and hundreds of them came. That's the part I want on the record. Hundreds of ordinary refugees came up onto that wall with iron bars and steel rod, and some of them came with mops and brooms, because that was what they had. Somebody shouted that humanity was going to win, and the whole wall shouted it back, and they pushed the pile down by more than a meter, and their commander stood up on the parapet and shouted it too, and a lot of people cried. The dead do not believe in tears. That's the sentence I keep coming back to. They have no pity, and they have exactly one loyalty. 5 minutes later, 2 of the volunteers went over the wall. 7 minutes later, 10 more. At 10 minutes, something new arrived in the crowd. Tall, absurdly long, thin limbs, and a swollen abdomen as though everything it had was concentrated in there, and pale eyes that could see farther than the others. It arched its back and its stomach contracted and it spat. a stream of something across tens of meters, straight onto the wall. One man took it directly and did not survive. Several around him got splashed on the face and hands and started screaming for help that nobody knew how to give. They shot it. Bullets from a wall onto a static target, which is the one thing that goes right in this story, and it went down and got trampled into the crowd. And the commander shouted the correct order, which was, anything that looks wrong, kill it first. We call those spitters. They store acid, they have some vision, and they can throw it dozens of meters. But by then, everybody had stopped watching the ones who'd been splashed. They'd gone quiet. They were standing very still, holding their burns, shaking slightly. And in the dark, nobody could see what was happening to the veins in their necks. And then they turned on the men next to them. The wall came apart for the second time in 10 minutes. It had to be cleared by hand, by people killing the ones they had been standing beside. One boy with a bitten wrist was crying and asking for help, and got a spear. A man next to him had the sense to shout that they were all infected and to be quick about it. And while they were doing that, the pile came back up by a meter. And the commander realized something else, which he had not had time to notice. Every senior official who had been standing on that wall observing had gone. He sent a runner, and the runner came back empty-handed, red in the face. And that runner was Xiao Hao, the one from the motorway, the ex-detective. Same name as a boy in a flat in Fenghe County, which is a thing I only noticed when I wrote it down. And he said, "They're gone, sir. They refused to send anyone. They said defense is our job. When I got there, they were already packing supplies. I think they're running." And that is when the rammer came. Not the one from Fenghe, a different one. There were several that night. A soldier spotted it because it wasn't running. It was standing still, over 2 meters of it, one arm half the size of its body, staring at the wall. Then it moved, several meters a step. It went through the ordinary ones on its way like they were paper. They fired everything they had at it. It put that arm up in front of itself and walked into the fire, and the round stopped in the horn on the outside of it and did nothing at all. It got to the base of the wall, went up the pile, and jumped and got that arm over the parapet. And then it ran along the top of a wall that 20,000 people were depending on, faster than a man sprints, with the arm out in front of it like a shield, and everybody in its way went off that wall like they'd been hit by a truck. And that was the fuse. The civilians broke first. They dropped what they were holding and jumped down and ran for the buildings, and once the first one ran, all of them ran, and every one of them knew perfectly well that this meant the wall fell and everybody died, and it did not matter, because the only thing a person needs in that moment is to not be first. The commander stood there with blood in his eyes and did the last thing he had left. He shouted, "Brothers, this is an order. Get out, get to the vehicles, drive out of here, I'll cover." And when a soldier started to argue, he said, "It's a military order. From today, you find a way to give humanity its hope back. Run." Most of them saluted him and went, which is what he wanted. About 10 stayed. He looked at the wall behind him and then at the ones who hadn't gone. And he smiled and said, "You little bastards." The city fell. At Guangyuan City, the same night, Shu was on the wall. 9 meters by then. They'd got it up to 9, and it had made their lives so much easier that for weeks he'd been sleeping properly. They'd brought out heavy machine guns, which he had never seen before and which had held the line since dark, and at about 10 at night, the machine guns stopped. He worked out immediately what that meant. He'd already seen things that night that don't happen, ones that spat, one that jumped several meters, one that was fat as a pig, and that came apart when the machine guns hit it and took a piece of the wall with it. Over 100,000 of them out there, as far as he could see in the lights. 10,000 down at the base, and every one of them a step for the next. And a cadre he half knew was walking the line, telling everybody to hold on, help is coming, the base will remember you as heroes. And then Shu looked around and could not see that man anymore, and could not see any of the senior people, only squad leaders, only the middle. And a man who has run a small business for 15 years and dealt with suppliers and customers and the tax office looked at that and understood the entire situation in about 2 seconds. He put down the steel bar. He said, "Captain, my stomach's bad. I need to go down for a minute. I'll be right back." And he climbed off that scaffold and did not look back and ran, and behind him, his squad leader was shouting his name. He went to his cubicle, took the last of his food out of the lining of his mattress, and stepped out of the door. And on the other side of the compound, the screaming started. He ran to the vehicle yard, and it was full, engines running, people everywhere. There they are, he thought. That's where everybody went. He climbed into the bed of a heavy truck and it started moving before he'd sat down, and he lay flat on his back in the open air with an empty stomach and 8 hours of fighting in his arms, and decided that the fate of that truck was now the truck's business. Guangyuan City base, 1 month and 3 weeks old, was gone by midnight. That night, a great many large settlements died. Yangcheng, Guangyuan City, others. The ones that survived were small and remote and had never been worth finding. And that is the whole lesson of that night, and I had it written on a wall at my base since the 2nd week of October. More people is not more safety. More people is more smell. 20 is one category, 100 is another, 500 is another. In my entire last life, I never heard of a settlement that dared to hold more than 500, and the biggest place I ever set foot in had a little over 300 people in it. At my gate that night, we killed several thousand and lost nobody, because 110 people behind 20 meters of wall do not smell like 20,000 people behind 10. The wall matters. The wall matters enormously, but it was the arithmetic that saved us, and I'd done the arithmetic in April. At 8 in the evening, I stood at my window with a glass in my hand, looking at a purple-tinged sky, and I said out loud to nobody, "Are we ever going to see the last of them?" Nobody answered, obviously. Then I finished the glass and went back to the screens. Just before dawn, the last of it thinned out. And when the first light came over the wall, the mist went, and every one of them out there deflated at once, and the mutants with them, and they turned and walked away into the shadows to wait for whoever's next. Liu Haran was on the wall with his arm still strapped, and he got on the radio and said the mist is going, they're leaving, and the whole base heard it. My order that morning was, bulldozers out, clear everything a long way from here and bury it, count the ammunition, check every seal inside the base, repair the wall and the wire, and then we opened the gate, and about 4 meters of them fell inwards. It was over 2 men high in the gateway. A man in a gas mask sat down, and somebody at the back shouted, "How many did we kill last night?" And somebody else said, "Look at the wall, look at the whole wall, tens of thousands." We spent the day at it. The excavators pushed and the disinfection crews hosed and limed behind them, and at the base of the wall, under all of it, the concrete render had been scratched all the way through, by men with no fingernails left, over one night, and 110 people, most of whom had spent the night in their dormitories being told to stay put, came out and saw that and understood exactly what they had been sleeping through. At 2 the next afternoon, I put 17 people in the big conference room. My father, weapons, my mother, food. My cousin Wang Lingling, warehousing, my uncle, security, 5 combat captains, Li Yong and He Guang, Lin Yue, Wu Tao, Professor Xu Lei, my mother's brother, who runs the medical room, Wu Bo's father, everyone who actually runs Green Origin Base. And I said, "You've all noticed we've never expanded. We've been short of hands for the wall, short of hands for supply runs, short of hands for defense, and I've refused to take people in. Here's why. You saw it the night before last. The more of us there are, the more of them come when the mist rises. Half that room had a small revelation on the spot. Somebody said, 'I knew that purple looked like the 10th of October.' And I said, 'Right.' And now I'm going to expand anyway. And to explain why, I have to talk about something else. Food. Not our warehouse. Everybody's food." And I turned it over to Professor Xu Lei, who had been waiting for it. He stood up and pushed his glasses up his nose and gave the worst report anybody has ever given in that room. He said, "I have tested soil inside and outside this base. All of it is now acidic, and not simply acid. There is something else in it, and the effect is that ground which was fertile has compacted. Even crops that like acid soil, potato, sweet potato, yam, peanut will not grow properly in it. If you force them, you will get a tiny yield or none at all. The land outside is no longer farmland. President Han asked me to find a way to restore it. I am ashamed to tell you that I have not found one." He sat down, and I said, "So now you know what the world's food problem is going to look like. It isn't an exaggeration to say the future is a wasteland, and that what we have in that warehouse is going to become the most valuable thing in this province." Then I gave them the other half, because I don't run meetings that end on despair. Our greenhouse soil and our underground planting beds were never exposed. Those are still alive, which means there's a number, and the number decides everything. How much can we grow, minus what we eat, equals how many new people we can take. We have about 10 mu of greenhouse on the surface. 5 of it is fruit and vegetables. The other 5 is going to be staple grain. And most of you have never been down there, so we have 15 mu of planting area on the first basement level, ready to use. That's over 20 mu of staple crop. At 800 kilos a mu, which is the southern standard for rice, with 2 harvests a year, that's about 32 tons of grain a year. That feeds everybody in this base with a surplus. The surplus is our recruitment budget. And light isn't a problem before anybody asks. We have crates of plant lamps. Things grow underground quite happily if you pay for it, and we can pay for it because on top of solar, we have coal and diesel, and I will solve the power problem properly after next spring. Then I picked up a stack of paper off the table and had Li Yong hand it round. And the room went quiet in a completely different way. My father read it and looked up and said, "Ah Wei, are you actually going to do this? Can this base take it?" And I said, "The timing is right. Not earlier, not later. Now." And I said the part I'd been sitting on for 2 weeks, which is the part that makes me what I So I'm going to give it to you exactly as I gave it to them. The people who come are not going to live in here. They are not going to share what we have, and they are not going to get what we get. Unless somebody is exceptional, what I want from them is cheap labor. That's cruel. I know it's cruel. It is also the only thing available. Then I went to the whiteboard and wrote out the departments, because a thing with 100 people and no chart is a crowd, and a thing with 300 people and no chart is a riot. Weapons, food, warehousing, combat, 5 captains, security, captain and deputy, production, Wu Tao, planting, Shulei, medical, living quarters, Lin Yue, human resources, Li Yong and He Guang, development, Yang Ming, and 2 lines with nothing after them. Research department, to be confirmed. Education department, to be confirmed. And I said, we were informal because we were small. From now on, we're not. If any of you meet someone suitable for those last 2, recommend them. Bring questions to me privately. If you convince me, I'll change it. If you don't, we do it my way. There is no democracy in the apocalypse. The day there's democracy, it isn't the apocalypse anymore. Then I left because I didn't want their feedback. I wanted their execution. And I'm told that after I went, the room stayed there for a while. Wu Tao leaned over to Professor Shulei and asked quietly whether the soil report was real or whether he'd been asked to say it, which I consider entirely fair given the volcano briefing. And Shulei got annoyed and said, I don't have time to lie to you. Every sample I have taken has degraded. There may be places that missed the rain. Nothing I have tested is farmland anymore. And Liu Haoran sat looking at the paper and said to nobody, so are we really doing this tomorrow? Doesn't that make us the ruling class? And Wu Wenbo thumped him on the arm and said, don't you want to be? Shall I go and ask the boss to put you back on a screwdriver? And Liu Haoran laughed and punched him back and said, who said I don't? Now that I think about it, it doesn't feel bad at all. And that's the honest version. Compared to everybody outside, they are a privileged class, and every single person in that room is a beneficiary of it, and apart from a couple of saints, there is no version of a human being who turns that down. They stopped hiding it that afternoon, and I'd rather they didn't hide it. Then Li Yong said, thank God I took President Han's invitation. I'd be dead in a ditch. And Professor Shulei said, I wasn't even going to come. He sent a car. And half of them started in about how they nearly didn't come to a cleaning products company's opening party, and my father stood up and said, then let's call today a holiday, and let's all stay healthy this winter and do this again. And they voted on it. The 1st of December. That's the official founding date of Green Origin Base, and it was decided by 17 people in a room after I'd left, which I think is funnier than anything I could have arranged. And then Lin Yue said, wait, doesn't anybody think something's missing? And she got up and walked to the board where I'd been standing and picked up my marker, and at the very top of it, above every department, she wrote, in large characters, Leader, Han Wei, and put the marker down. Somebody behind her started clapping, and then the whole room did. The next morning, 6 helicopters lifted off my pad in 6 directions. We have 7 now. One of the damaged small ones came back to life after Song Tao and the Sun brothers spent a week on it. Each squad had its own pilot by then, which was the month's target and which they hit. And loaded into every one of those aircraft in boxes was paper. Hundreds of thousands of sheets per sortie, close to 1 million on some runs. I'd had printers and paper collected in week 1, along with everything else, and once I finalized the text, they'd been running non-stop for 2 days. Leaflets. Here's what was on them. The name of this place and where it is, with a route map on the reverse. Labor and goods exchanged for food. Special skills preferred. A point system, in plain language. What you earn, and what you can spend it on. Food, medicine, a safe place to sleep, information, and then, and this is the part that did the work, how to avoid them, how to lure them away with noise and where to put the noise. How to identify edible root plants outdoors now that the topsoil has gone, and how to find water that isn't acid, and an explanation of corpse mist day, what the purple mist is, what it does to them, and the sentence that I knew personally would land in every single person who read it. The more of you there are in one place, the stronger the smell, and the more of them will come. That's a name and a warning and a survival manual and a job advertisement on one sheet of A4, and I gave the survival information away for free, deliberately, because a man who is alive because of your leaflet remembers where the leaflet came from. Some of the crew asked whether anybody would even pick them up, given that we'd have just dragged every corpse in the district out into the street. And Wubo, in the door of a helicopter at 1,500 meters, gave the answer, our helicopter is the biggest advertisement in the apocalypse. We leave, the crowd wanders off, and every survivor within a kilometer comes out and picks it up, and by making this much noise, we guarantee that hundreds of people we cannot see are watching us right now. Our job is to keep throwing paper. We covered Guangyuan City, Shen City, Wan City, and Yangcheng in a day, and the next day Yun City, Ju City, Kan City, and Qing City. And I want to be fair about the reception. In a small town where food was still findable, a few survivors read it, and one of them said, "So this Green Origin place wants us to go and collect things for them in exchange for food. If they've got food, they should just hand it out. What kind of capitalist exploitation is this?" And his friend agreed and said it wasn't fair, and they dropped the leaflets on the ground and went back to their lives, which is a completely coherent position, and I have no argument against it whatsoever, except one, which is that in about 4 months, they will be extremely hungry and they will remember the name of my base. Everybody remembers the name. That's all I wanted. Meanwhile, on the ground, Li Guangming and Wu Wenbo took about 40 people and 10 small trucks out and started stringing power cable and network cable to 3 factories a few kilometers out. Transformers, signal amplifiers, and cameras on the gates and in the yards. Because the people who come are not going to live in my base, and because a crowd that size on my ground makes my ground smell, and because I wanted eyes on all of it from a room behind my wall, within 8 kilometers of my gate, there are 6 mid-sized factories with 2 to 3 meter walls. Below 3 or 4 kilometers apart, the smell of one carries to the next, so after filtering for distance and terrain and wall condition, 3 of them were usable. I called them Residential Area 1, 2, and 3. And I set the doctrine out loud so nobody could pretend later. Everything within 8 kilometers of that gate is now Green Origins. Nobody stays or lives in it without permission. There will be inspections. Anybody who hasn't been approved is removed, and if they refuse to be removed, then you keep removing them until they agree. From 8 kilometers out to 20, we take gradually. After that, the whole of Mentang Town, and then Fenghe County. The earlier you come to Green Origin, the better your position will be. That's not a slogan, that's a schedule. And the water. Somebody asked me about the water, and I said no, they don't get connected. Because what I want is a labor pool large enough that I can pick talent out of it. I do not intend to treat the people who arrive as my own people, and I'd rather say that now than pretend. Next spring, when we expand the base and there's room, I'll consider bringing the proven ones inside. Green Origin finally showed its claws that week, and I'd like it noted that it took me 8 weeks to get there, and Su Jianhua got there in 3. That evening, just before dark, my uncle came on the radio. Han Wei, 2 vehicles at the gate. They say they came because of the leaflets. Problem is, they've got a dozen of them on their tail. Somebody found us that fast. And at night, I went down with half the office and up onto the wall and looked over. 2 vehicles below with about a dozen of them working at the doors and the glass. I looked for about 10 seconds and I said, "Open up, let them into the quarantine yard, and then deal with those." The people below saw a 20-meter gate start to move and put their feet down. And then they were inside a walled yard with nothing in it but more walls and a closed inner gate, and the dozen had come in with them, and a woman in the back was shouting that the whole place was empty and asking what kind of Green Origin base this was. Then they heard a noise like fabric tearing several times over, and in under 20 seconds every one of the dozen was on the ground. And when they got the courage to look, every single one of them had an arrow in the head. Gao Lei was on that wall. She'd been on that wall for an hour. Then the inner gate opened and searchlights hit their windscreens, and when the light dropped, there was a line of men in plate carriers with submachine guns, and a voice said, "They're dead. Everybody out of the vehicles, hands up." Nobody moved, because nobody could think. And the voice said, "I'm not saying it a third time." And a man got out first, mid-30s, unshaven, exhausted. He put his hands where they could be seen before his feet were on the ground, and he stood in front of his own people and said, "Don't shoot. We're survivors. We came because of the leaflet. There are 9 of us. We came from Shen City, and it's taken us a long time, and we've been stuck in Fenghe County. We saw the leaflet this morning, and we came straight here, but there were a lot of them on the road, and it took all day to shake them, and after dark there were more, and once they had us we couldn't lose them, so we came here. I'm very sorry we brought them to your gate at night. That was my decision. It's got nothing to do with the others. If somebody has to be blamed for it, blame me." He meant it. If we turned them away over it, he'd been planning to buy the other 8 a place with himself. That did not move anybody standing behind me even slightly. His name is Xu Weimin. He is the man who drove the minibus I pulled off a road in Shen City 3 weeks earlier, and he does not know that, and I did not know it either, and it took another month for anybody to work it out. We searched their bags, warm clothes, blankets, 2 days of food. We did not take the food. Then I walked over and put my hand out and said, "Good to meet you. You're the first people to arrive because of the leaflets. Work hard, and let's all get through this." And he stared at me for 2 full seconds, and then grabbed my hand with both of his and said, Right, thank you." And I turned around and walked away and left him standing there with his hand still out. Li Yong did the rest, with a smile, and started with the important sentence, "Welcome. Note what I said. You have arrived at our base. You have not joined it. We'll see how you do." And while he talked, my people carried the dozen from the yard into a bin, quite casually, and put lime on them, and Shu Weiman's group watched that happen and stopped asking questions. They slept in a small room at the edge of the quarantine yard, and somebody screwed a bulb into the fitting, and 9 people sat on benches in a room and stared at an electric light on the ceiling like it was the sun. The woman, Ahua, said, "Brother Li, did we do the right thing? This isn't what we thought. They're not even going to let us in. They're just going to send us away." And Shu Weiman said, "Ahua, I'll say this again. Stop using peacetime ideas. Nobody owes anybody help. You've seen what it costs to stay alive out there. And notice this. When they searched our bags, they didn't take our food, so they're not the worst thing walking around. And we brought a dozen of them to their gate at night. In their position, I'd have met us with guns too. We follow instructions, and we see what tomorrow looks like." Most of them agreed with him because he had gone out under the guns first, and that had settled the question of who was in charge of 9 people permanently. And then Ahua said the last thing anybody said in that room that night in a small, unhappy voice. "But we promised Sister Zhou Ying. We told her that once we got in here, we'd bring her in too." 2 weeks later, I stood on my own wall and counted 1,100 people. Not inside, outside. Residential Area 1 is a fastener factory 6.5 kilometers northwest with a 2.5-meter wall and 4 buildings, and there were 400 people living in it. Area 2 had 300. Area 3, which is the furthest and the coldest and which nobody wants, had a little over 200, and the rest were in transit or camped along the approach road waiting to be processed. They came out of towns I've never been to. They came on foot. A family arrived on the 9th of December having walked 140 kilometers with a wheelbarrow, and the youngest of them was 6, and every one of them was carrying a leaflet folded into a pocket like a passport. The system is simple, and I wrote it on a board at each gate in characters big enough to read from a truck. You bring us something, you get points, scrap copper, machine tools, medicine, bearings, electric motors. A working generator is worth a month of eating. Precision components are worth more than food, which nobody understands and everybody accepts. You do work, you get points. Digging, hauling, building your own wall higher, which is the job most of them do, which means they are building the thing that keeps me safe from them. You spend points on food and on medicine and on charcoal and on a room with a door. There is no charity in it, and I have never once pretended otherwise. And on the 14th of December, a man stood at the gate of Area 1 and shouted for 20 minutes that this was exploitation. He was right. I have no counterargument. I also had, by then, the only warm rooms and the only antibiotics within 100 kilometers, so the argument was somewhat one-sided. He's in Area 2 now. He works in the sorting shed. He's very good at it. 206 of them have earned enough points to be assessed. 19 have come inside my wall. 19 out of 1,100 in a month. A welder, 2 nurses, a man who used to service industrial refrigeration, a woman who ran a seed company's regional office and who has been arguing with Professor Xu Lei for a week about soil pH in a way that makes them both extremely happy, and every one of the other 1,081 knows the number is 19 and knows exactly what the 19 did and works accordingly. That's the machine. I built it in a conference room in one afternoon, and it will still be running when I'm dead. The bullets got fixed on the 11th of December. Wang Qingmei found it in 9 days, which included 4 days when she couldn't walk to the workshop and had to be carried. The problem was the machines, and it wasn't the machine's fault. It was the way we were using them, and specifically it was thermal drift in a shop we were not heating properly, combined with a tolerance stack that nobody had thought about because nobody in that room had ever set up a production line for a living. She rewrote the sequence, changed the order of 2 operations, added a step, and made everybody stop touching the settings. Yield went from 5% to 61%. Wu Tao came up the stairs to tell me and could not get the sentence out in the right order. That is roughly 12,000 usable rounds a day if we run the lines properly, which we don't because materials are the limit now, which is a beautiful problem to have. I gave her the standard reward, which she didn't want, and then I gave her the actual reward, which was a workshop of her own, and permission to requisition anybody on this base for it, and she took that immediately and without any modesty at all. Her brother made it into the combat department on the 22nd because Li Guangming took him, and because a man who can cross open ground at that speed is worth 4 normal scouts and 1 funeral. He is not allowed on my second basement level, and he never will be. Wang Zongyi got the research department on the 15th. I gave him the equipment and 2 rooms and 3 graduates I pulled out of residential area 2 and a brief that says, find out what the virus does, find out what an evolver is, and find out what makes one of them mutate. He asked me, very carefully, whether he'd be given samples. I said yes. He asked what kind. I said, the kind that arrives in a box. He hasn't asked since. There is a room below his room that he does not know exists, and in it there is a freezer with a Swift in it, and on the shelf above it there is a stack of textbooks with the spines cracked now. I have been reading them at night for 3 weeks. I am a third of the way through the second one. It is slow, humiliating work. I am not a scientist. I said a thing to Xu Hao because it was the fastest way to end a conversation, but I intend to become enough of one to understand my own hands, and if that takes a year of evenings, I have evenings. Lin Yue caught me in the office on the 18th. She stayed behind after a manager's meeting, and when everybody had gone, she sat down in the chair opposite mine and put her elbows on my desk and her chin in her hands and said, "What did you say to me? You said you'd give me an answer. That was a long time ago. What are you actually planning to do about me? I'm going out of my mind waiting." Which is fair, and which I had completely forgotten, because between that morning and that afternoon, I had been through an acid rain, a military district, a war, and the end of 2 cities. I scratched the back of my head and apologized and said, "Lin Yue, I think you're remarkable. Give me a bit longer." And she leaned back and folded her arms and said, "I know I'm remarkable." And that was an extremely lazy answer. "Fine, I'll keep waiting. I'll wait as long as it takes. I've decided you're mine anyway." And she got up and gave me a look and went back to work. There is now a laundry basket in the gym with her department's tag on it, screwed to the wall, entirely legitimate, and everybody walks past it and nobody says a word. I have 11 shirts. I asked my father once whether he thought I'd become a bad man. We were on the wall in the middle of December, looking at the lights of Residential Area 1, which are our lights, on our cable, through our transformer, and which we can switch off from a room behind my gate anytime we like. And he thought about it for a long time and said, "Awe, you've become a man who has to decide things." Which is not an answer, and which is, I think, the kindest thing anybody has ever said to me. And on the last night before the snow closed the roads, Wu Bo asked me. He'd been building up to it since October. He'd let it go about 400 times. We were on the gatehouse at 2 in the morning with a flask of tea, and he said without any let-up, "Ah Wei, how did you know?" And I looked at him. Wu Bo, who I have known since we were 7 years old, who drove me to a police station in October and figured out that I knew which locker, who told me to go first on a rooftop in Guangyuan City, and I had a whole sentence ready. I'd had it ready for 8 months, and what came out instead was, "If I told you, you'd think I was insane." And he was quiet for a bit and drank his tea and said, "I already think you're insane. I've thought that since April, when you sold your mother's house money." Then he said, "It's fine. Whatever it is, you can keep it. I just wanted you to know that I know there's something, and that I don't care." And then he went back to watching the road, and that was the end of it. And I stood there next to him feeling something I have not got a word for. Somebody in this world knows there's a door and has decided not to open it. I'll take that. So here's where I am. 8 months ago, I died in a crosswalk with a broken leg, looking up at a traffic light that had not been green in 10 years, while something 2.5 meters tall walked up the road to finish me. Tonight, there are 130 people asleep behind 20 meters of concrete in heated rooms with hot water, having eaten hot food twice today. There are 1,100 more outside it who are alive because a piece of paper fell out of a helicopter. There are 3 tanks in a warehouse and 1,000,000 rounds under the ground and 32 tons of grain a year growing under lamps in a basement while every field in this province turns to cement. I have my mother and my father and a man who knows there's a door. And I did all of it with 6 months, an internet forum, and a very large amount of somebody else's money. I would like to tell you that this is the part where it gets easier. Here's the thing I haven't said. 11 kilometers from my gate, in a residential block in Fenghe County, there is a flat with the door off its hinges. On the night of Corpse Mist Day, something was born in that stairwell. It stood 2.5 meters tall when it finished, and one of its arms is bigger than the rest of it, and there is a layer of horn over the outside of that arm that stops rifle rounds. It walked out of that building and nobody has seen it since. I know exactly what it is, because in another life, it broke my leg in an intersection, and I heard it coming for 11 seconds before it arrived. It is out there right now, somewhere inside a day's walk of my wall, going wherever the smell of living people takes it. And the largest concentration of living people in this province, by an enormous margin, is a set of 3 factories with lights on and 1,100 people in them. And I put every single one of those people there myself, on purpose, as a filter, and a labor pool, and a shield. I built the loudest, warmest, most fragrant object in Guangyuan City, and I built it 8 kilometers from my own front door. Oh, and one more thing. On the night the first 9 of them came through my gate, a woman sitting on a bench in my quarantine yard said a name out loud. She said they'd promised Sister Zhou Ying that once they got in, they'd bring her in too. I wasn't in the room. Somebody wrote it in the intake log, the way they write everything, and I read the intake log on the 3rd of December the way I read everything, and I saw a name I had never heard, and went straight past it. Zhou Ying is a woman I pulled off a road outside Shen City for no reason I could name 3 weeks before that, and drove away from without ever seeing her face. Zhou Ying is Xiao Fox. Zhou Ying is the one person on this planet who ever answered me, who asked good questions, who asked what you do when somebody in your family won't leave, and who wrote back and said thank you. She missed my gas station by 11 days. Then I had her, on a road, surrounded, and I took 100 of them off her bus and drove away without looking. Then I had her name on a piece of paper, in my own handwriting, in my own intake log, in my own base, and I went straight past it, so that's the cost. Twice. In 8 months of doing nothing but planning, the only 2 things I have ever done by accident were both her, and I got both of them wrong, and I only found out which sentence in that log mattered a great deal too late to do anything useful about it. She is 400 kilometers northeast of here tonight, driving toward Shan City with her mother, looking for her father, on 3 days of food, in December, in a country where the roads are about to close. There is a rammer inside a day's walk of my wall, and I am going to go and get her. But that's the next part of it.